Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 1, Part A. Influence of Character. Unless above himself he can erect himself, how poor a thing is man. Daniel. Character is moral order seen through the medium of an individual nature. Men of character are the conscience of the society to which they belong. Emerson. The prosperity of a country depends not on the abundance of its revenues, nor on the strength of its fortifications, nor on the beauty of its public buildings, but it consists in the number of its cultivated citizens, in its men of education, enlightenment, and character. Here are to be found its true interest, its chief strength, its real power. Martin Luther. Character is one of the greatest motive powers in the world. In its noblest embodiments, it exemplifies human nature in its highest forms, for it exhibits man at his best. Men of genuine excellence in every station of life, men of industry, of integrity, of high principle, of sterling honesty of purpose, command the spontaneous homage of mankind. It is natural to believe in such men, to have confidence in them, and to imitate them. All that is good in the world is upheld by them, and without their presence in it the world would not be worth living in. Although genius always commands admiration, character most secures respect. The former is more the product of brain power, the latter of heart power, and in the long run it is the heart that rules in life. Men of genius stand to society in the relation of its intellect, as men of character of its conscience. And while the former are admired, the latter are followed. Great men are always exceptional men, and greatness itself is but comparative. Indeed, the range of most men in life is so limited that very few have the opportunity of being great. But each man can act his part honestly and honorably, and to the best of his ability. He can use his gifts and not abuse them. He can strive to make the best of life. He can be true, just, honest, and faithful, even in small things. In a word, he can do his duty in that sphere in which Providence has placed him. Commonplace though it may appear, this doing of one's duty embodies the highest ideal of life and character. There may be nothing heroic about it, but the common lot of men is not heroic. And though the abiding sense of duty upholds a man in his highest attitudes, it also equally sustains him in the transaction of the ordinary affairs of everyday existence. Man's life is centered in the sphere of common duties. The most influential of all the virtues are those which are the most in request for daily use. They wear the best and last the longest. Superfine virtues, which are above the standard of common men, may only be sources of temptation and danger. Burke has truly said that the human system which rests for its basis on the heroic virtues is sure to have a superstructure of weakness or of profligacy. When Dr. Abbot, afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury, drew the character of his deceased friend Thomas Sackville, he did not dwell upon his merits as a statesman or his genius as a poet, but upon his virtues as a man in relation to the ordinary duties of life. "How many rare things were in him," said he. "Who more loving unto his wife? Who more kind unto his children? Who more fast unto his friend? Who more moderate unto his enemy? Who more true to his word?" Indeed, we can always better understand and appreciate a man's real character by the manner in which he conducts himself towards those who are the most nearly related to him, and by his transaction of the seemingly commonplace details of daily duty, than by his public exhibition of himself as an author, an orator, or a statesman. At the same time, while duty, for the most part, applies to the conduct of affairs in common life by the average of common men, it is also a sustaining power to men of the very highest standard of character. They may not have either money or poverty or learning or power, and yet they may be strong in heart and rich in spirit, honest, truthful, dutiful. And whoever strives to do his duty faithfully is fulfilling the purpose for which he was created, and building up in himself the principles of a manly character. There are many persons of whom it may be said that they have no other possession in the world but their character, and yet they stand as firmly upon it as any crowned king. Intellectual culture has no necessary relation to purity or excellence of character. In the New Testament, appeals are constantly made to the heart of man and to the spirit we are of, whilst allusions to the intellect are of very rare occurrence. A handful of good life, says George Herbert, is worth a bushel of learning. Not that learning is to be despised, but that it must be allied to goodness. Intellectual capacity is sometimes found associated with the meanest moral character, with abject servility to those in high places, and arrogance to those of low estate. A man may be accomplished in art, literature, and science, and yet, in honesty, virtue, truthfulness, and the spirit of duty, be entitled to take rank after many a poor and illiterate peasant. "You insist," wrote Perthes to a friend, "on respect for learned men. I say, Amen. But at the same time, don't forget that largeness of mind, depth of thought, appreciation of the lofty, experience of the world, delicacy of manner, tact, and energy in action, love of truth, honesty, and amiability, that all these may be wanting in a man who may yet be very learned." When someone in Sir Walter Scott's hearing made a remark as to the value of literary talents and accomplishments, as if they were above all things to be esteemed and honored, he observed, "God help us! What a poor world this would be if that were the true doctrine. I have read books enough and observed and conversed with enough of eminent and splendidly cultured minds too in my time. But I assure you I have heard higher sentiments from the lips of poor uneducated men and women when exerting the spirit of severe yet gentle heroism under difficulties and afflictions, or speaking their simple thoughts as to circumstances and the lot of friends and neighbors, than I ever yet met with out of the Bible. We shall never learn to feel and respect our real calling and destiny unless we have taught ourselves to consider everything as moonshine compared with the education of the heart. Still less has wealth any necessary connection with elevation of character. On the contrary, it is much more frequently the cause of its corruption and degradation. Wealth and corruption, luxury and vice have very close affinities to each other. Wealth in the hands of men of weak purpose, of deficient self-control, or of ill-regulated passions, is only a temptation and a snare. The source, it may be, of infinite mischief to themselves and often to others. On the contrary, a condition of comparative poverty is compatible with character in its highest form. A man may possess only his industry, his frugality, his integrity, and yet stand high in the rank of true manhood. The advice which Burns's father gave him was the best. He bade me act a manly part, though I had ne'er a farthing, for without an honest manly heart no man was worth regarding. One of the purest and noblest characters the writer ever knew was a laboring man in a northern county, who brought up his family respectably on an income never amounting to more than 10 shillings a week. Though possessed of only the rudiments of common education, obtained at an ordinary parish school, he was a man full of wisdom and thoughtfulness. His library consisted of the Bible, Flavel, and Boston, books which, excepting the first, probably few readers have ever heard of. This good man might have sat for the portrait of Wordsworth's well-known Wanderer. When he had lived his modest life of work and worship, and finally went to his rest, he left behind him a reputation for practical wisdom, for genuine goodness, and for helpfulness in every good work, which greater and richer men might have envied. When Luther died, he left behind him, as set forth in his will, no ready money, no treasure of coin of any description. He was so poor at one part of his life that he was under the necessity of earning his bread by turning, gardening, and clock-making. Yet at the very same time when he was thus working with his hands, he was molding the character of his country, and he was morally stronger and vastly more honored and followed than all the princes of Germany. Character is property. It is the noblest of possessions. It is an estate in the general goodwill and respect of men, and they who invest in it, though they may not become rich in this world's goods, will find their reward in esteem and reputation fairly and honorably won. And it is right that in life good qualities should tell, that industry, virtue, and goodness should rank the highest, and that the really best men should be foremost. Simple honesty of purpose in a man goes a long way in life, if founded on a just estimate of himself and a steady obedience to the rule he knows and feels to be right. It holds a man straight, gives him strength and sustenance, and forms a mainspring of vigorous action. No man, once said Sir Benjamin Rudyard, is bound to be rich or great, no, nor to be wise, but every man is bound to be honest. But the purpose besides being honest must be inspired by sound principles and pursued with undeviating adherence to truth, integrity, and uprightness. Without principles, a man is like a ship without rudder or compass, left to drift hither and thither with every wind that blows. He is as one without law or rule or order or government. Moral principles, says Hume, are social and universal. They form, in a manner, the party of humankind against vice and disorder, its common enemy. Epictetus once received a visit from a certain magnificent orator going to Rome on a lawsuit, who wished to learn from the Stoics something of his philosophy. Epictetus received his visitor coolly, not believing in his sincerity. "You will only criticize my style," said he, not really wishing to learn principles. "Well, but," said the orator, "if I attend to that sort of thing, I shall be a mere pauper like you, with no plate, nor equipage, nor land." "Such things," replied Epictetus. "And besides, you are poorer than I am, after all. Patron or no patron, what care I? You do care. I am richer than you. I don't care what Caesar thinks of me. I flatter no one. This is what I have, instead of your gold and silver plate. You have silver vessels, but earthenware reasons, principles, appetites. My mind to me a kingdom is, and it furnishes me with abundant and happy occupation in lieu of your restless idleness. All your possessions seem small to you. Mine seem great to me. Your desire is insatiate. Mine is satisfied." Talent is by no means rare in the world, nor is even genius. But can the talent be trusted? Can the genius? Not unless based on truthfulness, on veracity. It is this quality more than any other that commands the esteem and respect, and secures the confidence of others. Truthfulness is at the foundation of all personal excellence. It exhibits itself in conduct. It is rectitude, truth in action, and shines through every word and deed. It means reliableness, and convinces other men that it can be trusted. And a man is already of consequence in the world when it is known that he can be relied on, that when he says he knows a thing, he does know it, and that when he says he will do a thing, he can do and does it. Thus reliableness becomes a passport to the general esteem and confidence of mankind. End of section 1. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 1, Part B. Influence of Character. In the affairs of life or of business, it is not intellect that tells so much as character, not brains so much as heart, not genius so much as self-control, patience, and discipline, regulated by judgment. Hence, there is no better provision for the uses of either private or public life than a fair share of ordinary good sense guided by rectitude. Good sense, disciplined by experience and inspired by goodness, issues in practical wisdom. Indeed, goodness in a measure implies wisdom, the highest wisdom, the union of the worldly with the spiritual. The correspondences of wisdom and goodness, says Sir Henry Taylor, are manifold, and that they will accompany each other is to be inferred, not only because men's wisdom makes them good, but because their goodness makes them wise. It is because of this controlling power of character in life that we often see men exercise an amount of influence apparently out of all proportion to their intellectual endowments. They appear to act by means of some latent power, some reserved force, which acts secretly by mere presence. As Burke said of a powerful nobleman of the last century, his virtues were his means. The secret is that the aims of such men are felt to be pure and noble, and they act upon others with a constraining power. Though the reputation of men of genuine character may be of slow growth, their true qualities cannot be wholly concealed. They may be misrepresented by some and misunderstood by others. Misfortune and adversity may, for a time, overtake them, but with patience and endurance they will eventually inspire the respect and command the confidence which they really deserve. It has been said of Sheridan that, had he possessed reliableness of character, he might have ruled the world, whereas, for want of it, his splendid gifts were comparatively useless. He dazzled and amused, but was without weight or influence in life or politics. Even the poor pantomimist of Drury Lane felt himself his superior. Thus, when Delpini one day pressed the manager for arrears of salary, Sheridan sharply reproved him, telling him he had forgotten his station. "No, indeed, Monsieur Sheridan, I have not," retorted Delpini. "I know the difference between us perfectly well. In birth, parentage, and education you are superior to me, but in life, character, and behavior I am superior to you." Unlike Sheridan, Burke, his countryman, was a great man of character. He was 35 before he gained a seat in Parliament, yet he found time to carve his name deep in the political history of England. He was a man of great gifts and of transcendent force of character. Yet he had a weakness, which proved a serious defect. It was his want of temper. His genius was sacrificed to his irritability. And without this apparently minor gift of temper, the most splendid endowments may be comparatively valueless to their possessor. Character is formed by a variety of minute circumstances, more or less under the regulation and control of the individual. Not a day passes without its discipline, whether for good or for evil. There is no act, however trivial, but has its train of consequences, as there is no hair so small but casts its shadow. It was a wise saying of Mrs. Schimmelpenninck's mother, never to give way to what is little, or by that little, however you may despise it, you will be practically governed. Every action, every thought, every feeling contributes to the education of the temper, the habits, and understanding, and exercises an inevitable influence upon all the acts of our future life. Thus, character is undergoing constant change, for better or for worse, either being elevated on the one hand or degraded on the other. "There is no fault nor folly of my life," says Mr. Ruskin, "that does not rise up against me, and take away my joy, and shorten my power of possession, of sight, of understanding. And every past effort of my life, every gleam of rightness or good in it, is with me now to help me in my grasp of this art and its vision." The mechanical law that action and reaction are equal holds true also in morals. Good deeds act and react on the doers of them, and so do evil. Not only so, they produce like effects, by the influence of example, on those who are subjects of them. But man is not the creature, so much as he is the creator of circumstances. And by the exercise of his free will, he can direct his actions so that they shall be productive of good rather than evil. "Nothing can work me damage but myself," said St. Bernard. "The harm that I sustain I carry about with me, and I am never a real sufferer but by my own fault." The best sort of character, however, cannot be formed without effort. There needs the exercise of constant self-watchfulness, self-discipline, and self-control. There may be much faltering, stumbling, and temporary defeat, difficulties and temptations manifold to be battled with and overcome. But if the spirit be strong and the heart be upright, no one need despair of ultimate success. The very effort to advance, to arrive at a higher standard of character than we have reached, is inspiring and invigorating, and even though we may fall short of it, we cannot fail to be improved by every honest effort made in an upward direction. And with the light of great examples to guide us, representatives of humanity in its best forms, every one is not only justified, but bound in duty to aim at reaching the highest standard of character. Not to become the richest in means, but in spirit. Not the greatest in worldly position, but in true honor. Not the most intellectual, but the most virtuous. Not the most powerful and influential, but the most truthful, upright, and honest. It was very characteristic of the late Prince Consort, a man himself of the purest mind, who powerfully impressed and influenced others by the sheer force of his own benevolent nature, when drawing up the conditions of the annual prize to be given by Her Majesty at Wellington College, to determine that it should be awarded, not to the cleverest boy, nor to the most bookish boy, nor to the most precise, diligent, and prudent boy, but to the noblest boy, to the boy who should show the most promise of becoming a large-hearted, high-motivated man. Character exhibits itself in conduct, guided and inspired by principle, integrity, and practical wisdom. In its highest form, it is the individual will acting energetically under the influence of religion, morality, and reason. It chooses its way considerately and pursues it steadfastly, esteeming duty above reputation, and the approval of conscience more than the world's praise. While respecting the personality of others, it preserves its own individuality and independence, and has the courage to be morally honest, though it may be unpopular, trusting tranquilly to time and experience for recognition. Although the force of example will always exercise great influence upon the formation of character, the self-originating and sustaining force of one's own spirit must be the mainstay. This alone can hold up the life, and give individual independence and energy. Unless man can erect himself above himself, said Daniel, a poet of the Elizabethan era, how poor a thing is man! Without a certain degree of practical efficient force, compounded of will, which is the root, and wisdom, which is the stem of character, life will be indefinite and purposeless, like a body of stagnant water, instead of a running stream doing useful work and keeping the machinery of a district in motion. When the elements of character are brought into action by determinate will, and, influenced by high purpose, man enters upon and courageously perseveres in the path of duty, at whatever cost of worldly interest, he may be said to approach the summit of his being. He then exhibits character in its most intrepid form, and embodies the highest idea of manliness. The acts of such a man become repeated in the life and action of others. His very words live and become actions. Thus every word of Luther's rang through Germany like a trumpet. As Richter said of him, his words were half battles. And thus Luther's life became transfused into the life of his country, and still lives in the character of modern Germany. On the other hand, energy without integrity and a soul of goodness may only represent the embodied principle of evil.
It is observed by Novalis, in his Thoughts on Morals, that the ideal of moral perfection has no more dangerous rival to contend with than the ideal of the highest strength and the most energetic life, the maximum of the barbarian,
which needs only a due admixture of pride, ambition, and selfishness to be a perfect ideal of the devil. Amongst men of such stamp are found the greatest scourges and devastators of the world, those elect scoundrels whom Providence, in its inscrutable designs, permits to fulfill their mission of destruction upon the earth. Very different is the man of energetic character inspired by a noble spirit, whose actions are governed by rectitude, and the law of whose life is duty. He is just and upright in his business dealings, in his public action, and in his family life.
Justice being as essential in the government of a home as of a nation.
He will be honest in all things, in his words, and in his work.
He will be generous and merciful to his opponents, as well as to those who are weaker than himself.
It was truly said of Sheridan, who, with all his improvidence, was generous and never gave pain, that his wit in the combat, as gentle as bright, never carried a heart stain away on its blade. Such also was the character of Fox, who commanded the affection and service of others by his uniform heartiness and sympathy. He was a man who could always be most easily touched on the side of his honor. Thus the story is told of a tradesman calling upon him one day for the payment of a promissory note which he presented. Fox was engaged at the time in counting out gold. The tradesman asked to be paid from the money before him. "No," said Fox, "I owe this money to Sheridan. It is a debt of honor. If any accident happened to me, he would have nothing to show." "Then," said the tradesman, "I change my debt into one of honor," and he tore up the note. Fox was conquered by the act. He thanked the man for his confidence and paid him, saying, "Then Sheridan must wait. Yours is the debt of older standing." The man of character is conscientious. He puts his conscience into his work, into his words, into his every action. When Cromwell asked Parliament for soldiers in lieu of the decayed serving-men and tapsters who filled the Commonwealth's army, he required that they should be men who made some conscience of what they did, and such were the men of which his celebrated regiment of Ironsides was composed. The man of character is also reverential. The possession of this quality marks the noblest and highest type of manhood and womanhood. Reverence for things consecrated by the homage of generations, for high objects, pure thoughts, and noble aims, for the great men of former times, and the high-minded workers amongst our contemporaries. Reverence is alike indispensable to the happiness of individuals, of families, and of nations. Without it there can be no trust, no faith, no confidence, either in man or God, neither social peace nor social progress. For reverence is but another word for religion, which binds men to each other and all to God. The man of noble spirit, says Sir Thomas Overbury, converts all occurrences into experience, between which experience and his reason there is marriage, and the issue are his actions. He moves by affection, not for affection. He loves glory, scorns shame, and governeth and obeyeth with one countenance, for it comes from one consideration. Knowing reason to be no idle gift of nature, he is the steersman of his own destiny. Truth is his goddess, and he takes pains to get her, not to look like her. Unto the society of men he is a sun, whose clearness directs their steps in a regular motion. He is the wise man's friend, the example of the indifferent, the medicine of the vicious. Thus time goeth not from him, but with him, and he feels age more by the strength of his soul than by the weakness of his body. Thus he feels no pain, but esteems all such things as friends that desire to file off his fetters and help him out of prison. End of section 2. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 1, Part C. Influence of Character. Energy of will, self-originating force, is the soul of every great character. Where it is, there is life. Where it is not, there is faintness, helplessness, and despondency. The strong man and the waterfall, says the proverb, channel their own path. The energetic leader of noble spirit not only wins a way for himself, but carries others with him. His every act has a personal significance, indicating vigor, independence, and self-reliance, and unconsciously commands respect, admiration, and homage. Such intrepidity of character characterized Luther, Cromwell, Washington, Pitt, Wellington, and all great leaders of men. "I am convinced," said Mr. Gladstone, in describing the qualities of the late Lord Palmerston in the House of Commons shortly after his death, "I am convinced that it was the force of will, a sense of duty, and a determination not to give in that enabled him to make himself a model for all of us who yet remain and follow him, with feeble and unequal steps, in the discharge of our duties. It was that force of will that in point of fact did not so much struggle against the infirmities of old age, but actually repelled them and kept them at a distance. And one other quality there is, at least, that may be noticed without the smallest risk of stirring in any breast a painful emotion. It is this, that Lord Palmerston had a nature incapable of enduring anger or any sentiment of wrath. This freedom from wrathful sentiment was not the result of painful effort, but the spontaneous fruit of the mind. It was a noble gift of his original nature, a gift which beyond all others it was delightful to observe, delightful also to remember in connection with him who has left us, and with whom we have no longer to do, except in endeavoring to profit by his example wherever it can lead us in the path of duty and of right, and of bestowing on him those tributes of admiration and affection which he deserves at our hands. The great leader attracts himself men of kindred character, drawing them towards him as the lodestone draws iron. Thus Sir John Moore early distinguished the three brothers Napier from the crowd of officers by whom he was surrounded, and they, on their part, repaid him by their passionate admiration. They were captivated by his courtesy, his bravery, and his lofty disinterestedness, and he became the model whom they resolved to imitate, and, if possible, to emulate. Moore's influence, says the biographer of Sir William Napier, had a signal effect in forming and maturing their characters, and it is no small glory to have been the hero of those three men, while his early discovery of their mental and moral qualities is a proof of Moore's own penetration and judgment of character. There is a contagiousness in every example of energetic conduct. The brave man is an inspiration to the weak, and compels them, as it were, to follow him. Thus Napier relates that at the combat of Vera, when the Spanish centre was broken and in flight, a young officer named Havelock sprang forward and, waving his hat, called upon the Spaniards within sight to follow him. Putting spurs to his horse, he leapt the abatis which protected the French front, and went headlong against them. The Spaniards were electrified. In a moment they dashed after him, cheering, "El Chico Blanco!" and with one shock they broke through the French and sent them flying downhill. And so it is in ordinary life. The good and the great draw others after them. They lighten and lift up all who are within reach of their influence. They are as so many living centers of beneficent activity. Let a man of energetic and upright character be appointed to a position of trust and authority, and all who serve under him become, as it were, conscious of an increase of power. When Chatham was appointed minister, his personal influence was at once felt through all the ramifications of office. Every sailor who served under Nelson and knew he was in command shared the inspiration of the hero. When Washington consented to act as commander-in-chief, it was felt as if the strength of the American forces had been more than doubled. Many years late, in 1798, when Washington, grown old, had withdrawn from public life and was living in retirement at Mount Vernon, and when it seemed probable that France would declare war against the United States, President Adams wrote to him, saying, "We must have your name, if you will permit us to use it. There will be more efficacy in it than in many an army." Such was the esteem in which the great President's noble character and eminent abilities were held by his countrymen. An incident is related by the historian of the Peninsular War, illustrative of the personal influence exercised by a great commander over his followers. The British army lay at Saururen, before which Soult was advancing, prepared to attack in force. Wellington was absent, and his arrival was anxiously looked for. Suddenly, a single horseman was seen riding up the mountain alone. It was the Duke, about to join his troops. One of Campbell's Portuguese battalions first descried him, and raised a joyful cry. Then the shrill clamor, caught up by the next regiment, soon swelled as it ran along the line into that appalling shout which the British soldier is wont to give upon the edge of battle, and which no enemy ever heard unmoved. Suddenly he stopped at a conspicuous point, for he desired both armies should know he was there, and a double spy who was present pointed out Soult, who was so near that his features could be distinguished. Attentively Wellington fixed his eyes on that formidable man, and, as if speaking to himself, he said, "Yonder is a great commander, but he is cautious, and will delay his attack to ascertain the cause of those cheers. That will give time for the 6th Division to arrive, and I shall beat him," which he did. In some cases, personal character acts by a kind of talismanic influence, as if certain men were the organs of a sort of supernatural force. "If I but stamp on the ground in Italy," said Pompey, "an army will appear." At the voice of Peter the Hermit, as described by the historian, Europe arose and precipitated itself upon Asia. It was said of the Caliph Omar that his walking stick struck more terror into those who saw it than another man's sword. The very names of some men are like the sound of a trumpet. When the Douglas lay mortally wounded on the field of Otterburn, he ordered his name to be shouted still louder than before, saying there was a tradition in his family that a dead Douglas should win a battle. His followers, inspired by the sound, gathered fresh courage, rallied, and conquered, and thus, in the words of the Scottish poet, "The Douglas dead, his name hath won the field." There have been some men whose greatest conquests have been achieved after they themselves were dead. Never, says Michelet, was Caesar more alive, more powerful, more terrible than when his old and worn-out body, his withered corpse, lay pierced with blows. He appeared then purified, redeemed, that which he had been, despite his many stains, the man of humanity. Never did the great character of William of Orange, surnamed the Silent, exercise greater power over his countrymen than after his assassination at Delft by the emissary of the Jesuits. On the very day of his murder, the Estates of Holland resolved to maintain the good cause with God's help to the uttermost without sparing gold or blood, and they kept their word. The same illustration applies to all history and morals. The career of a great man remains an enduring monument of human energy. The man dies and disappears, but his thoughts and acts survive, and leave an indelible stamp upon his race. And thus the spirit of his life is prolonged and perpetuated, molding the thought and will, and thereby contributing to form the character of the future. It is the men that advance in the highest and best directions who are the true beacons of human progress. They are as lights set upon a hill, illuming the moral atmosphere around them, and the light of their spirit continues to shine upon all succeeding generations. It is natural to admire and revere really great men. They hallow the nation to which they belong, and lift up not only all who live in their time, but those who live after them. Their great example becomes the common heritage of their race, and their great deeds and great thoughts are the most glorious of legacies to mankind. They connect the present with the past, and help on the increasing purpose of the future, holding aloft the standard of principle, maintaining the dignity of human character, and filling the mind with traditions and instincts of all that is most worthy and noble in life. Character embodied in thought and deed is of the nature of immortality. The solitary thought of a great thinker will dwell in the minds of men for centuries until at length it works itself into their daily life and practice.
It lives on through the ages, speaking as a voice from the dead, and influencing minds living thousands of years apart.
Thus Moses and David and Solomon, Plato and Socrates and Xenophon, Seneca and Cicero and Epictetus still speak to us as from their tombs. They still arrest the attention and exercise an influence upon character, though their thoughts be conveyed in languages unspoken by them and in their time unknown. Theodore Parker has said that a single man like Socrates was worth more to a country than many such states as South Carolina, that if that state went out of the world today, she would not have done so much for the world as Socrates. Great workers and great thinkers are the true makers of history, which is but continuous humanity influenced by men of character, by great leaders, kings, priests, philosophers, statesmen, and patriots, the true aristocracy of man. Indeed, Mr. Carlyle has broadly stated that universal history is, at bottom, but the history of great men. They certainly mark and designate the epochs of national life. Their influence is active as well as reactive. Their mind is, in a measure, the product of their age. The public mind is also, to a great extent, their creation. Their individual action identifies the cause, the institution. They think great thoughts, cast them abroad, and the thoughts make events. Thus the early reformers initiated the Reformation, and with it the liberation of modern thought. Emerson has said that every institution is to be regarded as but the lengthened shadow of some great man, as Islamism of Mahomet, Puritanism of Calvin, Jesuitism of Loyola, Quakerism of Fox, Methodism of Wesley, Abolitionism of Clarkson. End of section 3. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 1, Part D. Influence of Character. Great men stamp their mind upon their age and nation, as Luther did upon modern Germany and Knox upon Scotland. And if there be one man more than another that stamped his mind on modern Italy, it was Dante. During the long centuries of Italian degradation, his burning words were as a watchfire and a beacon to all true men. He was the herald of his nation's liberty, braving persecution, exile, and death for the love of it. He was always the most national of the Italian poets, the most loved, the most read. From the time of his death, all educated Italians had his best passages by heart, and the sentiments they enshrined inspired their lives and eventually influenced the history of their nation. The Italians, wrote Byron in 1821, talk Dante, write Dante, and think and dream Dante, at this moment to an excess which would be ridiculous, but that he deserves their admiration. A succession of variously gifted men in different ages, extending from Alfred to Albert, has in like manner contributed by their life and example to shape the multiform character of England. Of these, probably the most influential were the men of the Elizabethan and Cromwellian, and the intermediate periods, amongst which we find the great names of Shakespeare, Raleigh, Burleigh, Sidney, Bacon, Milton, Herbert, Hampden, Pym, Eliot, Vane, Cromwell, and many more, some of them men of great force, and others of great dignity and purity of character. The lives of such men have become part of the public life of England, and their deeds and thoughts are regarded as among the most cherished bequeathments from the past. So Washington left behind him, as one of the greatest treasures of his country, the example of a stainless life, of a great, honest, pure, and noble character, a model for his nation to form themselves by in all time to come. And in the case of Washington, as in so many other great leaders of men, his greatness did not so much consist in his intellect, his skill, and his genius, as in his honor, his integrity, his truthfulness, his high and controlling sense of duty, in a word, in his genuine nobility of character. Men such as these are the true lifeblood of the country to which they belong. They elevate and uphold it, fortify and ennoble it, and shed a glory over it by the example of life and character which they have bequeathed. The names and memories of great men, says an able writer, are the dowry of a nation. Widowhood, overthrow, desertion, even slavery, cannot take away from her this sacred inheritance. Whenever national life begins to quicken, the dead heroes rise in the memories of men, and appear to the living to stand by in solemn spectatorship and approval. No country can be lost which feels herself overlooked by such glorious witnesses. They are the salt of the earth, in death as well as in life. What they did once, their descendants have still and always a right to do after them, and their example lives in their country, a continual stimulant and encouragement for him who has the soul to adopt it. But it is not great men only that have to be taken into account in estimating the qualities of a nation, but the character that pervades the great body of the people. When Washington Irving visited Abbotsford, Sir Walter Scott introduced him to many of his friends and favorites, not only amongst the neighboring farmers, but the laboring peasantry. "I wish to show you," said Scott, "some of our really excellent plain Scotch people. The character of a nation is not to be learnt from its fine folks, its fine gentlemen and ladies. Such you meet everywhere, and they are everywhere the same. While statesmen, philosophers, and divines represent the thinking power of society, the men who found industries and carve out new careers, as well as the common body of working people, from whom the national strength and spirit are from time to time recruited, must necessarily furnish the vital force and constitute the real backbone of every nation. Nations have their character to maintain as well as individuals, and under constitutional governments, where all classes more or less participate in the exercise of political power, the national character will necessarily depend more upon the moral qualities of the many than of the few. And the same qualities which determine the character of individuals also determine the character of nations. Unless they are high-minded, truthful, honest, virtuous, and courageous, they will be held in light esteem by other nations, and be without weight in the world. To have character, they must needs also be reverential, disciplined, self-controlling, and devoted to duty. The nation that has no higher god than pleasure, or even dollars or calico, must needs be in a poor way. It were better to revert to Homer's gods than be devoted to these, for the heathen deities at least imaged human virtues, and were something to look up to. As for institutions, however good in themselves, they will avail but little in maintaining the standard of national character. It is the individual men and the spirit which actuates them that determine the moral standing and stability of nations. Government in the long run is usually no better than the people governed. Where the mass is sound in conscience, morals, and habit, the nation will be ruled honestly and nobly. But where they are corrupt, self-seeking, and dishonest in heart, bound neither by truth nor by law, the rule of rogues and wire-pullers becomes inevitable. The only true barrier against the despotism of public opinion, whether it be of the many or of the few, is enlightened individual freedom and purity of personal character. Without these there can be no vigorous manhood, no true liberty in a nation. Political rights, however broadly framed, will not elevate a people individually depraved. Indeed, the more complete a system of popular suffrage, and the more perfect its protection, the more completely will the real character of a people be reflected, as by a mirror, in their laws and government. Political morality can never have any solid existence on a basis of individual immorality. Even freedom exercised by a debased people would come to be regarded as a nuisance, and liberty of the press but a vent for licentiousness and moral abomination. Nations, like individuals, derive support and strength from the feeling that they belong to an illustrious race, that they are the heirs of their greatness, and ought to be the perpetuators of their glory. It is of momentous importance that a nation should have a great past to look back upon. It steadies the life of the present, elevates and upholds it, and lightens and lifts it up, by the memory of the great deeds, the noble sufferings, and the valorous achievements of the men of old. The life of nations as of men is a great treasury of experience, which, wisely used, issues in social progress and improvement, or, misused, issues in dreams, delusions, and failure. Like men, nations are purified and strengthened by trials. Some of the most glorious chapters in their history are those containing the record of the sufferings by means of which their character has been developed. Love of liberty and patriotic feeling may have done much, but trial and suffering nobly borne more than all. A great deal of what passes by the name of patriotism in these days consists of the merest bigotry and narrow-mindedness, exhibiting itself in national prejudice, national conceit, amid national hatred. It does not show itself in deeds, but in boastings, in howlings, gesticulations, and shrieking helplessly for help, in flying flags and singing songs,
and in perpetual grinding at the hurdy-gurdy of long-dead grievances and long-remedied wrongs. To be infested by such a patriotism as this is, perhaps, amongst the greatest curses that can befall any country.
But as there is an ignoble, so there is a noble patriotism, the patriotism that invigorates and elevates a country by noble work, that does its duty truthfully and manfully, that lives an honest, sober, and upright life, and strives to make the best use of the opportunities for improvement that present themselves on every side, and at the same time a patriotism that cherishes the memory and example of the great men of old, who, by their sufferings in the cause of religion or of freedom, have won for themselves a deathless glory, and for their nation those privileges of free life and free institutions of which they are the inheritors and possessors. Nations are not to be judged by their size any more than individuals.
It is not growing like a tree, in bulk doth make man better be.
For a nation to be great, it need not necessarily be big, though bigness is often confounded with greatness. A nation may be very big in point of territory and population and yet be devoid of true greatness. The people of Israel were a small people, yet what a great life they developed, and how powerful the influence they have exercised on the destinies of mankind. Greece was not big. The entire population of Attica was less than that of South Lancashire. Athens was less populous than New York. And yet how great it was in art, in literature, in philosophy, and in patriotism. But it was the fatal weakness of Athens that its citizens had no true family or home life, while its free men were greatly outnumbered by its slaves. Its public men were loose, if not corrupt, in morals. Its women, even the most accomplished, were unchaste. Hence, its fall became inevitable, and was even more sudden than its rise. In like manner, the decline and fall of Rome was attributable to the general corruption of its people, and to their engrossing love of pleasure and idleness, work, in the later days of Rome, being regarded only as fit for slaves. Its citizens ceased to pride themselves on the virtues of character of their great forefathers, and the empire fell because it did not deserve to live. And so the nations that are idle and luxurious, that will rather lose a pound of blood, as old Burton says, in a single combat, than a drop of sweat in any honest labor, must inevitably die out, and laborious, energetic nations take their place. When Louis XIV asked Colbert how it was that, ruling so great and populous a country as France, he had been unable to conquer so small a country as Holland, the minister replied, "Because, sire, the greatness of a country does not depend upon the extent of its territory, but on the character of its people. It is because of the industry, the frugality, and the energy of the Dutch that your Majesty has found them so difficult to overcome." It is also related of Spinola and Richardet, the ambassadors sent by the King of Spain to negotiate a treaty at The Hague in 1608, that one day they saw some 8 or 10 persons land from a little boat, and, sitting down upon the grass, proceed to make a meal of bread and cheese and beer. "Who are those travelers?" asked the ambassadors of a peasant. "These are worshipful masters, the deputies from the States," was his reply. Spinola at once whispered to his companion, "We must make peace. These are not men to be conquered." In fine, stability of institutions must depend upon stability of character. Any number of depraved units cannot form a great nation. The people may seem to be highly civilized, and yet be ready to fall to pieces at first touch of adversity. Without integrity of individual character, they can have no real strength, cohesion, soundness. They may be rich, polite, and artistic, and yet hovering on the brink of ruin. If living for themselves only, and with no end but pleasure,
each little self his own little god,
such a nation is doomed, and its decay is inevitable. Where national character ceases to be upheld, a nation may be regarded as next to lost. Where it ceases to esteem and to practice the virtues of truthfulness, honesty, integrity, and justice, it does not deserve to live. And when the time arrives in any country when wealth has so corrupted, or pleasure so depraved, or factions so infatuated the people, that honor, order, obedience, virtue, and loyalty have seemingly become things of the past, then, amidst the darkness, when honest men, if haply there be such left, are groping about and feeling for each other's hands, their only remaining hope will be in the restoration and elevation of individual character, for by that alone can a nation be saved. And if character be irrecoverably lost, then indeed there will be nothing left worth saving. End of section 4.
Character by Samuel Smiles, Chapter 2, Part A, Home Power. So build we up the being that we are. Thus, deeply drinking in the soul of things, we shall be wise perforce. Wordsworth. The mill streams that turn the clappers of the world arise in solitary places. Helps. In the course of a conversation with Madame Capin, Napoleon Bonaparte remarked, "The old systems of instruction seem to be worth nothing. What is yet wanting in order that the people should be properly educated?" "Mothers," replied Madame Capin. The reply struck the emperor. "Yes," said he, "here is a system of education in one word. Be it your care, then, to train up mothers who shall know how to educate their children." Amy Martin. Lord, with what care hast thou begirt us round! Parents first season us, then schoolmasters deliver us to laws. They send us bound to rules of reason. George Herbert. Home is the first and most important school of character. It is there that every human being receives his best moral training, or his worst. For it is there that he imbibes those principles of conduct which endure through manhood and cease only with life. It is a common saying that manners make the man, and there is a second that mind makes the man. But truer than either is a third, that home makes the man. For the home training includes not only manners and mind, but character. It is mainly in the home that the heart is opened, the habits are formed, the intellect is awakened, and character molded for good or for evil. From that source, be it pure or impure, issue the principles and maxims that govern society. Law itself is but the reflex of homes. The tiniest bits of opinion sown in the minds of children in private life afterwards issue forth to the world and become its public opinion. For nations are gathered out of nurseries, and they who hold the leading strings of children may even exercise a greater power than those who wield the reins of government. It is in the order of nature that domestic life should be preparatory to social, and that the mind and character should first be formed in the home. There, the individuals who afterwards form society are dealt with in detail and fashioned one by one. From the family they enter life, and advance from boyhood to citizenship. Thus the home may be regarded as the most influential school of civilization. For after all, civilization mainly resolves itself into a question of individual training, and according as the respective members of society are well or ill trained in youth, so will the community which they constitute be more or less humanized and civilized. The training of any man, even the wisest, cannot fail to be powerfully influenced by the moral surroundings of his early years. He comes into the world helpless and absolutely dependent upon those about him for nurture and culture. From the very first breath he draws, his education begins. When a mother once asked a clergyman when she should begin the education of her child, then 4 years old, he replied, "Madam, if you have not already begun, you have lost those 4 years. From the first smile that gleams upon an infant's cheek, your opportunity begins." But even in this case, the education had already begun, for the child learns by simple imitation, without effort, almost through the pores of the skin. "A fig tree looking on a fig tree becometh fruitful," says the Arabian proverb, and so it is with children. Their first great instructor is example. However apparently trivial the influences which contribute to form the character of the child, they endure through life. The child's character is the nucleus of the man's. All after education is but superposition. The form of the crystal remains the same. Thus the saying of the poet holds true in a large degree: the child is father of the man. Or, as Milton puts it, the childhood shows the man as morning shows the day. Those impulses to conduct which last the longest and are rooted the deepest always have their origin near our birth. It is then that the germs of virtues or vices, of feelings or sentiments, are first implanted which determine the character for life. The child is, as it were, laid at the gate of a new world, and opens his eyes upon things all of which are full of novelty and wonderment. At first it is enough for him to gaze, but by and by he begins to see, to observe, to compare, to learn, to store up impressions and ideas. And under wise guidance, the progress which he makes is really wonderful. Lord Brougham has observed that between the ages of 18 and 30 months, a child learns more of the material world, of his own powers, of the nature of other bodies, and even of his own mind and other minds, than he acquires in all the rest of his life. The knowledge which a child accumulates, and the ideas generated in his mind during this period, are so important that if we could imagine them to be afterwards obliterated, all the learning of a senior wrangler at Cambridge or a first-classman at Oxford would be as nothing to it, and would literally not enable its object to prolong his existence for a week. It is in childhood that the mind is most open to impressions, and ready to be kindled by the first spark that falls into it. Ideas are then caught quickly and live lastingly. Thus Scott is said to have received his first bent towards ballad literature from his mother's and grandmother's recitations in his hearing long before he himself had learned to read. Childhood is like a mirror, which reflects in after life the images first presented to it. The first thing continues forever with the child. The first joy, the first sorrow, the first success, the first failure, the first achievement, the first misadventure, paint the foreground of his life. All this while, too, the training of character is in progress, of the temper, the will, and the habits, on which so much of the happiness of human beings in after life depends. Although man is endowed with a certain self-acting, self-helping power of contributing to his own development, independent of surrounding circumstances and of reacting upon the life around him, the bias given to his moral character in early life is of immense importance. Place even the highest-minded philosopher in the midst of daily discomfort, immorality, and vileness, and he will insensibly gravitate toward brutality. How much more susceptible is the impressionable and helpless child amidst such surroundings? It is not possible to rear a kindly nature, sensitive to evil, pure in mind and heart, amid coarseness, discomfort, and impurity. Thus homes, which are the nurseries of children who grow up into men and women, will be good or bad according to the power that governs them. Where the spirit of love and duty pervades the home, where head and heart bear rule wisely there, where the daily life is honest and virtuous, where the government is sensible, kind, and loving, then may we expect from such a home an issue of healthy, useful, and happy beings, capable, as they gain the requisite strength, of following the footsteps of their parents, of walking uprightly, governing themselves wisely, and contributing to the welfare of those about them. On the other hand, if surrounded by ignorance, coarseness, and selfishness, they will unconsciously assume the same character, and grow up to adult years rude, uncultivated, and all the more dangerous to society if placed amidst the manifold temptations of what is called civilized life. Quote, "Give your child to be educated by a slave," said an ancient Greek, "and instead of one slave, you will then have two." End quote. The child cannot help imitating what he sees. Everything is to him a model of manner, of gesture, of speech, of habit, of character. Quote, "For the child," says Richter, "the most important era of life is that of childhood, when he begins to color and mold himself by companionship with others. Every new educator affects less than his predecessor, until at last, if we regard all life as an educational institution, a circumnavigator of the world is less influenced by all the nation he has seen than by his nurse." End quote. Models are therefore of every importance in molding the nature of the child, and if we would have fine characters, we must necessarily present before them fine models. Now, the model most constantly before every child's eye is the mother. "One good mother," says George Herbert, "is worth 100 schoolmasters. In the home she is, quote, lodestone to all hearts and lodestar to all eyes." End quote. Imitation of her is constant. Imitation, which Bacon likens to, quote, "a globe of precepts." End quote. But example is far more than precept. It is instruction in action. It is teaching without words, often exemplifying more than tongue can teach. In the face of bad example, the best of precepts are of but little avail. The example is followed, not the precepts. Indeed, precept at variance with practice is worse than useless, inasmuch as it only serves to teach the most cowardly of vices, hypocrisy. Even children are judges of consistency, and the lessons of the parent who says one thing and does the opposite are quickly seen through. The teaching of the friar was not worth much who preached the virtue of honesty with a stolen goose in his sleeve. By imitation of acts, the character becomes slowly and imperceptibly, but at length, decidedly formed. The several acts may seem in themselves trivial, but so are the continuous acts of daily life. Like snowflakes, they fall unperceived. Each flake added to the pile produces no sensible change, and yet the accumulation of snowflakes makes the avalanche. So do repeated acts, one following another, at length become consolidated in habit, determine the action of the human being for good or for evil, and, in a word, form the character. It is because the mother, far more than the father, influences the action and conduct of the child, that her good example is of so much greater importance in the home. It is easy to understand how this should be so. The home is the woman's domain, her kingdom, where she exercises entire control. Her power over the little subject she rules there is absolute. They look up to her for everything. She is the example and model constantly before their eyes, who they unconsciously observe and imitate. Cowley, speaking of the influence of early example and ideas early implanted in the mind, compares them to letters cut in the bark of a young tree, which grow and widen with age. The impressions then made, however slight they may seem, are never effaced. The ideas then implanted in the mind are like seeds dropped into the ground, which lie there and germinate for time, afterwards springing up in acts and thoughts and habits. Thus the mother lives again in her children. They unconsciously mold themselves after her manner, her speech, her conduct, and her method of life. Her habits become theirs, and her character is visibly repeated in them. This maternal love is the visible providence of our race. Its influence is constant and universal. It begins with the education of the human being at the outstart of life, and is prolonged by virtue of the powerful influence which every good mother exercises over her children through life. When launched into the world, each to take part in its labors, anxieties, and trials, they still turn to their mother for consolation, if not for counsel, in their time of trouble and difficulty. The pure and good thoughts she has implanted in their minds when children continue to grow up into good acts long after she is dead. And when there is nothing but a memory of her left, her children rise up and call her blessed. It is not saying too much to aver that the happiness or misery, the enlightenment or ignorance, the civilization or barbarism of the world depends in a very high degree upon the exercise of woman's power within her special kingdom of home. Indeed, Emerson says broadly and truly that, quote, "a sufficient measure of civilization is the influence of good women," end quote. Posterity may be said to lie before us in the person of the child in the mother's lap. What that child will eventually become mainly depends upon the training and example which is received from his first and most influential educator. Woman, above all other educators, educates humanly. Man is the brain, but woman is the heart of humanity. He is the judgment, she is the feeling. He its strength, she its grace, ornament, and solace. Even the understanding of the best woman seems to work mainly through her affections. And thus, though man may direct the intellect, woman cultivates the feelings which mainly determine the character. While he fills the memory, she occupies the heart. She makes us love what he can only make us believe, and it is chiefly through her that we are enabled to arrive at virtue. End of section 5. Character by Samuel Smiles, Chapter 2, Part B, Home Power, continued. The respective influences of the father and the mother on the training and development of character are remarkably illustrated in the life of St. Augustine. While Augustine's father, a poor freeman of Tagaste, proud of his son's abilities, endeavored to furnish his mind with the highest learning of the schools, and was extolled by his neighbors for the sacrifices he made with that object, quote, "beyond the ability of his means," end quote. His mother, Monica, on the other hand, sought to lead her son's mind in the direction of the highest good, and with pious care counseled him, entreated him, advised him to chastity, and, amidst much anguish and tribulation because of his wicked life, never ceased to pray for him until her prayers were heard and answered. Thus her love at last triumphed, and the patience and goodness of the mother were rewarded, not only by the conversion of her gifted son, but also of her husband. Later in life, and after her husband's death, Monica, drawn by her affection, followed her son to Milan to watch over him, and there she died when he was in his 33rd year. But it was in the earlier period of his life that her example and instruction made the deepest impression upon his mind, and determined his future character. There are many similar instances of early impressions made upon a child's mind, springing up into good acts late in life, after an intervening period of selfishness and vice. Parents may do all they can to develop an upright and virtuous character in their children, and apparently in vain. It seems like bread cast upon the waters and lost. And yet sometimes it happens that long after the parents have gone to their rest, it may be 20 years or more, The good precept, the good example set before their sons and daughters in childhood, at length springs up and bears fruit. One of the most remarkable of such instances was that of Reverend John Newton of Olney, a friend of Cowper the poet. It was long subsequent to the death of both his parents, and after leading a vicious life as a youth and as a seaman, that he became suddenly awakened to a sense of his depravity. And then it was that the lessons which his mother had given him when a child sprang up vividly in his memory. Her voice came to him as it were from the dead, and led him gently back to virtue and goodness. Another instance is that of John Randolph, the American statesman, who once said, quote, "I should have been an atheist if it had not been for one recollection, and that was the memory of the time when my departed mother used to take my little hands in hers and cause me on my knees to say, 'Our Father who art in heaven.'" But such instance must, on the whole, be regarded as exceptional. As the character is biased in early life, so it generally remains, gradually assuming its permanent form as manhood is reached. Quote, "Live as long as you may," said Southey, "the first 20 years are the longest half of your life." End quote. And they are by far the most pregnant in consequences. When the worn-out slanderer and voluptuary, Dr. Wolcott, lay on his deathbed, one of his friends asked if he could do anything to gratify him. "Yes," said the dying man eagerly, "give me back my youth." Give him but that, and he would repent, he would reform. But it was all too late. His life had become bound and enthralled by the chains of habit. Grétry, the musical composer, thought so highly of the importance of woman as an educator of character that he described a good mother as nature's chef d'oeuvre. And he was right. For good mothers, far more than fathers, tend to the perpetual renovation of mankind, creating as they do the moral atmosphere of the home, which is the nutriment of man's moral being, as the physical atmosphere is of his corporeal frame. By good temper, suavity, and kindness, directed by intelligence, woman surrounds the indwellers with a pervading atmosphere of cheerfulness, contentment, and peace, suitable for the growth of the purest as of the manliest natures. The poorest dwelling, presided over by a virtuous, thrifty, cheerful, and cleanly woman, may thus be the abode of comfort, virtue, and happiness. It may be the scene of every ennobling relation in family life. It may be endeared to a man by many delightful associations, furnishing a sanctuary for the heart, a refuge from the storms of life, a sweet resting place after labor, a consolation in misfortune, a pride in prosperity, and a joy at all times. The good home is thus the best of schools, not only in youth, but in age. There young and old best learn cheerfulness, patience, self-control, and the spirit of service and of duty. Isaac Walton, speaking of George Herbert's mother, said she governed her family with judicious care, not rigidly nor sourly, quote, "but with such a sweetness and compliance with the recreations and pleasures of youth as did incline them to spend much of their time in her company, which was to her great content." End quote. The home is the true school of courtesy, of which woman is always the best practical instructor. Quote, "Without woman," says the Provençal proverb, "men were but ill-licked cubs." End quote. Philanthropy radiates from the home as from a center. "To love the little platoon we belong to in society," said Burke, "is the germ of all public affections." The wisest and the best have not been ashamed to own it to be their greatest joy and happiness to sit, quote, "behind the heads of children," end quote, in the inviolable circle of home. A life of purity and duty there is not the least effectual preparative for a life of public work and duty, and the man who loves his home will not the less fondly love and serve his country. But while homes, which are the nurseries of character, may be the best of schools, they may also be the worst. Between childhood and manhood, how incalculable is the mischief which ignorance in the home has the power to cause. Between the drawing of the first breath and the last, how vast is the moral suffering and disease occasioned by incompetent mothers and nurses. Commit a child to the care of a worthless, ignorant woman, and no culture in after life will remedy the evil you have done. Let the mother be idle, vicious, and a slattern. Let her home be pervaded by cavilling, petulance, and discontent, and it will become a dwelling of misery, a place to fly from rather than to fly to. And the children whose misfortune it is to be brought up there will be morally dwarfed and deformed, the cause of misery to themselves as well as to others. Napoleon Bonaparte was accustomed to say that, quote, the future good or bad conduct of a child depended entirely on the mother. He himself attributed his rise in life in a great measure to the training of his will, his energy, and his self-control by his mother at home. Quote, nobody had any command over him, says one of his biographers, except his mother, who found means, by a mixture of tenderness, severity, and justice, to make him love, respect, and obey her. From her he learnt the virtue of obedience. End quote. A curious illustration of the dependence of the character of children on that of the mother incidentally occurs in one of Mr. Tufnell's school reports. The truth, he observes, is so well established that it has even been made subservient to mercantile calculation. Quote, I was informed, he says, in a large factory where many children were employed, that the managers, before they engaged a boy, always inquired into the mother's character, and if that was satisfactory, they were tolerably certain that her children would conduct themselves creditably. No attention was paid to the character of the father. It has also been observed that in cases where the father has turned out badly, become a drunkard and gone to the dogs, provided the mother is prudent and sensible, the family will be kept together, and the children probably make their way honorably in life. Whereas in cases of the opposite sort, where the mother turns out badly, no matter how well conducted the father may be, the instances of after success in life on the part of the children are comparatively rare. The greater part of the influence exercised by women on the formation of character necessarily remains unknown. They accomplish their best work in the quiet seclusion of the home and the family, by sustained effort and patient perseverance in the path of duty. Their greatest triumphs, because private and domestic, are rarely recorded, and it is not often, even in the biographies of distinguished men, that we hear of the share which their mothers have had in the formation of their character, and in giving them a bias towards goodness. Yet are they not on that account without their reward? The influence they have exercised, though unrecorded, lives after them, and goes on propagating itself in consequences forever. We do not often hear of great women as we do of great men. It is of good women that we mostly hear, and it is probable that by determining the character of men and women for good, they are doing even greater work than if they were to paint great pictures, write great books, or compose great operas. Quote, it is quite true, said Joseph Nemetrecht, that women have produced no chef-d'œuvre. They have written no Iliad, nor Jerusalem Divided, nor Hamlet, nor Phaedra, nor Paradise Lost, nor Tartuffe. They have designed no Church of St. Peter's, composed no Dicea, carved no Apollo Belvedere, painted no lost judgment. They have neither invented algebra, nor telescopes, nor steam engines, but they have done something far greater and better than all this. For it is at their knees that upright and virtuous men and women have been trained, the most excellent productions in the world." De Maistre, in his letters and writings, speaks of his own mother with immense love and reverence. Her noble character made all other women venerable in his eyes. He describes her as his sublime mother, an angel to whom God hath lent a body for a brief season. To her he attributed the bent of his character, and all his bias towards good. And when he had grown to mature years, while acting as ambassador to the court of St. Petersburg, he referred to her noble example and precepts as the ruling influence in his life. One of the most charming features in the character of Samuel Johnson, notwithstanding his rough and shaggy exterior, was the tenderness with which he invariably spoke of his mother, a woman of strong understanding, who firmly implanted in his mind, as he himself acknowledges, his first impressions of religion. He was accustomed, even in the time of his greatest difficulties, to contribute largely out of his slender means to her comfort, and one of his last acts of filial duty was to write Rasselas for the purpose of paying her little debts and defraying her funeral charges. George Washington was only 11 years of age, the eldest of 5 children, when his father died, leaving his mother a widow. She was a woman of rare excellence, full of resources, a good woman of business, an excellent manager, and possessed much strength of character. She had her children to educate and bring up, a large household to govern, and extensive estates to manage, all of which she accomplished with complete success. Her good sense, assiduity, tenderness, industry, and vigilance enabled her to overcome every obstacle. And as the richest reward of her solicitude and toil, she had the happiness to see all her children come forward with a fair promise into life, filling the spheres allotted to them in a manner equally honorable to themselves and to the parent who had been the only guide of their principles, conduct, and habits. The biographer of Cromwell says little about the Protector's father, but dwells upon the character of his mother, whom he describes as a woman of rare vigor and decision of purpose. Quote, "A woman," he says, "possessed of the glorious faculty of self-help when other assistance failed her, ready for the demands of fortune in its extremest adverse turn, of spirit and energy equal to her mildness and patience, who, with the labor of her own hands, gave dowries to 5 daughters sufficient to marry them into families as honorable but more wealthy than their own, whose single pride was honesty, and whose passion was love, who preserved in the gorgeous palace at Whitehall the simple tastes that distinguished her in the old brewery at Huntingdon, and whose only care amidst all her splendor was for the safety of her son in his dangerous eminence." End of section 6.
Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 2c. We have spoken of the mother of Napoleon Bonaparte as a woman of great force of character. Not less so was the mother of the Duke of Wellington, whom her son strikingly resembled in features, person, and character, while his father was principally distinguished as a musical composer and performer. But, strange to say, Wellington's mother mistook him for a dunce, and for some reason or other he was not such a favorite as her other children, until his great deeds in after life constrained her to be proud of him. The Napiers were blessed in both parents, but especially in their mother, Lady Sarah Lennox, who early sought to inspire her sons' minds with elevating thoughts, admiration of noble deeds, and a chivalrous spirit, which became embodied in their lives, and continued to sustain them until death in the path of duty and honor. Among statesmen, lawyers, and divines, we find marked mention made of the mothers of Lord Chancellors Bacon, Erskine, and Brougham, all women of great ability, and, in the case of the first, of great learning, as well of the mothers of Canning, Curran, and President Adams, of Herbert, Paley, and Wesley. Lord Brougham speaks in terms almost approaching reverence of his grandmother, the sister of Professor Robertson, as having been mainly instrumental in instilling into his mind a strong desire for information, and the first principles of that persevering energy in the pursuit of every kind of knowledge which formed his prominent characteristic throughout life. Canning's mother was an Irishwoman of great natural ability, for whom her gifted son entertained the greatest love and respect to the close of his career. She was a woman of no ordinary intellectual power. Indeed, says Canning's biographer, were we not otherwise assured of the fact from direct sources, it would be impossible to contemplate his profound and touching devotion to her without being led to conclude that the object of such unchanging attachment must have possessed of rare and commanding qualities. She was esteemed by the circle in which she lived as a woman of great mental energy. Her conversation was animated and vigorous, and marked by a distinct originality of manner and a choice of topics fresh and striking and out of the commonplace routine. To persons who were but slightly acquainted with her, the energy of her manner had even something of the air of eccentricity. Curran speaks with great affection of his mother as a woman of strong original understanding, to whose wise counsel, consistent piety, and lessons of honorable ambition, which she diligently enforced on the minds of her children, he himself principally attributed his success in life. "The only inheritance," he used to say, "that I could boast of from my poor father was the very scanty one of an unattractive face and person, like his own, and if the world has ever attributed to me something more valuable than face or person, or than earthly wealth, it was that another and a dearer parent gave her child a portion from the treasure of her mind." When ex-President Adams was present at the examination of a girls' school in Boston, he was presented by the pupils with an address which deeply affected him, and in acknowledging it he took the opportunity of referring to the lasting influence which womanly training and association had exercised upon his own life and character. "As a child," he said, "I enjoyed, perhaps, the greatest of blessings that can be bestowed on man, that of a mother who was anxious and capable to form the characters of her children rightly. From her I derived whatever instruction, religious especially and moral, has pervaded a long life. I will not say perfectly, or as it ought to be, but I will say, because it is only justice to the memory of her I revere, that in the course of that life, whatever imperfection there has been, or deviation from what she taught me, the fault is mine and not hers. The Wesleys were peculiarly linked to their parents by natural piety, though the mother, rather than the father, influenced their minds and developed their characters. The father was a man of strong will, but occasionally harsh and tyrannical in his dealings with his family, while the mother, with much strength of understanding and ardent love of truth, was gentle, persuasive, affectionate, and simple. She was the teacher and cheerful companion of her children, who gradually became molded by her example. It was through the bias given by her to her sons' minds in religious matters that they acquired the tendency which, even in early years, drew to them the name of Methodists. In a letter to her son, Samuel Wesley, when a scholar at Westminster in 1709, she said, "I would advise you as much as possible to throw your business into a certain method, by which means you will learn to improve every precious moment, and find an unspeakable facility in the performance of your respective duties." This method she went on to describe, exhorting her son in all things to act upon principle, and the society which the brothers John and Charles afterwards founded at Oxford is supposed to have been in a great measure the result of her exhortations. In the case of poets, literary men, and artists, The influence of the mother's feeling and taste has doubtless had great effect in directing the genius of their sons, and we find this especially illustrated in the lives of Gray, Thomson, Scott, Southey, Bulwer, Schiller, and Goethe. Gray inherited almost complete his kind and loving nature from his mother, while his father was harsh and unamiable. Gray was, in fact, a feminine man, shy, reserved, and wanting in energy, but thoroughly irreproachable in life and character. The poet's mother maintained the family after her unworthy husband had deserted her, and at her death Gray placed on her grave, in Stoke Poges, an epitaph describing her as the careful, tender mother of many children, one of whom alone had the misfortune to survive her. The poet himself was at his own desire interred beside her worshipped grave. Goethe, like Schiller, owed the bias of his mind and character to his mother, who was a woman of extraordinary gifts. She was full of joyous, flowing mother wit, and possessed in a high degree the art of stimulating young and active minds, instructing them in the science of life out of the treasures of her abundant experience. After a lengthened interview with her, an enthusiastic traveler said, "Now, do I understand how Goethe has become the man he is?" Goethe himself affectionately cherished her memory. "She was worthy of life," he once said of her, and when he visited Frankfurt he sought out every individual who had been kind to his mother and thanked them all. It was Ary Scheffer's mother, whose beautiful features the painter so loved to reproduce in his pictures of Beatrice, Saint Monica, and others of his works, that encouraged his study of art, and by great self-denial provided him with the means of pursuing it. While living at Dordrecht in Holland, she first sent him to Lille to study, and afterwards to Paris, and her letters to him, while absent, were always full of sound motherly advice and affectionate womanly sympathy. "If you could but see me," she wrote on one occasion, "kissing your picture, then, after a while, taking it up again, and, with a tear in my eye, calling you my beloved son, you would comprehend what it costs me to use sometimes the stern language of authority, and to occasion to you moments of pain. Work diligently, be, above all, modest and humble, and when you find yourself excelling others, then compare what you have done with nature itself, or with the ideal of your own mind, and you will be secured, by the contrast which will be apparent, against the effects of pride and presumption." Long years after, when Ary Scheffer was himself a grandfather, he remembered with affection the advice of his mother, and repeated it to his children. And thus the vital power of good example lives on from generation to generation, keeping the world ever fresh and young. Writing to his daughter, Madame Marjolaine, in 1846, his departed mother's advice recurred to him, and he said, "The word must. Fix it well in your memory, dear child. Your grandmother seldom had it out of hers. The truth is, that through our lives nothing brings any good fruit except what is earned by either the work of the hands or by the exertion of one's self-denial. Sacrifices must, in short, be ever going on, if we would obtain any comfort or happiness. Now that I am no longer young, I declare that few passages in my life afford me so much satisfaction as those in which I made sacrifices or denied myself enjoyments. Das Entsagen, the forbidden, is the motto of the wise man. Self-denial is the quality of which Jesus Christ set us the example." The French historian Michelet makes the following touching reference to his mother in the preface to one of his most popular books, the subject of much embittered controversy at the time at which it appeared. "Whilst writing this, I have had in my mind a woman, whose strong and serious mind would not have failed to support me in these contentions. I lost her 30 years ago, was a child then. Nevertheless, ever living in my memory, she follows me from age to age. She suffered with me in my poverty, and was not allowed to share my better fortune. When young, I made her sad, and now I cannot console her. I know not even where her bones are. I was too poor then to buy earth to bury her, and yet I owe her much. I feel deeply that I am the son of woman, every constant in my ideas and words, not to mention my features and gestures. I find again my mother in myself. It is my mother's blood which gives me the sympathy I feel for bygone ages, and the tender remembrance of all those who are now no more. What return then could I, who am myself advancing towards old age, make her for the many things I owe her, one for which she would have thanked me? This protest in favor of women and mothers. But while a mother may greatly influence the poetic or artistic mind of her son for good, she may also influence it for evil. Thus the characteristics of Lord Byron, the waywardness of his impulses, his defiance of restraint, the bitterness of his hate, and the precipitancy of his resentments, were traceable in no small degree to the adverse influences exercised upon his mind from his birth by his capricious, violent, and headstrong mother. She even taunted her son with his personal deformity, and it was no unfrequent occurrence in the violent quarrels which occurred between them, for her to take up the poker or tongs and hurl them after him as he fled from her presence. It was this unnatural treatment that gave a morbid turn to Byron's after-life, and careworn, unhappy, great, and yet weak as he was, he carried about with him the mother's poison, which he had sucked in his infancy. Hence he exclaims in his Childe Harold, "Yet must I think less wildly, I have thought too long and darkly, till my brain became in its own eddy boiling and o'erwrought, a whirling gulf of fantasy and flame. And thus, untaught in youth my heart to tame, my springs of life were poisoned." In like manner, though in a different way, the character of Mrs. Foote, the actor's mother, was curiously repeated in the life of her joyous, jovial-hearted son. Though she had been heiress to a large fortune, she soon spent it all, and was at length imprisoned for debt. In this condition she wrote to Sam, who had been allowing her 100 a year out of the proceeds of his acting: "Dear Sam, I'm in prison for debt. Come and assist your loving mother, E. Foote." To which her son characteristically replied, "Dear mother, so am I," which prevents his duty being paid to his loving mother by her affectionate son, Sam Foote. A foolish mother may also spoil a gifted son, by imbuing his mind with unsound sentiments. Thus Lamartine's mother is said to have trained him in altogether erroneous ideas of life in the school of Rousseau and Bernardin de Saint Pierre, by which his sentimentalism, sufficiently strong by nature, was exaggerated instead of repressed, and he became the victim of tears, affection, and improvidence, all his life long. It almost savors of the ridiculous to find Lamartine in his Confidences representing himself as a statue of adolescence raised as a model for young men. As he was his mother's spoilt child, so he was the spoilt child of his country to the end, which was bitter and sad. Saint Beuve says of him, he was the continual object of the richest gifts, which he had not the power of managing, scattering and wasting them, all excepting the gift of words, which seemed inexhaustible, and on which he continued to play to the end as on an enchanted flute. Section 7. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 2d. We have spoken of the mother of Washington as an excellent woman of business, and to possess such a quality as capacity for business is not only compatible with true womanliness, but is in a measure essential to the comfort and well-being of every properly governed family. Habits of business do not relate to trade merely, but apply to all the practical affairs of life, to everything that has to be arranged, to be organized, to be provided for, to be done. And in all these respects the management of a family and of a household is as much a matter of business as the management of a shop or of a counting house. It requires method, accuracy, organization, industry, economy, discipline, tact, knowledge, and capacity for adapting means to ends. All this is of the essence of business, and hence business habits are as necessary to be cultivated by women who would succeed in the affairs of home, in other words, who would make home happy, as by men in the affairs of trade, of commerce, or of manufacture. The idea has, however, heretofore prevailed, that women have no concern with such matters, and that business habits and qualifications relate to men only. Take, for instance, the knowledge of figures. Mr. Bright has said of boys, "Teach a boy arithmetic thoroughly, and he is a made man." And why? Because it teaches him method, accuracy, value, proportions, relations. But how many girls are taught arithmetic well? Very few indeed. And what is the consequence? When the girl becomes a wife, if she knows nothing of figures and is innocent of addition and multiplication, she can keep no record of income and expenditure, and there will probably be a succession of mistakes committed which may be prolific in domestic contention. The woman, not being up to her business, that is, the management of her domestic affairs in conformity with the simple principles of arithmetic, will, through sheer ignorance, be apt to commit extravagances, though unintentional, which may be most injurious to her family peace and comfort. Method, which is the soul of business, is also of essential importance in the home. Work can only be got through by method. Muddle flies before it, and hugger-mugger becomes a thing unknown. Method demands punctuality, another eminently business quality. The unpunctual woman, like the unpunctual man, occasions dislike, because she consumes and wastes time, and provokes the reflection that we are not of sufficient importance to make her more prompt. To the business man, time is money, but to the business woman, method is more. It is peace, comfort, and domestic prosperity. Prudence is another important business quality in women, as in men. Prudence is practical wisdom, and comes of the cultivated judgment. It has reference in all things to fitness, to propriety, judging wisely of the right thing to be done, and the right way of doing it. It calculates the means, order, time, and method of doing. Prudence learns from experience, quickened by knowledge. For these, amongst other reasons, habits of business are necessary to be cultivated by all women, in order to their being efficient helpers in the world's daily life and work. Furthermore, to direct the power of the home aright, women, as the nurses, trainers, and educators of children, need all the help and strength that mental culture can give them. Mere instinctive love is not sufficient. Instinct, which preserves the lower creatures, needs no training, but human intelligence, which is in constant request in a family, needs to be educated. The physical health of the rising generation is entrusted to woman by Providence, and it is in the physical nature that the moral and mental nature lies enshrined. It is only by acting in accordance with the natural laws, which before she can follow woman must needs understand, that the blessings of health of body and health of mind and morals can be secured at home. Without a knowledge of such laws, the mother's love too often finds its recompense only in a child's coffin. It is a mere truism to say that the intellect with which women as well as man is endowed has been given for use and exercise, and not to "fust in her unused." Such endowments are never conferred without a purpose. The Creator may lavish in his gifts, but he is never wasteful. Woman was not meant to be either an unthinking drudge or the merely pretty ornament of man's leisure. She exists for herself as well as for others, and the serious and responsible duties she is called upon to perform in life require the cultivated head as well as the sympathizing heart. Her highest mission is not to be fulfilled by the mastery of fleeting accomplishments, on which so much useful time is now wasted. For though accomplishments may enhance the charms of youth and beauty, of themselves sufficiently charming, they will be found of very little use in the affairs of real life. The highest praise which the ancient Romans could express of a noble matron was that she sat at home and span. Domum mensit, lanum fici. In our own time, it has been said that chemistry enough to keep the pot boiling, and geography enough to know the different rooms in her house, was science enough for any woman, whilst Byron, whose sympathies for woman were of a very imperfect kind, professed that he could limit her library to a Bible and a cookery book. But this view of woman's character and culture is as absurdly narrow and unintelligent, on the one hand, as the opposite view, now so much in vogue, is extravagant and unnatural on the other, that woman ought to be educated, so as to be as much as possible the equal of man, undistinguishable from him except in sex, equal to him in rights and votes, and his competitor in all that makes life a fierce and selfish struggle for peace and power and money. Speaking generally, the training and discipline that are most suitable for the one sex in early life are also the most suitable for the other, and the education and culture that fill the mind of the man and will prove equally wholesome for the woman. Indeed, all the arguments which have yet been advanced in favor of the higher education of men plead equally strongly in favor of the higher education of women. In all the departments of home, intelligence will add to woman's usefulness and efficiency. It will give her thought and forethought, enable her to anticipate and provide for the contingencies of life, suggest improved methods of management, and give her strength in every way. In disciplined mental power she will find a stronger and safer protection against deception and imposture than in mere innocent and unsuspecting ignorance. In moral and religious culture she will secure sources of influence more powerful and enduring than in physical attractions. And in due self-reliance and self-dependence she will discover the truest sources of domestic comfort and happiness. But while the mind and character of women ought to be cultivated with a view to their own well-being, they ought not the less to be educated liberally with a view to the happiness of others. Men themselves cannot be sound in mind or morals if women be the reverse, and if, as we hold to be the case, the moral condition of people mainly depends upon the education of the home, then the education of women is to be regarded as a matter of national importance. Not only does the moral character but the mental strength of man find their best safeguard and support in the moral purity and mental cultivation of woman, but the more completely the powers of both are developed, the more harmonious and well-ordered will society be, the more safe and certain its elevation and advancement. When about 50 years since the first Napoleon said that the great want of France was mothers, he meant in other words that the French people needed the education of homes, provided over by good, virtuous, intelligent women. Indeed, the French Revolution presented one of the most striking illustrations of the social mischiefs resulting from a neglect of the purifying influence of women. When the great national outbreak occurred, society was impenetrated with vice and profligacy. Morals, religion, virtue were swamped by sensualism. The character of woman had become depraved. Conjugal fidelity was disregarded. Maternity was held in reproach. Family and home were alike corrupted. Domestic purity no longer bound society together. France was motherless. The children broke loose, and the revolution burst forth amidst the yells and the fierce violence of women. But the terrible lesson was disregarded, and again France has grievously suffered from the want of that discipline, obedience, self-control, and self-respect, which can only be truly learnt at home. It is said that the third Napoleon attributed the recent powerlessness of France, which left her helpless and bleeding at the feet of her conquerors, to the frivolity and lack of principle of the people, as well as to their love of pleasure, which, however, it must be confessed, he himself did not a little to foster. It would thus seem that the discipline which France still needs to learn, if she would be good and great, is that indicated by the first Napoleon, home education by good mothers. The influence of woman is the same everywhere. Her condition influences the morals, manners, and character of the people in all countries. Where she is debased, society is debased. Where she is morally pure and enlightened, society will be proportionately elevated. Hence, to instruct woman is to instruct man. To elevate her character is to raise his own. To enlarge her mental freedom is to extend and secure that of the whole community. For nations are but the outcomes of homes and peoples of mothers. But while it is certain that the character of a nation will be elevated by the enlightenment and refinement of woman, it is much more than doubtful whether any advantage is to be derived from her entering into competition with man in the rough work of business and polities. Woman can no more do men's special work in the world than man can do woman's. And wherever woman has been withdrawn from her home and family to enter upon other work, the result has been socially disastrous. Indeed, the efforts of some the best philanthropists have of late years been devoted to withdrawing women from toiling alongside of men in coal pits, factories, nail shops, and brickyards. It is still not uncommon in the North for the husbands to be idle at home, while the mothers and daughters are working in the factory, the result being in many cases an entire subversion of family order, of domestic discipline, and of home rule. And for many years past, in Paris, the state of things has been reached which some women desire to effect amongst themselves. The women there mainly attend to business, serving the boutique, or presiding at the comptoir, while the men lounge about the boulevards, but the result has only been homelessness, degeneracy, and family and social decay. Nor is there any reason to believe that the elevation and improvement of women are to be secured by investing them with political power. There are, however, in these days, many believers in the potentiality of votes, who anticipate some indefinite good from the enfranchisement of women. It is not necessary here to enter upon the discussion of this question, but it may be sufficient to state that the power which women do not possess politically is far more than compensated by that which they exercise in private life. By their training in the home, those who, whether as men or as women, do all the manly as well as womanly work of the world. The radical Bentham has said that man, even if he would, cannot keep power from woman, for that she already governs the world with the whole power of a depot, though the power that she mainly governs by is love. And to form the character of the whole human race is certainly a power far greater than that which women could ever hope to exercise as voters for members of Parliament, or even as lawmakers. There is, however, one special department of women's work demanding the earnest attention of all true female reformers, though it is one which has hitherto been unaccountably neglected. We mean the better economizing and preparation of human food, the waste of which at present, for want of the most ordinary culinary knowledge, is a little short of scandalous. If that man is to be regarded as a benefactor of his species who makes 2 stalks of corn to grow, or only 1 grew before, not less is she to be regarded as a public benefactor, who economizes and turns to the best practical account the food products of human skill and labor. The improved use of even our existing supply would be equivalent to an immediate extension of the cultivable acreage of our country, not to speak of the increase in health, economy, and domestic comfort. Were our female reformers only to turn their energies in this direction with effect, they would earn the gratitude of all households, and be esteemed as among the greatest of practical philanthropists. End of section 8.
Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 3, Part A. Companionship and Examples. Keep good company, and you shall be of the number. George Herbert. For mine own part, I shall be glad to learn of noble men. Shakespeare. Examples preach to the eye. Care then, mine says, not how you end your days, but how you spend your days. Henry Martin. Last Thoughts. Dis-moi qui t'admire, et je dirai qui tu es. Sainte-Beuve. He that means to be a good limner will be sure to draw after the most excellent copies, and guide every stroke of his pencil by the better pattern that lays before him. So he that desires that the table of his life may be fair will be careful to propose the best examples, and will never be content till he equals or excels them. Owen Feltham. The natural education of the home is prolonged far into life. Indeed, it never entirely ceases. But the time arrives in the progress of years when the home ceases to exercise an exclusive influence on the formation of character, and it is succeeded by the more artificial education of the school and the companionship of friends and comrades, which continue to mold the character by the powerful influence of example. Men, young and old, but the young more than the old, cannot help imitating those with whom they associate. It was a saying of George Herbert's mother, intended for the guidance of her sons. that as our bodies take a nourishment suitable to the meat on which we feed, so do our souls as insensibly take in virtue or vice by the example of conversation of good or bad company. Indeed, it is impossible that association with those about us should not produce a powerful influence in the formation of character. For men are by nature imitators, and all persons are more or less impressed by the speech, the manners, the gait, the gestures, and the very habits of thinking of their companions. "Is example nothing?" said Burke. "It is everything. Example is the school of mankind, and they will learn at no other." Burke's grand motto, which he wrote for the tablet of the Marquis of Rockingham, is worth repeating. It was, "Remember, resemble, persevere." Imitation is for the most part so unconscious that its effects are almost unheeded, but its influence is not the less permanent on that account. It is only when an impressive nature is placed in contact with an impressionable one that the alteration in the character becomes recognizable. Yet even the weakest natures exercise some influence upon those about them. The approximation of feeling, thought, and habit is constant, and the action of example unceasing. Emerson has observed that even old couples, or persons who have been housemates for a course of years, grow gradually like each other, so that, if they were to live long enough, we should scarcely be able to know them apart. But if this be true of the old, how much more true it is of the young, whose plastic natures are so much more soft and impressionable, and ready to take the stamp of the life and conversation of those about them. "There has been," observed Sir Charles Bell in one of his letters, "a good deal said about education, but they appear to me to put out of sight example, which is all in all. My best education was the example set me by my brothers. There was in all the members of the family a reliance on self, a true independence, and by imitation I obtained it." It is the nature of things that the circumstances which contribute to form the character should exercise their principal influence during the period of growth. As years advance, example and imitation become custom, and gradually consolidate into habit, which is of so much potency that almost before we know it, we have in a measure yielded up to it our personal freedom. It is related of Plato that on one occasion he reproved a boy for playing at some foolish game. "Thou reprovest me," said the boy, "for a very little thing." "But custom," replied Plato, "is not a little thing." Bad custom consolidated into habit is such a tyrant that men sometimes cling to vices even while they curse them. They have become the slaves of habits whose power they are impotent to resist. Hence Locke has said that to create and maintain that vigor of mind which is able to contest the empire of habit may be regarded as one of the chief ends of moral discipline. Though much of the education of character by example is spontaneous and unconscious, the young need not necessarily be the passive followers or imitators of those about them. Their own conduct, far more than the conduct of their companions, tends to fix the purpose and form the principles of their life. Each possesses in himself a power of will and of free activity, which, if courageously exercised, will enable him to make his own individual selection of friends and associates. It is only through weakness of purpose that young people, as well as old, become the slaves of their inclinations, or give themselves up to a servile imitation of others. It is a common saying that men are known by the company they keep. The sober do not naturally associate with the drunken, the refined with the coarse, the decent with the dissolute. To associate with depraved persons argues a low taste and vicious tendencies, and to frequent their society leads to inevitable degradation of character. "The conversation of such persons," says Seneca, "is very injurious, for even if it does no immediate harm, it leaves its seeds in the mind, and follows us when we have gone from the speakers, a plague sure to spring up in future resurrection. If young men are wisely influenced and directed, and conscientiously exert their own free energies, they will seek the society of those better than themselves, and strive to imitate their example. In companionship with the good, growing natures will always find their best nourishment, while companionship with the bad will only be fruitful in mischief. There are persons whom to know is to love, honor, and admire, and others whom to know is to shun and despise. Don't les savoir n'est que bêterie, as says Rabelais when speaking of the education of Gargantua. Live with persons of elevated characters, and you will feel lifted and lighted up in them. Live with wolves, says the Spanish proverb, and you will learn to howl. Intercourse with even commonplace, selfish persons may prove most injurious, by inducing a dry, dull, reserved, and selfish condition of mind, more or less inimical to true manliness and breadth of character. The mind soon learns to run in small grooves, the heart grows narrow and contracted, and the moral nature becomes weak, irresolute, and accommodating, which is fatal to all generous ambition or real excellence. On the other hand, association with persons wiser, better, and more experienced than ourselves is always more or less inspiring and invigorating. They enhance our own knowledge of life. We correct our estimates by theirs, and become partners in their wisdom. We enlarge our field of observation through their eyes, profit by their experience, and learn not only from what they have enjoyed, but, which is still more instructive, from what they have suffered. If they are stronger than ourselves, we become participators in their strength. Hence, companionship with the wise and energetic never fails to have a most valuable influence on the formation of character, increasing our resources, strengthening our resolves, elevating our aims, and enabling us to exercise greater dexterity and ability in our own affairs, as well as more effective helpfulness of others. I have often deeply regretted in myself, says Mrs. Schimmelpenninck, the great loss I have experienced from the solitude of my early habits. We need no worse companion than our unregenerate selves, and by living alone a person not only becomes wholly ignorant of the means of helping his fellow creatures, but is without the perception of those wants which most need help. Association with others when not on so large a scale as to make hours of retirement impossible may be considered as furnishing to an individual a rich, multiplied experience and sympathy so drawn forth, though unlike charity, it begins abroad, never fails to bring back rich treasures home. Association with others is useful also in strengthening the character, and in enabling us, while we never lose sight of our main object, to thread our way wisely and well. An entirely new direction may be given to the life of a young man by a happy suggestion, a timely hint, or the kindly advice of an honest friend. Thus the life of Henry Martyn, the Indian missionary, seems to have been singularly influenced by a friendship which he formed when a boy at Truro Grammar School. Martyn himself was of feeble frame, and of a delicate nervous temperament. Wanting in animal spirits, he took but little pleasure in school sports, and being of a somewhat petulant temper, the bigger boys took pleasure in provoking him, and some of them in bullying him. One of the bigger boys, however, conceiving a friendship for Martyn, took him under his protection, stood between him and his persecutors, and not only fought his battles for him, but helped him with his lessons. Though Martyn was a rather backward pupil, his father was desirous that he should have the advantage of a college education, and at the age of about 15 he sent him to Oxford to try for a Corpus scholarship, in which he failed. He remained for 2 years more at the Truro Grammar School, and then went to Cambridge, where he was entered at St. John's College. Who should he find already settled there as a student but his old champion of the Truro Grammar School? Their friendship was renewed, and the elder student from that time forward acted as the mentor, of the younger one. Martin was fitful in his studies, excitable and petulant, and occasionally subject to fits of almost uncontrollable rage. His big friend, on the other hand, was a steady, patient, hard-working fellow, and he never ceased to watch over, to guide, and to advise for good his irritable fellow-student. He kept Martin out of the way of evil company, advised him to work hard, not for the praise of men, but for the glory of God, and so successfully assisted him in his studies that at the following Christmas examination he was the first of his year. Yet Martin's kind friend and mentor never achieved any distinction himself. He passed away into obscurity, leading, most probably, a useful, though an unknown career. His greatest wish in life having been to shape the character of his friend, to inspire his soul with the love of truth, and to prepare him for the noble work on which he shortly after entered, of an Indian missionary. A somewhat similar incident is said to have occurred in the college career of Dr. Paley. When a student at Christ's College, Cambridge, he was distinguished for his shrewdness as well as his clumsiness, and he was at the same time the favorite and the butt of his companions. Though his natural abilities were great, he was thoughtless, idle, and a spendthrift. And at the commencement of his third year he had made comparatively little progress. After one of his usual night dissipations, a friend stood by his bedside on the following morning. "Paley," said he, "I have not been able to sleep for thinking about you. I have been thinking about what a fool you are. I have the means of dissipation, and can afford to be idle. You are poor, and cannot afford it. I could do nothing, probably, even were I to try. You are capable of doing anything. I have lain awake all night thinking about your folly, and I have now come solemnly to warn you. Indeed, if you persist in your indolence, and go on in this way, I must renounce your society altogether." It is said that Paley was so powerfully affected by this admonition that from that moment he became an altered man. He formed an entirely new plan of life, and diligently persevered in it. He became one of the most industrious of students. One by one he distanced his competitors, and at the end of the year he came out senior wrangler. What he afterwards accomplished as an author and a divine is sufficiently well known. No one recognized more fully the influence of personal example on the young than did Dr. Arnold. It was the great lever with which he worked in striving to elevate the character of his school. He made it his principal object, first to put a right spirit into the leading boys, by attracting their good and noble feelings, and then to make them instrumental in propagating the same spirit among the rest, by the influence of imitation, example, and admiration. He endeavored to make all feel that they were fellow workers with himself, and sharers with him in the moral responsibility for the good government of the place. One of the first effects of this high-minded system of management was that it inspired the boys with strength and self-respect. They felt that they were trusted. There were, of course, mauvais sujets at Rugby, as there are at all schools, and these it was the master's duty to watch, to prevent their bad example contaminating others. On one occasion he said to an assistant master, "Do you see those two boys walking together? I never saw them together before. You should make an especial point of observing the company they keep. Nothing so tells the changes in a boy's character." Dr. Arnold's own example was an inspiration, as is that of every great teacher. In his presence young men learned to respect themselves, and out of the root of self-respect there grew up the manly virtues. His very presence, says his biographer, seemed to create a new spring of health and vigor within them, and to give to life an interest and elevation which remained with them long after they had left him, and dwelt so habitually in their thoughts as a living image that, when death had taken him away, the bond appeared to be still unbroken, and the sense of separation almost lost in the still deeper sense of a life and a union indestructible. And thus it was that Dr. Arnold trained a host of manly and noble characters who spread the influence of his example in all parts of the world. So also was it said of Douglas Stewart that he breathed the love of virtue into whole generations of pupils. To me, says the late Lord Cockburn, his lectures were like the opening of the heavens. I felt that I had a soul. His noble views, unfolded in glorious sentences, elevated me into a higher world. They changed my whole nature. End of section 9.
Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 3, Part B. Companionship and Examples. Character tells in all conditions of life. The man of good character in a workshop will give the tone to his fellows and elevate their entire aspirations. Thus Franklin, while a workman in London, is said to have reformed the manners of an entire workshop. So the man of bad character and debased energy will unconsciously lower and degrade his fellows. Captain John Brown, the marching on Brown, once said to Emerson that, "For a settler in a new country, one good believing man is worth 100, nay, worth 1,000 men without character." His example is so contagious that all other men are directly and beneficially influenced by him, and he insensibly elevates and lifts them up to his own standard of energetic activity. Communication with the good is invariably productive of good. The good character is diffusive in his influence. "I was common clay till roses were planted in me," says one aromatic earth in the Eastern fable. Like begets like, and good makes good. "It is astonishing," says Canon Moseley, "how much good goodness makes. Nothing that is good is alone, nor anything bad. It makes others good or others bad, and that other, and so on. Like a stone thrown into a pond, which makes circles that make other wider ones, and then others, till the last reaches the shore. Almost all the good that is in the world has, I suppose, thus come down to us traditionally from remote times, and often unknown centers of good." So Mr. Ruskin says, "That which is born of evil begets evil, and that which is born of valor and honor teaches valor and honor." Hence it is that the life of every man is a daily inculcation of good or bad example to others. The life of a good man is at the same time the most eloquent lesson of virtue and the most severe reproof of vice. Dr. Hooker described the life of a pious clergyman of his acquaintance as visible rhetoric, convincing even the most godless of the beauty of goodness. And so the good George Herbert said on entering upon the duties of his parish, "Above all, I will be sure to live well, because the virtuous life of a clergyman is the most powerful eloquence, to persuade all who see it to reverence and love, and, at least, to desire to live like him. And this I will do," he added, "because I know we live in an age that hath more need of good examples than precepts." It was a fine saying of the same good priest, when reproached with doing an act of kindness to a poor man, considered beneath the dignity of his office, that the thought of such actions would prove music to him at midnight. Isaac Walton speaks of a letter written by George Herbert to Bishop Andrews about a holy life, which the latter put into his bosom, and after showing it to his scholars, did always return it to the place where he first lodged it, and continued it so near his heart till the last day of his life. Great is the power of goodness to charm and to command. The man inspired by it is the true king of men, drawing all hearts after him. When General Nicholson lay wounded on his deathbed before Delhi, he dictated this last message to his equally noble and gallant friend, Sir Herbert Edwards.
"Tell him," said he, "I should have been a better man if I had continued to live with him, and our heavy public duties had not prevented my seeing more of him privately. I was always the better for a residence with him and his wife, however short. Give my love to them both." There are men in whose presence we feel as if we breathed a spiritual ozone, refreshing and invigorating, like inhaling mountain air, or enjoying a bath of sunshine. The power of Sir Thomas More's gentle nature was so great that it subdued the bad at the same time that it inspired the good. Lord Brooke said of his deceased friend Sir Philip Sidney that his wit and understanding beat upon his heart, to make himself and others not in word or opinion, but in life and action, good and great. The very sight of a great and good man is often an inspiration to the young, who cannot help admiring and loving the gentle, the brave, the truthful, the magnanimous. Chateaubriand saw Washington only once, but it inspired him for life. After describing the interview, he says, "Washington sank into the tomb before any little celebrity had attached to my name. I passed before him as the most unknown of beings. He was in all his glory, I in the depth of my obscurity. My name probably dwelt not a whole day in his memory. Happy, however, was I that his looks were cast upon me. I have felt warmed for it all the rest of my life. There is a virtue even in the looks of a great man." When Niebuhr died, his friend, Frederick Perthes, said of him, "What a contemporary! The terror of all bad and base men, the stay of all the sterling and honest, the friend and helper of youth." Perthes said on another occasion, "It does a wrestling man good to be constantly surrounded by tried wrestlers. Evil thoughts are put to flight when the eye falls on the portrait of one in whose living presence one would have blushed to own them." A Catholic moneylender, when about to cheat, was wont to draw a veil over the picture of his favorite saint. So Hazlitt has said of the portrait of a beautiful female, that it seemed as if an unhandsome action would be impossible in its presence. "It does one good to look upon his manly honest face," said a poor German woman, pointing to a portrait of the great reformer hung upon the wall of her humble dwelling. Even the portrait of a noble or a good man hung up in a room is companionship after a sort. It gives us a closer personal interest in him. Looking at the features, we feel as if we knew him better and were more nearly related to him. It is a link that connects us with a higher and better nature than our own. And though we may be far from reaching the standard of our hero, we are, to a certain extent, sustained and fortified by his depicted presence constantly before us. Fox was proud to acknowledge how much he owed to the example and conversation of Burke. On one occasion he said of him that if he was to put all the political information he had gained from books, all that he had learned from science, or that the knowledge of the world and its affairs taught him into one scale, and the improvement he had derived from Mr. Burke's conversation and instruction into the other, the latter would preponderate. Professor Tyndall speaks of Faraday's friendship as energy and inspiration. After spending an evening with him, he wrote, "His work excites admiration, but contact with him warms and elevates the heart. Here surely is a strong man. I love strength, but let me not forget the example of its union with modesty, tenderness, and sweetness in the character of Faraday." Even the gentlest natures are powerful to influence the character of others for good. Thus Wordsworth seems to have been especially impressed by the character of his sister Dorothy, who exercised upon his mind and heart a lasting influence. He describes her as the blessing of his boyhood as well as of his manhood. Though 2 years younger than himself, her tenderness and sweetness contributed greatly to mold his nature and open his mind to the influences of poetry. "She gave me eyes, she gave me ears, and humble cares and delicate fears, a heart, the fountain of sweet tears, and love and thought and joy."
Thus the gentlest natures are enabled, by the power of affection and intelligence, to mold the characters of men destined to influence and elevate their race through all time. Sir William Napier attributed the early direction of his character first to the impress made upon it by his mother when a boy, and afterwards to the noble example of his commander, Sir John Moore, when a man. Moore early detected the qualities of the young officer, and he was one of those to whom the general addressed the encouragement, "Well done, my majors," at Corunna. Writing home to his mother and describing the little court by which Moore was surrounded, he wrote, "Where shall we find such a king?" It was to his personal affection for his chief that the world is mainly indebted to Sir William Napier for his great book, The History of the Peninsular War. But he was stimulated to write the book by the advice of another friend, the late Lord Langdale, while one day walking with him across the fields on which Belgravia is now built. "It was Lord Langdale," he says, "who first kindled the fire within me." And of Sir William Napier himself, his biographer truly says that no thinking person could ever come in contact with him without being strongly impressed with the genius of the man. The career of the late Dr. Marshall Hall was a lifelong illustration of the influence of character in forming character. Many eminent men still living trace their success in life to his suggestions and assistance, without which several valuable lines of study and investigation might not have been entered on, at least at so early a period. He would say to young men about him, "Take up a subject and pursue it well, and you cannot fail to succeed." And often he would throw out a new idea to a young friend, saying, "I make you a present of it. There is fortune in it, if you pursue it with energy." Energy of character has always a power to evoke energy in others. It acts through sympathy, one of the most influential of human agencies. The zealous, energetic man unconsciously carries others along with him. His example is contagious and compels imitation. He exercises a sort of electric power, which sends a thrill through every fiber, flows into the nature of those about him, and makes them give out sparks of fire. Dr. Arnold's biographer, speaking of the power of this kind exercised by him over young men, says, "It was not so much an enthusiastic admiration for true genius or learning or eloquence which stirred within them. It was a sympathetic thrill, caught from a spirit that was earnestly at work in the world, whose work was healthy, sustained, and constantly carried forward in the fear of God, a work that was founded on a deep sense of its duty and its value." Such a power exercised by men of genius evokes courage, enthusiasm, and devotion. It is this intense admiration for individuals, such as one cannot conceive entertained for a multitude, which has in all times produced heroes and martyrs. It is thus that the mastery of character makes itself felt. It acts by inspiration, quickening and vivifying the natures subject to its influence. Great minds are rich in radiating force, not only exerting power, but communicating and even creating it. Thus Dante raised and drew after him a host of great spirits. Petrarch, Boccaccio, Tasso, and many more. From him Milton learnt to bear the strings of evil tongues and the contumely of evil days. And long years after, Byron, thinking of Dante under the pine trees of Ravenna, was incited to attune his harp to loftier strains than he had ever attempted before. Dante inspired the greatest painters of Italy, Giotto, Orcagna, Michelangelo, and Raphael. So Ariosto and Titian mutually inspired one another, and lighted up each other's glory. Great and good men draw others after them, exciting the spontaneous admiration of mankind. This admiration of noble character elevates the mind and tends to redeem it from the bondage of self, one of the greatest stumbling blocks to moral improvement. The recollection of men who have signalized themselves by great thoughts or great deeds seems as if to create for the time a pure atmosphere around us, and we feel as if our aims and purposes were unconsciously elevated. "Tell me who you admire," said Santa Beuve, "and I will tell you what you are, at least as regards your talents, tastes, and character. Do you admire mean men? Your own nature is mean.
Do you admire rich men? You are of the earth, earthy. Do you admire men of title? You are a toad-eater or a tuft-hunter. Do you admire honest, brave, and manly men? You are yourself of an honest, brave, and manly spirit. It is in the season of youth, while the character is forming, that the impulse to admire is the greatest. As we advance in life, we crystallize into habit, and nil admirari too often becomes our motto. It is well to encourage the admiration of great characters while the nature is plastic and open to impressions. For if the good are not admired, as young men will have their heroes of some sort, most probably the great bad may be taken by them for models. Hence it always rejoiced Dr. Arnold to hear his pupils expressing admiration of great deeds, or full of enthusiasm for persons or even scenery. "I believe," said he, "that nil admirari is the devil's favorite text." And he could not choose a better to introduce his pupils into the more esoteric parts of his doctrine. And therefore I have always looked upon a man infected with the disorder of anti-romance as one who has lost the finest part of his nature, and his best protection against everything low and foolish. End of section 10. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 3, Part C. Companionship and Examples. It was a fine trait in the character of Prince Albert that he was always so ready to express generous admiration of the good deeds of others. He had the greatest delight, says the ablest delineator of his character, in anybody else saying a fine saying, or doing a great deed. He would rejoice over it, and talk about it for days, and whether it was a thing nobly said or done by a little child, or by a veteran statesman, it gave him equal pleasure. He delighted in humanity, doing well on any occasion and in any manner. "No quality," said Dr. Johnson, "will get a man more friends than a sincere admiration of the qualities of others. It indicates generosity of nature, frankness, cordiality, and cheerful recognition of merit." It was to the sincere, it might almost be said the reverential, admiration of Johnson by Boswell that we owe one of the best biographies ever written. One is disposed to think that there must have been some genuine good qualities in Boswell to have been attracted by such a man as Johnson, and to have kept faithful to his worship in spite of rebuffs and snubbings innumerable. Macaulay speaks of Boswell as an altogether contemptible person, as a coxcomb and a bore, weak, vain, pushing, curious, garrulous, and without wit, humor, or eloquence. But Carlyle is doubtless more just in his characterization of the biographer, in whom, vain and foolish though he was in many respects, he sees a man penetrated by the old reverent feeling of discipleship, full of love and admiration for true wisdom and excellence. Without such qualities, Carlyle insists, the life of Johnson never could have been written. Boswell wrote a good book, he says, because he had a heart and an eye to discern wisdom, and an utterance to render it forth, because of his free insight, his lively talent, and above all, of his love and childlike open-mindedness. Most young men of generous mind have their heroes, especially if they be book readers. Thus Allan Cunningham, when a mason's apprentice in Nithsdale, walked all the way to Edinburgh for the sole purpose of seeing Sir Walter Scott as he passed along the street. We unconsciously admire the enthusiasm of the lad, and respect the impulse which impelled him to make the journey. It is related of Sir Joshua Reynolds that when a boy of 10, he thrust his hand through intervening rows of people to touch Pope, as if there were a sort of virtue in the contact. At a much later period, the painter Haydon was proud to see and to touch Reynolds when on a visit to his native place. Rogers the poet used to tell of his ardent desire, when a boy, to see Dr. Johnson. But when his hand was on the knocker of the house in Bolt Court, his courage failed him, and he turned away. So the late Isaac Disraeli, when a youth, called at Bolt Court for the same purpose, and though he had the courage to knock, to his dismay he was informed by the servant that the great lexicographer had breathed his last only a few hours before. On the contrary, small and ungenerous minds cannot admire heartily. To their own great misfortune they cannot recognize, much less reverence, great men and great things. The mean nature admires meanly. The toad's highest idea of beauty is his toadess. The small snob's highest idea of manhood is the great snob. The slave dealer values a man according to his muscles. When a guinea trader was told by Sir Godfrey Kneller in the presence of Pope that he saw before him two of the greatest men in the world, he replied, "I don't know how great you may be, but I don't like your looks. I have often bought a man much better than both of you together, all bones and muscles, for 10 guineas. Although Rochefoucauld, in one of his maxims, says that there is something that is not altogether disagreeable to us in the misfortunes of even our best friends, it is only the small and essentially mean nature that finds pleasure in the disappointment and annoyance at the success of others. There are, unhappily for themselves, persons so constituted that they have not the heart to be generous. The most disagreeable of all people are those who sit in the seat of the scorner. Persons of this sort often come to regard the success of others, even in a good work, as a kind of personal offense. They cannot bear to hear another praised, especially if he belong to their own art, or calling, or profession. They will pardon a man's failures, but cannot forgive his doing a thing better than they can do. And where they have themselves failed, they are found to be the most merciless of detractors. The sour critic thinks of his rival, "When heaven with such parts has blessed him, have I not reason to detest him?" The mean mind occupies itself with sneering, carping, and fault-finding, and is ready to scoff at everything but impudent effrontery or successful vice. The greatest consolation of such persons are the defects of men of character. If the wise erred not, says George Herbert, it would go hard with fools. Yet, though wise men may learn of fools by avoiding their errors, fools rarely profit by the example which wise men set them. A German writer has said that it is a miserable temper that cares only to discover the blemishes in the character of great men or great periods. Let us rather judge them with the charity of Bolingbroke, who, when reminded of one of the alleged weaknesses of Marlborough, observed, "He was so great a man that I forgot he had that defect." Admiration of great men, living or dead, naturally evokes imitation of them in a greater or less degree. While a mere youth, the mind of Themistocles was fired by the great deeds of his contemporaries, and he longed to distinguish himself in the service of his country. When the battle of Marathon had been fought, he fell into a state of melancholy. When asked by his friends as to the cause, he replied that the trophies of Miltiades would not suffer him to sleep. A few years later we find him at the head of the Athenian army, defeating the Persian fleet of Xerxes, battles of Artemisium and Salamis, his country gratefully acknowledging that it had been saved through his wisdom and valor. Related of Thucydides that, when a boy, he burst into tears on hearing Herodotus read his history, and the impression made upon his mind was such as to determine the bent of his own genius. Demosthenes was so fired on one occasion by the eloquence of Callistratus that the ambition was roused within him of becoming an orator himself. Yet Demosthenes was physically weak, had a feeble voice, indistinct articulation, and shortness of breath, defects which he was only enabled to overcome by diligent study and invincible determination. But with all his practice, he never became a ready speaker. All his orations, especially the most famous of them, exhibiting indications of careful elaboration, the art and industry of the orator being visible in almost every sentence. Similar illustrations of character imitating character and molding itself by the style and manner and genius of great men are to be found pervading all history. Warriors, statesmen, orators, patriots, poets, and artists all have been more or less unconsciously nurtured by the lives and actions of others living before them or presented for their imitation. Great men have evoked the admiration of kings, popes, and emperors.
de Medicis never spoke to Michelangelo without uncovering, and Julius III made him sit by his side while a dozen cardinals were standing. Charles V made way for Titian, and one day when the brush dropped from the painter's hand, Charles stooped and picked it up, saying, "You deserve to be served by an emperor." Leo X threatened with excommunication whoever should print and sell the poems of Ariosto without the author's consent. The same pope attended the deathbed of Raphael, as Francis I did that of Leonardo da Vinci. Haydn once archly observed that he was loved and esteemed by everybody except professors of music. All the greatest musicians were unusually ready to recognize each other's greatness. Haydn himself seems to have been entirely free from petty jealousy. His admiration of the famous Porpora was such that he resolved to gain admission to his house and serve him as a valet. Having made the acquaintance of the family with whom Porpora lived, he was allowed to officiate in that capacity. Each morning he took care to brush the veteran's coat, polish his shoes, and put his rusty wig in order. At first Porpora growled at the intruder, but his asperity soon softened, and eventually melted into affection. He quickly discovered his valet's genius, and, by his instructions, directed it into the line in which Haydn eventually acquired so much distinction. Haydn himself was enthusiastic in his admiration of Handel. "He is the father of us all," he said on one occasion. Scarlatti followed Handel in admiration all over Italy, and, when his name was mentioned, he crossed himself in token of veneration. Mozart's recognition of the great composer was not less hearty. "When he chooses," said he, "Handel strikes like the thunderbolt." Beethoven hailed him as the monarch of the musical kingdom. Beethoven was dying. One of his friends sent him a present of Handel's works, in 40 volumes. They were brought into his chamber, and gazing on them with reanimated eye, he exclaimed, pointing at them with his finger, "There is the truth." Haydn not only recognized the genius of the great men who had passed away, but of his young contemporaries, Mozart and Beethoven. Small men may be envious of their fellows, but really great men seek out and love each other. Of Mozart, Haydn wrote, "I only wish I could impress on every friend of music, and on great men in particular, the same depth of musical sympathy and profound appreciation of Mozart's inimitable music that I myself feel and enjoy. Then nations would vie with each other to possess such a jewel within their frontiers. Prague ought not only to strive to retain this precious man, but also to remunerate him, for without this the history of a great genius is sad indeed. It enrages me to think that the unparalleled Mozart is not yet engaged by some imperial or royal court. Forgive my excitement, but I love the man so dearly." Mozart was equally generous in his recognition of the merits of Haydn. "Sir," he said to a critic, speaking of the latter, "if you and I were both melted down together, we should not furnish materials for one Haydn." And when Mozart first heard Beethoven, he observed, "Listen to that young man. Be assured that he will yet make a great name in the world." Buffon set Newton above all other philosophers, and admired him so highly that he had always his portrait before him while he sat at work. So Schiller looked upon Shakespeare, whom he studied reverently and zealously for years, until he became capable of comprehending nature at first hand, and then his admiration became even more ardent than before. Pitt was Canning's master and hero, whom he followed and admired with attachment and devotion. "To one man while he lived," said Canning, "I was devoted with all my heart and all my soul. Since the death of Mr. Pitt, I acknowledge no leader. My political allegiance lies buried in his grave." A French physiologist, Monsieur Roux, was occupied one day in lecturing to his pupils, when Sir Charles Bell, whose discoveries were even better known and more highly appreciated abroad than at home, strolled into his classroom. The professor, recognizing his visitor, at once stopped his exposition, saying, "Messieurs, c'est assez pour ajouter, vous avez vu Sir Charles Bell?" The first acquaintance with a great work of art
has usually proved an important event in every young artist's life. When Correggio first gazed on Raphael's Saint Cecilia, he felt within himself an awakened power and exclaimed, "And I too am a painter." So Constable used to look back on his first sight of Claude's picture of Hagar as forming an epoch in his career. Sir George Beaumont's admiration of the same picture was such that he always took it with him in his carriage when he traveled from home. The examples set by the great and good do not die. They continue to live and speak to all the generations that succeed them. It was very impressively observed by Mr. Disraeli in the House of Commons shortly after the death of Mr. Cobden. There is this consolation remaining to us, when we remember our unequaled and irreparable losses, that those great men are not altogether lost to us, that their words will often be quoted in this house, that their examples will often be referred to and appealed to, and that even their expressions will form part of our discussions and debates. There are now, I may say, some members of Parliament who, though they may not be present, are still members of this House, who are independent of disillusions, of the caprices of constituencies, and even of the course of time. I think that Mr. Cobden was one of those men. It is the great lesson of biography to teach what man can be and can do at his best. It may thus give each man renewed strength and confidence. The humblest, in sight of even the greatest, may admire and hope and take courage. These great brothers of ours in blood and lineage, who live a universal life, still speak to us from their graves, and beckon us on in the paths which they have trod. Their example is still with us, to guide, to influence, and to direct us. For nobility of character is a perpetual bequest, living from age to age, and constantly tending to reproduce its like. The sage, say the Chinese, is the instructor of 100 ages. When the manners of Lu are heard of, the stupid become intelligent, and the wavering determined. Thus the acted life of a good man continues to be a gospel of freedom and emancipation to all who succeed him. To live in hearts we leave behind is not to die. The golden words that good men have uttered, the examples they have set, live through all time. They pass into the thoughts and hearts of their successors, help them on the road of life, and often console them in the hour of death. And the most miserable and most painful of deaths, said Henry Martyn, the Commonwealth man who died in prison, is as nothing compared with the memory of a well-spent life. And great alone is he who has earned the glorious privilege of bequeathing such a lesson and example to his successors. End of section 11.
Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 4, Part A. Arise therefore and be doing, and the Lord be with thee. 1 Chronicles 22:16. Work as if thou hadst to live for aye, worship as if thou wert to die today. Tuscan Proverb. Se parle travail con règne. Louis XIV. Blessed work! If ever thou wert curse of God, what must his blessings be? J.B. Selkirk. Let every man be occupied, and occupied in the highest employment of which his nature is capable, and die with the consciousness that he has done his best. Sidney Smith. Work is one of the best educators of practical character. It evokes and disciplines obedience, self-control, attention, application, and perseverance, giving a man deftness and skill in his special calling, and aptitude and dexterity in dealing with the affairs of ordinary life. Work is the law of our being, the living principle that carries men and nations onward. The greater number of men have to work with their hands, as a matter of necessity, in order to live. But all must work in one way or another, if they would enjoy life as it ought to be enjoyed. Labor may be a burden and a chastisement, but it is also an honor and a glory. Without it, nothing can be accomplished. All that is great in man comes through work, and civilization is its product. Were labor abolished, the race of Adam were at once stricken by moral death. It is idleness that is the curse of man, not labor. Idleness eats the heart out of men as of nations and consumes them as rust does iron. When Alexander conquered the Persians and had an opportunity of observing their manners, he remarked that they did not seem conscious that there could be anything more servile than a life of pleasure, or more princely than a life of toil. When the Emperor Severus lay on his deathbed at York, whither he had been borne on a litter from the foot of the Grampians, his final watchwords to his soldiers was, Laboremus, we must work, and nothing but constant toil maintained the power and extended the authority of the Roman generals. In describing the earlier social condition of Italy, when the ordinary occupations of rural life were considered compatible with the highest civic dignity, Pliny speaks of the triumphant generals and their men, returning contentedly to the plough. In those days, the lands were tilled by the hands even of generals, the soil exulting beneath a ploughshare crowned with laurels, and guided by a husbandman graced with triumphs, ipsorum tunc manibus imperatorum collibantur agri, ut fast est credere, gaudente terra vomere laureato et triumphali aratore. It was only after slaves became extensively employed in all departments of industry that labor came to be regarded as dishonorable and servile. And so soon as the indolence and luxury became the characteristics of the ruling classes of Rome, the downfall of the empire, sooner or later, was inevitable. There is, perhaps, no tendency of our nature that has to be more carefully guarded against than indolence. When Mr. Gurney asked an intelligent foreigner who had traveled over the greater part of the world whether he had observed any one quality which, more than another, could be regarded as a universal characteristic of our species, his answer was, in broken English, Me tink dat all men love lazy. It is the characteristic of the savage as of the despot. It is natural to men to endeavor to enjoy the products of labor without its toils. Indeed, so universal is this desire that James Mill has argued that it was to prevent its indulgence at the expense of society at large, that the expedient of government was originally invented. Indolence is equally degrading to individuals as to nations. Sloth never made its mark in the world and never will. Sloth never climbed a hill, nor overcame a difficulty that it could avoid. Indolence always failed in life and always will. It is in the nature of things that it should not succeed in anything. It is a burden, an encumbrance, and a nuisance, always useless, complaining, melancholy, and miserable. Burton, in his quaint and curious book, the only one, Johnson says, that ever took him out of bed 2 hours sooner than he wished to rise, describes the causes of melancholy as hinging mainly on idleness. Idleness, he says, is the bane of body and mind, the nurse of naughtiness, the chief mother of all mischief, one of the 7 deadly sins, the devil's cushion, his pillow and chief reposal. An idle dog will be mangy, and how shall an idle person escape? Idleness of the mind is much worse than that of the body. Wit without employment is a disease, the rust of the soul, a plague, a hell itself. As in a standing pool, worms and filthy creepers increase, so do evil and corrupt thoughts in an idle person. The soul is contaminated. Thus much I dare boldly say, he or she that is idle, be they of what condition they will, never so rich, so well allied, fortunate, happy, let them have all things in abundance and felicity that heart can wish and desire, all contentment, so long as he or she or they are idle, they shall never be pleased, never well in body or mind, but weary still, sickly still, vexed still, loathing still, weeping, sighing, grieving, suspecting, offended with the world, with every object, wishing themselves gone or dead, or else carried away with some foolish fantasy or other. Burton says a great deal more to the same effect, the burden and lesson of his book being embodied in the pregnant sentence with which it winds up. Only take this for a corollary and conclusion. As thou tenderest thine own welfare in this, and all other melancholy, thy good health of body and mind, observe this short precept. Give not way to solitariness and idleness. Be not solitary, be not idle. The indolent, however, are not wholly indolent. Through the body may shirk labor, the brain is not idle. If it do not grow corn, it will grow thistles, which will be found springing up all along the idle man's course in life. The ghosts of indolence rise up in the dark, ever staring the recreant in the face, and tormenting him. The gods are just, and of our pleasant vices make instrument to scourge us. True happiness is never found in torpor of the faculties, but in their action and useful employment. It is indolence that exhausts, not action, in which there is life, health, and pleasure. The spirits may be exhausted and wearied by employment, but they are utterly wasted by idleness. Hence a wise physician was accustomed to regard occupation as one of the most valuable remedial measures. Nothing is so injurious, said Dr. Marshall Hall, as unoccupied time. An archbishop of Mayence used to say that the human heart is like a millstone. If you put wheat under it, it grinds the wheat into flour. If you put no wheat, it grinds on, but then 'tis itself it wears away. Indolence is usually full of excuses, and the sluggard, though unwilling to work, is often an active sophist. There is a lion in the path, or the hill is hard to climb, or there is no use trying, I have tried and failed and cannot do it. To the sophistries of such an excuser, Sir Samuel Romilly once wrote to a young man, "My attack upon your indolence, loss of time, etc., was most serious, and I really think that it can be to nothing but your habitual want of exertion that can be ascribed to your using such curious arguments as you do in your defense. Your theory is this: every man does all the good that he can. If a particular individual does no good, it is a proof that he is incapable of doing it. That you don't write proves that you can't, and your want of inclination demonstrates your want of talents. What an admirable system! And what beneficial effects would it be attended with, if it were but universally received? It has been truly said that to desire to possess, without being burdened with the trouble of acquiring, is as much a sign of weakness as to recognize that everything worth having is only to be got by paying its price, is the prime secret of practical strength. Even leisure cannot be enjoyed unless it is won by effort. If it have not been earned by work, the price has not been paid for it. There must be work before and work behind, with leisure to fall back upon, but the leisure, without the work, can no more be enjoyed than a surfeit. Life must needs be disgusting alike to the idle rich man as to the idle poor man, who has no work to do, or, having work, will not do it. The words found tattooed on the right arm of a sentimental beggar of 40, undergoing his 8th imprisonment in the jail of Bourges in France, might be adopted as the motto of all idlers. Le pas me trompe, le présent me tourmente, l'avenir m'épouvante. The past has deceived me, the present torments me, the future terrifies me. The duty of industry applies to all classes and conditions of society. All have their work to do in the irrespective conditions of life, the rich as well as the poor. The gentleman by birth and education, however richly he may be endowed with worldly possessions, cannot but feel that he is in duty bound to contribute his quota of endeavor towards the general well-being in which he shares. He cannot be satisfied with being fed, clad, and maintained by the labors of others, without making some suitable return to society that upholds him. An honest, high-minded man would revolt at the idea of sitting down to and enjoying a feast, and then going away without paying his share of the reckoning. To be idle and useless is neither an honor nor a privilege. And though persons of small natures may be content merely to consume, fruge consumere nati, men of average endowment, of manly aspirations, and of honest purpose, will feel such a condition to be incompatible with real honor and true dignity. I don't believe, said Lord Stanley, now Earl of Derby, at Glasgow, that an unemployed man, however amiable and otherwise respectable, ever was, or ever can be, really happy. As work is our life, show me what you can do, and I will show you what you are. I have spoken of love of one's work as the best preventative of merely low and vicious tastes. I will go further, and say that it is the best preservative against petty anxieties, and the annoyances that arise out of indulged self-love. Men have thought before now that they could take refuge from trouble and vexation by sheltering themselves as if it were in a world of their own. The experiment has often been tried, and always with one result. You cannot escape from anxiety and labor. It is the destiny of humanity. Those who shirk from facing trouble find that trouble comes to them. The indolent may contrive that he shall have less than his share of the world's work to do, but nature, proportioning the instinct to the work, contrives that the little shall be much and hard to him. The man who has only himself to please finds, sooner or later, and probably sooner than later, that he has got a very hard master, and the excessive weakness which shrinks from responsibility has its own punishment too. For where great interests are excluded, little matters become great, and the same wear and tear of mind that might have been at least usefully and healthfully expended on the real business of life is often wasted in petty and imaginary vexations, such as breed and multiply in the occupied brain. Even on the lowest ground, that of personal enjoyment, constant useful occupation is necessary. He who labors not cannot enjoy the reward of labor. We sleep sound, said Sir Walter Scott, and our waking hours are happy when they are employed. And a little sense of toil is necessary to the enjoyment of leisure, even when earned by study and sanctioned by the discharge of duty. It is true, there are men who die of overwork, but many more die of selfishness, indulgence, and idleness. Where men break down by overwork, it is most commonly for want of duly ordering their lives, and neglect of the ordinary conditions of physical health. Lord Stanley was probably right when he said, in his address to the Glasgow students above mentioned, that he doubted whether hard work, steadily and regularly carried on, ever yet hurt anybody. Then again, length of years is no proper test of length of life. A man's life is to be measured by what he does in it and what he feels in it. The more useful work the man does, and the more he thinks and feels, the more he really lives. The idle, useless man, no matter to what extent his life may be prolonged, merely vegetates. The early teachers of Christianity ennobled the lot of toil by their example. He that will not work, said St. Paul, neither shall he eat. And he glorified himself in that he had labored with his hands, and had not been chargeable to any man. When St. Boniface landed in Britain, he came with the gospel in one hand and a carpenter's rule in the other, and from England he afterwards passed over into Germany, carrying thither the art of building. Luther also, in the midst of a multitude of other employments, worked diligently for a living, earning his bread by gardening, building, turning, and even clock-making. It was characteristic of Napoleon, when visiting a work of mechanical excellence, to pay great respect to the inventor, and on taking his leave, to salute him with a low bow. Once at St. Helena, when walking with Mrs. Balcombe, some servants came along carrying a load. The lady, in an angry tone, ordered them out of the way, on which Napoleon interposed, saying, "Respect the burden, madam. Even the drudgery of the humblest laborer contributes toward the general well-being of society." And it was a wise saying of a Chinese emperor that, if there was a man who did not work, or a woman that was idle, somebody must suffer cold or hunger in the empire. End of section 12. Recording by Valentina Vicelli. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 4, Part B. The habit of constant useful occupation is as essential for the happiness and well-being of a woman as of a man. Without it, women are apt to sink into a state of listless ennui and uselessness, accompanied by sick headache and attacks of nerves. Caroline Perthes carefully warned her married daughter Louisa to beware of giving way to such listlessness. "I myself," she said, "when the children are gone out for a half-holiday, sometimes feel as stupid and dull as an owl by daylight. But one must not yield to this, which happens more or less to all young wives. The best relief is work, engaged in with interest and diligence. Work, then, constantly and diligently, at something or other, for idleness is the devil's snare for small and great, as your grandfather says, and he says true." Constant useful occupation is thus wholesome, not only for the body, but for the mind. While the slothful man drags himself indolently through life, and the better part of his nature sleeps a deep sleep, if not morally and spiritually dead, the energetic man is a source of activity and enjoyment to all who come within reach of his influence. Even any ordinary drudgery is better than idleness. Fuller says of Sir Francis Drake, who was early sent to sea and kept close to his work by his master, that such pains and patience in his youth knit the joints of his soul, and made them more solid and compact. Schiller used to say that he considered it a great advantage to be employed in the discharge of some daily mechanical duty, some regular routine of work, that rendered steady application necessary. Thousands can bear testimony to the truth of the saying of Greuze, the French painter, that work, employment, useful occupation, is one of the great secrets of happiness. Casaubon, was once induced by the entreaties of his friends to take a few days' entire rest, but he returned to his work with the remark that it was easier to bear illness doing something than doing nothing. When Charles Lamb was released for life from his daily drudgery of desk work at the India Office, he felt himself the happiest of men. "I would not go back to my prison," he said to a friend, 10 years longer for £10,000. He also wrote in the same ecstatic mood to Bernard Barton. "I have scarce steadiness of head to compose a letter," he said. "I am free, free as air. I will live another 50 years. Would I could sell you some of my leisure. Positively the best thing a man can do is nothing, and next to that, perhaps, good works." 2 years, 2 long and tedious years passed, and Charles Lamb's feelings had undergone an entire change. He now discovered that official, even humdrum work, the appointed round the daily task, had been good for him, though he knew it not. Time had formerly been his friend, it had now become his enemy. To Bernard Barton he again wrote, "I assure you, no work is worse than overwork. The mind preys on itself. The most unwholesome of food. I have ceased to care for almost anything. Never did the waters of heaven pour down upon a forlorner head. What I can do, and overdo, is to walk. I am a sanguinary murderer of time, but the oracle is silent." No man could be more sensible of the practical importance of industry than Sir Walter Scott, who was himself one of the most laborious and indefatigable of men. Indeed, Lockhart says of him that, taking all ages and countries together, the rare example of indefatigable energy, in union with serene self-possession of mind and manner, such as Scott's, must be sought for in the role of great sovereigns or great captains, rather than in that of literary genius. Scott himself was most anxious to impress upon the minds of his own children the importance of industry as a means of usefulness and happiness in the world. To his son Charles, when at school, he wrote, "I cannot too much impress upon your mind that labor is the condition which God has imposed on us in every station of life. There is nothing worth having that can be had without it, from the bread which the peasant wins with the sweat of his brow, to the sports by which the rich man must get rid of his ennui. As for knowledge, it can no more be planted in the human mind without labor than a field of wheat can be produced without the previous use of the plow. There is, indeed, this great difference, that chance or circumstances may so cause it that another shall reap what the farmer sows. But no man can be deprived, whether by accident or misfortune, of the fruits of his own studies, and the liberal and extended acquisitions of knowledge which he makes are all for his own use. Labor, therefore, my dear boy, and improve the time. In youth our steps are light, and our minds are ductile, and knowledge is easily laid up. But if we neglect our spring, our summers will be useless and contemptible, our harvest will be chaff, and the winter of our old age unrespected and desolate." Southey was as laborious a worker as Scott. Indeed, work might almost be said to form part of his religion. He was only 19 when he wrote these words. 19 years. Certainly a fourth part of my life. Perhaps how great a part, and yet I have been of no service to society. The clown who scares crows for 2 pence a day is a more useful man. He preserves the bread which I eat in idleness. And yet Southey had not been idle as a boy. On the contrary, he had been a most diligent student. He had not only read largely in English literature, but was well acquainted, through translations, with Tasso, Ariosto, Homer, and Ovid. He felt, however, as if his life had been purposeless, and he determined to do something. He began, and from that time he pursued an unremitting career of literary labor down to the close of his life, daily progressing in learning. To use his own words, not so learned as he is poor, not so poor as proud, not so proud as happy. The maxims of men often reveal their character. That of Sir Walter Scott was, never to be doing nothing. Robertson the historian, as early as his 15th year, adopted the maxim, Vita sine litteris mors est. Life without learning is death. Voltaire's motto was, Toujours à travail, always at work. The favorite maxim of Lacépède the naturalist was, Vivre c'est veiller. To live is to observe. It was also the maxim of Pliny. When Bossuet was at college, he was so distinguished by his ardor in study that his fellow students, playing upon his name, designated him as Bossuetus Oratro. the ox used to the plough, the name of Vitalis, life a struggle, which the Swedish poet Sweiberg assumed, as Friedrich von Hardenberg assumed that of Novalis, describe the aspirations and the labors of both these men of genius. We have spoken of work as a discipline. It is also an educator of character. Even work that produces no results because it is work is better than torpor, inasmuch as it educates faculty, and is thus preparatory to successful work. The habit of working teaches method. It compels economy of time, and the disposition of it with judicious forethought. And when the art of packing life with useful occupations is once acquired by practice, every minute will be turned to account, and leisure, when it comes, will be enjoyed with all the greater zest. Coleridge truly observed that, if the idler described as killing time, the methodical man may be justly said to call it into life and a moral being, while he makes it the distinct object not only of the consciousness, but of the conscience. He organizes the hours and gives them a soul, and by that, the very essence of which is to fleet and to have been, he communicates an imperishable and spiritual nature. Of the good and faithful servant, whose energies thus directed are thus methodized, it is less truly affirmed that he lives in time than that time lives in him. His days and months and years, as the stops and punctual marks in the record of duties performed, will survive the wreck of worlds, and remain extant when the time itself shall be no more. It is because application to business teaches method most effectually that it is so useful as an educator of character. The highest working qualities are best trained by active and sympathetic contact with others in the affairs of daily life. It does not matter whether the business relate to the management of a household or of a nation. Indeed, as we have endeavored to show in a preceding chapter, the able housewife must necessarily be an efficient woman of business. She must regulate and control the details of her home, keep her expenditure within her means, arrange everything according to plan and system, and wisely manage and govern those subject to her rule. Efficient domestic management implies industry, application, method, moral discipline, forethought, prudence, practical ability, insight into character, and power of organization, all of which are required in the efficient management of business of whatever sort. Business qualities have, indeed, a very large field of action. They mean aptitude for affairs, competency to deal successfully with the practical work of life, whether the spur of action lie in domestic management, in the conduct of a profession, in trade or commerce, in social organization, or in political government. And the training which gives efficiency in dealing with these various affairs is of all others the most useful in practical life. Moreover, it is the best discipline of character, for it involves the exercise of diligence, attention, self-denial, judgment, tact, knowledge of, and sympathy with others. Such a discipline is far more productive of happiness, as well as useful efficiency in life, than any amount of literary culture or meditative seclusion, for in the long run it will usually be found that practical ability carries it over intellect, and temper and habits over talent. It must, however, he added that this is a kind of culture that can only be acquired by diligent observation and carefully improved experience. To be a good blacksmith, said General Trochu in a recent publication, one must have forged all his life. To be a good administrator, one should have passed his whole life in the study and practice of business. It was characteristic of Sir Walter Scott to entertain the highest respect for able men of business, and he professed that he did not consider any amount of literary distinction as entitled to be spoken of in the same breath with the mastery in the higher departments of practical life, least of all with a first-rate captain. The great commander leaves nothing to chance, but provides for every contingency. He condescends to apparently trivial details. Thus, when Wellington was at the head of his army in Spain, he directed the precise manner in which the soldiers were to cook their provisions. When in India, he specified the exact speed at which the bullocks were to be driven. Every detail and equipment was carefully arranged beforehand. And thus not only was efficiency secured, but the devotion of his men and their boundless confidence in his command. Like other great captains, Wellington had an almost boundless capacity for work. He drew up the heads of a Dublin police bill, being still the Secretary for Ireland, when tossing off the mouth of the Mondego, with Junot and the French army waiting for him on the shore. So Caesar, another of the greatest commanders, is said to have written an essay on Latin rhetoric while crossing the Alps at the head of his army. And Wallenstein, when at the head of 60,000 men, and in the midst of a campaign with the enemy before him, dictated from headquarters the medical treatment of his poultry yard. Washington also was an indefatigable man of business. From his boyhood he diligently trained himself in habits of application, of study, and of methodical work. His manuscript school books, which are still preserved, show that, as early as the age of 13, he occupied himself voluntarily in copying out such things as forms of receipts, notes of hand, bills of exchange, bonds, indentures, leases, land warrants, and other dry documents, all written out with great care. And the habits which he thus early acquired were, in a great measure, the foundation of those admirable business qualities which he afterwards so successfully brought to bear in the affairs of government. The man or woman who achieves success in the management of any great affair of business is entitled to honor. It may be, to as much as the artist who paints a picture, or the author who writes a book, or the soldier who wins a battle. Their success may have been gained in the face of as great difficulties, and after as great struggles, and where they have won their battle, it is at least a peaceful one, and there is no blood on their hands. The idea has been entertained by some that business habits are incompatible with genius. In the life of Richard Lovell Edgeworth, it is observed of a Mr. Bicknell, a respectable but ordinary man, of whom little is known but that he married Sabrina Sidney, the Elvay of Thomas Day, author of Sandford and Merton, that he had some of the two usual faults of a man of genius. He detested the drudgery of business. But there cannot be a greater mistake. The greatest geniuses have, without exception, been the greatest workers, even to the extent of drudgery. They have not only worked harder than ordinary men, but brought to their work higher faculties and a more ardent spirit. Nothing great and durable was ever improvised. It is only by noble patience and noble labor that the masterpieces of genius have been achieved. End of section 13. Recording by Valentina Vicelli. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 4, Part C. Power belongs only to the workers. The idlers are always powerless. It is the laborious and painstaking men who are the rulers of the world. There has not been a statesman of eminence, but was a man of industry. It is by toil, said even Louis XIV, that kings govern. When Clarendon described Hampden, he spoke of him as of an industry and vigilance not to be tired out, or wearied by the most laborious, and of parts not to be imposed on by the most subtle and sharp, and of a personal courage equal to his best parts. While in the midst of his laborious though self-imposed duties, Hampden, on one occasion, wrote to his mother, "My life is nothing but toil, and hath been for many years. Now to the Commonwealth, now to the King. Not so much time left as to doe my duty to my dear parents, nor to send to them." Indeed, all the statesmen of the Commonwealth were great toilers, and Clarendon himself, whether in office or out of it, was a man of indefatigable application and industry. The same energetic vitality, as displayed in the power of working, has distinguished all the eminent men in our own as well as in past times. During the anti-corn law movement, Cobden, writing to a friend, described himself as working like a horse, with not a moment to spare. Lord Brougham was a remarkable instance of the indefatigably active and laborious man, and it might be said of Lord Palmerston that he worked harder for success in his extreme old age than he had ever done in the prime of his manhood, preserving his working faculty, his good humor, and his bonhomie, unimpaired to the end. He himself was accustomed to say that being in office and consequently full of work was good for his health. It rescued him from ennui. Helvetius even held that it is man's sense of ennui that is the chief cause of his superiority over the brute, that it is the necessity which he feels for escaping from its intolerable suffering that forces him to employ himself actively, and is hence the great stimulus to human progress. Indeed, this living principle of constant work, of abundant occupation, of practical contact with men in the affairs of life, has in all times been the best ripener of the energetic vitality of strong natures. Business habits, cultivated and disciplined, are found alike useful in every pursuit, whether in politics, literature, science, or art. Thus, a great deal of the best literary work has been done by men systematically trained in business pursuits. The same industry, application, economy of time and labor, which have rendered them useful in one sphere of employment, have been found equally available in the other. Most of the early English writers were men of affairs, trained to business, for no literary class as yet existed, excepting it might be the priesthood. Chaucer, the father of English poetry, was first a soldier, and afterwards a controller of petty customs. The office was no sinecure either, for he had to write up all the records with his own hand, and when he had done his reckonings at the custom house, he returned with delight to his favorite studies at home, poring over his books until his eyes were dazed and dull. The great writers in the reign of Elizabeth, during which there was such a development of robust life in England, were not literary men according to the modern acceptation of the word, but men of action trained in business. Spenser acted as secretary to the Lord Deputy of Ireland. Raleigh was, by turns, a courtier, soldier, sailor, and discoverer. Sidney was a politician, diplomatist, and soldier. Bacon was a laborious lawyer before he became Lord Keeper and Lord Chancellor. Sir Thomas Browne was a physician in country practice at Norwich. Hooker was the hard-working pastor of a country parish. Shakespeare was the manager of a theatre, in which he was himself but an indifferent actor, and he seems to have been even more careful of his money investments than he was of his intellectual offspring. Yet these, all men of active business habits, are among the greatest writers of any age. The period of Elizabeth and James I, standing out in the history of England as the era of its greatest literary activity and splendor. In the reign of Charles I, Cowley held various offices of trust and confidence. He acted as private secretary to several of the royalist leaders, and was afterwards engaged as private secretary to the Queen, enciphering and deciphering the correspondence which passed between her and Charles I, the work occupying all his days, and often his nights, during several years. And while Cowley was thus employed in the royal cause, Milton was employed by the Commonwealth, of which he was the Latin secretary, and afterwards secretary to the Lord Protector. Yet, in the earlier part of his life, Milton was occupied in the humble vocation of a teacher. Dr. Johnson says that in his school, as in everything else which he undertook, he labored with great diligence. There is no reason for doubting. It was after the Restoration, when his official employment ceased, that Milton entered upon the principal literary work of his life. But before he undertook the writing of his great epic, he deemed it indispensable that to industrious and select reading he should add steady observation and insight into all seemly and generous arts and affairs. Locke held office in different reigns, first under Charles II as secretary to the Board of Trade, and afterwards under William III as commissioner of appeals and of trade and plantations. Many literary men of eminence held office in Queen Anne's reign. Thus Addison was Secretary of State, Steele Commissioner of Stamps, Prior, Under Secretary of State, and afterwards Ambassador to France, Tickell, Under Secretary of State, and Secretary to the Lords Justices of Ireland, Congreve, Secretary of Jamaica, and Gay, Secretary of Legation at Hanover. Indeed, habits of business, instead of unfitting a cultivated mind for scientific or literary pursuits, are often the best training for them. Voltaire insisted with truth that the real spirit of business and literature are the same, the perfection of each being the union of energy and thoughtfulness, of cultivated intelligence and practical wisdom, of the active and contemplative essence, a union commended by Lord Bacon as the concentrated excellence of man's nature. It has been said that even the man of genius can write nothing worth reading in relation to human affairs, unless he has been in some way or other connected with the serious everyday business of life. Hence it has happened that many of the best books extant have been written by men of business, with whom literature was a pastime rather than a profession. Gifford, the editor of the Quarterly, who knew the drudgery of writing for a living, once observed that a single hour of composition, won from the business of the day, is worth more than the whole day's toil of him who works at the trade of literature. In the one case, the spirit comes joyfully to refresh itself, like a hart to the water brooks. In the other, it pursues its miserable way, panting and jaded, with the dogs and hunger of necessity behind. The first great men of letters in Italy were not mere men of letters. They were men of business, merchants, statesmen, diplomatists, judges, and soldiers. Villani, the author of the best history of Florence, was a merchant. Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio were all engaged in more or less important embassies, and Dante, before becoming a diplomatist, was for some time occupied as a chemist and druggist. Galileo, Galvani, and Farini were physicians, and Goldoni a lawyer. Ariosto's talent for affairs was as great as his genius for poetry. At the death of his father, he was called upon to manage the family estate for the benefit of his younger brothers and sisters, which he did with ability and integrity. His genius for business having been recognized, he was employed by the Duke of Ferrara on important missions to Rome and elsewhere. Having afterwards been appointed governor of a turbulent mountain district, he succeeded, by firm and just governments, in reducing it to a condition of comparative good order and security. Even the bandits of the country respected him. Being arrested one day in the mountains by a body of outlaws, he mentioned his name, when they at once offered to escort him in safety wherever he chose. It has been the same in other countries. Vattel, the author of The Rights of Nations, was a practical diplomatist and a first-rate man of business. Rabelais was a physician and a successful practitioner. Schiller was a surgeon. Cervantes, Lope de Vega, Calderon, Comminges, Descartes, Maupertuis, La Rochefoucauld, La Cepede, Lamarck were soldiers in the early part of their respective lives. In our own country, many men now known by their writings earned their living by their trade. Lillo spent the greater part of his life as a working jeweler in the Poultry, occupying the intervals of his leisure in the production of dramatic works, some of them acknowledged power and merit. Isaac Walton was a linen draper in Fleet Street, reading much in his leisure hours, and storing his mind with facts for future use in his capacity of biographer. Defoe was by turns horse factor, brick and tile maker, shopkeeper, author, and political agent. Samuel Richardson successfully combined literature with business, writing his novels in his back shop in Salisbury Court, Fleet Street, and selling them over the counter in his front shop. William Hutton of Birmingham also successfully combined the occupations of bookselling and authorship. He says in his autobiography that a man may live half a century and not be acquainted with his own character. He did not know that he was an antiquary until the world informed him of it, from having read his History of Birmingham, and then, he said, he could see it himself. Benjamin Franklin was alike eminent as a printer and bookseller, an author, a philosopher, and a statesman. Coming down to our own time, we find Ebenezer Elliott successfully carrying on the business of a bar iron merchant in Sheffield, during which time he wrote and published the greater number of his poems, and his success in business was such as to enable him to retire into the country and build a house of his own, in which he spent the remainder of his days. Isaac Taylor, the author of The Natural History of Enthusiasm, was an engraver of patterns for Manchester calico printers, and other members of his gifted family were followers of the same branch of art. The principal early works of John Stuart Mill were written in the intervals of official work, while he held the office of principal examiner in the East India House, in which Charles Lamb, Peacock the author of Headlong Hall, and Edwin Norris the philologist were also clerks. Macaulay wrote his Lays of Ancient Rome in the War Office, while holding the post of Secretary of War. It is well known that the thoughtful writings of Mr. Helps are literally essays written in the intervals of business. Many of our best living authors are men holding important public offices, such as Sir Henry Taylor, Sir John Kay, Anthony Trollope, Tom Taylor, Matthew Arnold, and Samuel Warne. Mr. Proctor the poet, better known as Barry Cornwall, was a barrister and commissioner in lunacy. Most probably, he assumed the pseudonym for the same reason that Dr. Paris published his Philosophy and Sport Made Science in Earnest anonymously, because he apprehended that, if known, it might compromise his professional position. For it is by no means an uncommon prejudice, still prevalent amongst city men, that a person who has written a book, and still more one who has written a poem, is good for nothing in the way of business. Yet Sharon Turner, though an excellent historian, was no worse a solicitor on that account, while the brothers Horace and James Smith, authors of the Rejected Addresses, were men of such eminence in their profession that they were selected to fill the important and lucrative post of solicitors to the Admiralty, and they filled it admirably. It was while the late Mr. Broderip, the barrister, was acting as a London police magistrate that he was attracted to the study of natural history, in which he occupied the greater part of his leisure. He wrote the principal articles on the subject for the Penny Cyclopedia, besides several separate works of great merit, more particularly the Zoological Recreations, and Leaves from the Notebook of a Naturalist. It is recorded of him that, though he devoted so much of his time to the production of his works, as well as to the Zoological Society and their admirable establishment in Regent's Park, of which he was one of the founders, his studies never interfered with the real business of his life, nor is it known that a single question was ever raised upon his conduct or his decisions. And while Mr. Broderip devoted himself to natural history, the late Lord Chief Baron Pollock devoted his leisure to natural science, recreating himself in the practice of photography and the study of mathematics, in both of which he was thoroughly proficient. Among literary bankers we find the names of Rogers, the poet, Roscoe of Liverpool, the biographer of Lorenzo de' Medici, Ricardo, the author of Political Economy and Taxation, Grote, the author of the History of Greece, Sir John Lubbock, the scientific antiquarian, and Samuel Bailey of Sheffield, the author of Essays on the Formation and Publication of Opinions, besides various important works on ethics, political economy, and philosophy. Nor, on the other hand, have thoroughly trained men of science and learning proved themselves inefficient as first-rate men of business. Culture of the best sort trains the habit of application and industry, disciplines the mind, supplies it with resources, and gives it freedom and vigor of action, all of which are equally requisite in the successful conduct of business. Thus, in young men, education and scholarship usually indicate steadiness of character, for they imply continuous attention, diligence, and the ability and energy necessary to master knowledge, and such persons will also usually be found possessed of more than average promptitude, address, resource, and dexterity. Montaigne has said of true philosophers that, if they were great in science, they were yet much greater in action, and whenever they have been put upon the proof, they have been seen to fly to so high a pitch as made it very well appear their souls were strangely elevated and enriched with the knowledge of things. At the same time, it must be acknowledged that too exclusive a devotion to imaginative and philosophical literature, especially if prolonged in life until the habits become formed, does to a great extent incapacitate a man for the business of practical life. Speculative ability is one thing, and practical ability another, and the man who, in his study, or with his pen in hand, shows himself capable of forming large views of life and policy may, in the outer world, be found altogether unfitted for carrying them into practical effect. End of section 14. Recording by Valentina Vicelli. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 4, Part D. Speculative ability depends on vigorous thinking, practical ability on vigorous acting, and the two qualities are usually found combined in very unequal proportions. The speculative man is prone to indecision. He sees all the sides of a question, and his action becomes suspended in nicely weighing the pros and cons, which are often found pretty nearly to balance each other, whereas the practical man overleaps logical preliminaries, arrives at certain definite convictions, and proceeds forthwith to carry his policy into action. Yet there have been many great men of science who have proved efficient men of business. We do not learn that Sir Isaac Newton made a worse master of the mint because he was the greatest of philosophers, nor were there any complaints as to the efficiency of Sir John Herschel, who held the same office. The brothers Humboldt were alike capable men in all that they undertook, whether it was literature, philosophy, mining, philology, diplomacy, or statesmanship. Niebuhr, the historian, was distinguished for his energy and success as a man of business. He proved so efficient as secretary and accountant to the African consulate, to which he had been appointed by the Danish government, that he afterwards was selected as one of the commissioners to manage the national finances. and he quitted that office to undertake the joint directorship of a bank at Berlin. It was in the midst of his business occupations that he found time to study Roman history, to master the Arabic, Russian, and other Slavonic languages, and to build up the great reputation as an author by which he is now chiefly remembered. Having regard to the views professed by the first Napoleon as to men of science, it was to have been expected that he would endeavor to strengthen his administration by calling them to his aid. Some of his appointments proved failures, while others were completely successful. Thus Laplace was made Minister of the Interior, but he had no sooner been appointed than it was seen that a mistake had been made. Napoleon afterwards said of him that Laplace looked at no question in its true point of view. He was always searching after subtleties. All his ideas were problems, and he carried the spirit of the infinitesimal calculus into the management of business. But Laplace's habits had been formed in the study, and he was too old to adapt them to the purposes of practical life. With Darn it was different, but Darn had the advantage of some practical training in business, having served as an intendant of the army in Switzerland under Massena, during which he also distinguished himself as an author. When Napoleon proposed to appoint him a counselor of state and intendant of the imperial household, Darn hesitated to accept the office. "I have passed the greater part of my life," he said, "among books, and have not had time to learn the functions of a courtier." "Of courtiers," replied Napoleon, "I have plenty about me. They will never fail. But I want a minister, at once enlightened, firm, and vigilant. And it is for these qualities that I have selected you." Darn complied with the emperor's wishes, and eventually became his prime minister, proving thoroughly efficient in that capacity, and remaining the same modest, honorable, and disinterested man that he had ever been through life. Men of trained working faculty so contract the habit of labor that idleness becomes intolerable to them, and when driven by circumstances from their own special line of occupation, they find refuge in other pursuits. The diligent man is quick to find employment for his leisure, and he is able to make leisure when the idle man finds none. "He hath no leisure," says George Herbert, "who useth it not." "The most active or busy man that hath been or can be," says Bacon, "hath no question many vacant times of leisure, while he expecteth the tides and returns of business, except he be either tedious and of no dispatch, or lightly and unworthily ambitious to meddle with things that may be better done by others." Thus many great things have been done during such vacant times of leisure by men to whom industry has become a second nature, and who found it easier to work than to be idle. Even hobbies are useful as educators of the working faculty. Hobbies evoke industry of a certain kind, and at least provide agreeable occupation. Not such hobbies as that of Domitian, who occupied himself in catching flies; the hobbies of the king of Macedon, who made lanterns, and the king of France, who made locks, were of a more respectable order. Even a routine mechanical employment is felt to be a relief by minds acting under high pressure. It is an intermission of labor, a rest, a relaxation, the pleasure consisting in the work itself rather than in the result. But the best of hobbies are intellectual ones. Thus men of active mind retire from their daily business to find recreation in other pursuits, some in science, some in art, and the greater number in literature. Such recreations are among the best preservatives against selfishness and vulgar worldliness. We believe it was Lord Brougham who said, "Blessed is the man that hath a hobby," and in the abundant versatility of his nature, he himself had many, ranging from literature to optics, from history and biography to social science. Lord Brougham is even said to have written a novel, and the remarkable story of The Man in the Bell, which appeared many years ago in Blackwood, is reputed to have been from his pen. Intellectual hobbies, however, must not be ridden too hard, else, instead of recreating, refreshing, and invigorating a man's nature, they may only have the effect of sending him back to his business exhausted, enervated, and depressed. Many laborious statesmen, besides Lord Brougham, have occupied their leisure or consoled themselves in retirement from office by the composition of works which have become part of the standard literature of the world. Thus, Caesar's Commentaries still survive as a classic, the perspicuous and forcible style in which they are written placing him in the same rank with Xenophon, who also successfully combined the pursuit of letters with the business of active life. When the great Sully was disgraced as a minister and driven into retirement, he occupied his leisure in writing out his memoirs, in anticipation of the judgment of posterity upon his career as a statesman. Besides these, He also composed part of a romance after the manner of the Scuderi school, the manuscript of which was found amongst his papers at his death. Turgot found a solace for the loss of office, from which he had been driven by the intrigues of his enemies, in the study of physical science. He also reverted to his early taste for classical literature. During his long journeys and at nights when tortured by the gout, he amused himself by making Latin verses, though the only line of his that has been preserved was that intended to designate the portrait of Benjamin Franklin, Erepuit caelo fulmen, septrumque tyrannis. Among more recent French statesmen, with whom, however, literature has been their profession as much as politics, may be mentioned de Tocqueville, Thiers, Guizot, and Lamartine, while Napoleon III challenged a place in the Academy by his Life of Caesar. Literature has also been the chief solace of our greatest English statesmen. When Pitt retired from office, like his great contemporary Fox, he reverted with delight to the study of the Greek and Roman classics. Indeed, Grenville considered Pitt the best Greek scholar he had ever known. Canning and Wellesley, when in retirement, occupied themselves in translating the odes and satires of Horace. Canning's passion for literature entered into all his pursuits and gave a color to his whole life. His biographer says of him that after a dinner at Pitt's, while the rest of the company were dispersed in conversation, he and Pitt would be observed poring over some old Grecian in the corner of the drawing-room. Fox was also a diligent student of the Greek authors and, like Pitt, read Lycophron. He was also the author of a history of James II, though the book is only a fragment and, it must be confessed, is a rather disappointing work. One of the most able and laborious of our recent statesmen, with whom literature was a hobby as well as a pursuit, was the late Sir George Cornwall Lewis. He was an excellent man of business, diligent, exact, and painstaking. He filled by turns the offices of President of the Poor Law Board, the machinery of which he created, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Home Secretary, and Secretary at War, and in each he achieved the reputation of a thoroughly successful administrator. In the intervals of his official labors, he occupied himself with inquiries into a wide range of subjects: history, politics, philology, anthropology, and antiquarianism. His works on the astronomy of the ancients and essays on the formation of the Romantic languages might have been written by the profoundest of German savants. He took especial delight in pursuing the abstruser branches of learning, and found in them his chief pleasure and recreation. Lord Palmerston sometimes remonstrated with him, telling him he was taking too much out of himself by laying aside official papers after office hours in order to study books. Palmerston himself declaring that he had no time to read books, that the reading of manuscript was quite enough for him. Doubtless Sir George Lewis rode his hobby too hard, and, but for his devotion to study, his useful life would probably have been prolonged. Whether in or out of office, he read, wrote, and studied. He relinquished the editorship of the Edinburgh Review to become Chancellor of the Exchequer, and when no longer occupied in preparing budgets, he proceeded to copy out a mass of Greek manuscripts at the British Museum. He took particular delight in pursuing any difficult inquiry in classical antiquity. One of the odd subjects with which he occupied himself was an examination into the truth of reported cases of longevity, which, according to his custom, he doubted or disbelieved. This subject was uppermost in his mind, while pursuing his canvass of Herefordshire in 1852. On applying to a voter one day for his support, he was met by a decided refusal. "I am sorry," was the candidate's reply, "that you can't give me your vote, but perhaps you can tell me whether anybody in your parish has died at an extraordinary age." The contemporaries of Sir George Lewis also furnish many striking instances of the consolations afforded by literature to statesmen wearied with the toils of public life. Though the door of office may be closed, that of literature stands always open, and men who are at daggers drawn in politics join hands over the poetry of Homer and Horace. The late Earl of Derby, on retiring from power, produced his noble version of the Iliad, which will probably continue to be read when his speeches have been forgotten. Mr. Gladstone similarly occupied his leisure in preparing for the press his studies on Homer, and in editing a translation of Farini's Roman State, while Mr. Disraeli signalized his retirement from office by the production of his Lothair. Among statesmen who have figured as novelists, besides Mr. Disraeli, are Lord Russell, who has also contributed largely to history and biography, the Marquis of Normandy, and the veteran novelist Lord Lytton, with whom, indeed, politics may be said to have been his recreation, and literature the chief employment of his life. To conclude, a fair measure of work is good for mind as well as body. Man is an intelligence sustained and preserved by bodily organs, and their active exercise is necessary to the enjoyment of health. It is not work, but overwork that is hurtful. And it is not hard work that is injurious so much as monotonous work, fagging work, hopeless work. All hopeful work is healthful, and to be usefully and hopefully employed is one of the great secrets of happiness. Brain work, in moderation, is no more wearing than any other kind of work. Duly regulated, it is as promotive of health as bodily exercise, and, where due attention is paid to the physical system, it seems difficult to put more upon a man than he can bear. Merely to eat and drink and sleep one's way idly through life is vastly more injurious. The wear and tear of rust is even faster than the tear and wear of work. But overwork is always bad economy. It is, in fact, great waste, especially if conjoined with worry. Indeed, worry kills far more than work does. It frets, it excites, it consumes the body, as sand and grit, which occasion excessive friction, wear out the wheels of a machine. Overwork and worry have both to be guarded against, for over-brain work is strain work, and it is exhausting and destructive according as it is in excess of nature. And the brain worker may exhaust and overbalance his mind by excess, just as the athlete may overstrain his muscles and break his back by attempting feats beyond the strength of his physical system. End of section 15. Recording by Valentina Vicelli.
Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 5, Part A. It is not but the tempest that doth show the seaman's cunning, but the field that tries the captain's courage, and we come to know best what men are in their worst jeopardies. Daniel. If thou canst plan a noble deed, and never flag till it succeed, though in the strife thy heart should bleed, whatever obstacles control, thine hour will come. Go on, true soul. Thou'lt win the prize, thou'lt reach the goal. C. Mackay. The heroic example of other days is in great part the source of the courage of each generation, and men walk up composedly to the most perilous enterprises, beckoned onwards by the shades of the brave that were, helps. That which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Tennyson. The world owes much to its men and women of courage. We do not mean physical courage, in which man is at least equaled by the bulldog, nor is the bulldog considered the wisest of his species. The courage that displays itself in silent effort and endeavor, that dares to endure all and suffer all for truth and duty, is more truly heroic than the achievements of physical valor, which are rewarded by honors and titles, or by laurels sometimes steeped in blood. It is moral courage that characterizes the highest order of manhood and womanhood, the courage to seek and to speak the truth, the courage to be just, the courage to be honest, the courage to resist temptation, the courage to do one's duty. If men and women do not possess this virtue, they have no security whatever for the preservation of any other. Every step of progress in the history of our race has been made in the face of opposition and difficulty, and been achieved and secured by men of intrepidity and valor, by leaders in the van of thought, by great discoverers, great patriots, and great workers in all walks of life. There is scarcely a great truth or doctrine but has had to fight its way to public recognition in the face of detraction, calumny, and persecution. Everywhere, says Heine, that a great soul gives utterance to its thoughts, there also is Golgotha. Many loved truth and lavished life's best oil amid the dust of books to find her, content at last for guerdon of their toil, with the cast mantle she had left behind her. Many in sad faith sought for her, many with crossed hands sighed for her, but these, our brothers, fought for her, at life's dear peril wrought for her, so loved her that they died for her. tasting the raptured fleetness of her divine completeness. Footnote: James Russell Lowell. End of footnote. Socrates was condemned to drink the hemlock at Athens in his 72nd year, because his lofty teaching ran counter to the prejudices and party spirit of his age. He was charged by his accusers with corrupting the youth of Athens by inciting them to despise the tutelary deities of the state. He had the moral courage to brave not only the tyranny of the judges who condemned him, but of the mob who could not understand him. He died discoursing of the doctrine of the immortality of the soul, his last words to his judges being, "It is now time that we depart. I to die, you to live. But which has the better destiny is unknown to all, except to God." How many great men and thinkers have been persecuted in the name of religion? Bruno was burnt alive at Rome because of his exposure of the fashionable but false philosophy of his time. When the judges of the Inquisition condemned him to die, Bruno said proudly, "You are more afraid to pronounce my sentence than I am to receive it." To him succeeded Galileo, whose character as a man of science is almost eclipsed by that of the martyr. Denounced by the priests from the pulpit because of the views he taught as to the motion of the earth, he was summoned to Rome in his 70th year to answer for his heterodoxy, and he was imprisoned in the Inquisition, if he was not actually put to the torture there. He was pursued by persecution even when dead, the Pope refusing a tomb for his body. Roger Bacon, the Franciscan monk, was persecuted on account of his studies in natural philosophy, and he was charged with dealing in magic because of his investigations in chemistry. His writings were condemned, and he was thrown into prison, where he lay for 10 years, during the lives of 4 successive popes. It is even averred that he died in prison. Occam, the early English speculative philosopher, was excommunicated by the Pope, and died in exile at Munich, where he was protected by the friendship of the then Emperor of Germany. The Inquisition branded Vesalius as a heretic for revealing man to man, as it had before branded Bruno and Galileo for revealing the heavens to man. Vesalius had the boldness to study the structure of the human body by actual dissection, a practice until then almost entirely forbidden. He laid the foundations of a science, but he paid for it with his life. Condemned by the Inquisition, his penalty was commuted, by the intercession of the Spanish king, into a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and when on his way back, while still in the prime of his life, he died miserably at Zante of fever and want, a martyr to his love of science. When the Novum Organum appeared, a hue and cry was raised against it, because of its alleged tendency to produce dangerous revolutions, to subvert governments, and to overturn the authority of religion. Footnote: Yet Bacon himself had written, "I would rather believe all the faiths in the legend and the Talmud and the Alcoran than that this universal frame is without a mind." End of footnote. And one Dr. Henry Stube, whose name would otherwise have been forgotten, wrote a book against the new philosophy, denouncing the whole tribe of experimentalists as a Bacon-faced generation. Even the establishment of the Royal Society was opposed, on the ground that experimental philosophy is subversive of the Christian faith. While the followers of Copernicus were persecuted as infidels, Kepler was branded with the stigma of heresy, because, said he, "I take that side which seems to me to be consonant with the Word of God." Even the pure and simple-minded Newton, of whom Bishop Burnet said that he had had the whitest soul he ever knew, who was a very infant in the purity of his mind, even Newton was accused of dethroning the Deity by his sublime discovery of the law of gravitation, and a similar charge was made against Franklin for explaining the nature of the thunderbolt. Spinoza was excommunicated by the Jews to whom he belonged, because of his views of philosophy, which were supposed to be adverse to religion, and his life was afterwards attempted by an assassin for the same reason. Spinoza remained courageous and self-reliant to the last, dying in obscurity and poverty. The philosophy of Descartes was denounced as leading to irreligion. The doctrines of Locke were said to be produced materialism. And in our own day, Dr. Buckland, Mr. Sedgwick, and other leading geologists have been accused of overturning revelation with regard to the constitution and history of the earth. Indeed, there has scarcely been a discovery in astronomy, in natural history, or in physical science that has not been attacked by the bigoted and narrow-minded as leading to infidelity. Other great discoverers, though they may not have been charged with irreligion, have had not less obloquy of a professional and public nature to encounter. When Dr. Harvey published his theory of the circulation of the blood, his practice fell off. Footnote: Aubrey, in his Natural History of Wiltshire, alluding to Harvey, says, "He told me himself that upon publishing that book he fell in his practice extremely." End of footnote. And the medical profession stigmatized him as a fool. "The few good things I have been able to do," said John Hunter, "have been accomplished with the greatest difficulty, and encountered the greatest opposition." Sir Charles Bell, while employed in his important investigations as to the nervous system, which issued in one of the greatest of physiological discoveries, wrote to a friend, "If I were not so poor, and had not so many vexations to encounter, how happy I would be!" But he himself observed that his practice sensibly fell off after the publication of each successive stage of his discovery. Thus, nearly every enlargement of the domain of knowledge, which has made us better acquainted with the heavens, with the earth, and with ourselves, has been established by the energy, the devotion, the self-sacrifice, and the courage of the great spirits of past times, who, however much they have been opposed or reviled by their contemporaries, now rank amongst those whom the enlightened of the human race most delight to honor. Nor is the unjust intolerance displayed towards men of science in the past without its lesson for the present. It teaches us to be forbearant towards those who differ from us, provided they observe patiently, think honestly, and utter their convictions freely and truthfully. It was a remark of Plato that "the world in God's epistle to mankind," and to read and study that epistle, so as to elicit its true meaning, can have no other effect on a well-ordered mind than to lead to a deeper impression of his power, a clearer perception of his wisdom, and a more grateful sense of his goodness. While such has been the courage of the martyrs of science, not less glorious has been the courage of the martyrs of faith. The passive endurance of the man or woman who, for conscience' sake, is found ready to suffer and endure in solitude, without so much as the encouragement of even a single sympathizing voice, is an exhibition of courage of a far higher kind than that displayed in the roar of battle, where even the weakest feels encouraged and inspired by the enthusiasm of sympathy and the power of numbers. Time would fail to tell of the deathless names of those who through faith in principles, and in the face of difficulty, danger, and suffering, have wrought righteousness and waxed valiant in the moral warfare of the world, and been content to lay down their lives rather than prove false to their conscientious convictions of the truth. Men of this stamp, inspired by a high sense of duty, have in past times exhibited character in its most heroic aspects, and continue to present to us some of the noblest spectacles to be seen in history. Even women, full of tenderness and gentleness, not less than men, have in this cause been found capable of exhibiting the most unflinching courage, such, for instance, as that of Anne Askew, who, when racked until her bones were dislocated, uttered no cry, moved no muscle, but looked her tormentors calmly in the face, and refused either to confess or to recant; or such as that of Latimer and Ridley, who, instead of bewailing their hard fate and beating their breasts, went as cheerfully to their death as a bridegroom to the altar, the one bidding the other to "be of good comfort, for that we shall this day light such a candle in England, by God's grace, as shall never be put out." Or such, again, as that of Mary Dyer, the Quakeress, hanged by the Puritans of New England for preaching to the people, who ascended the scaffold with a willing step, and after calmly addressing those who stood about, resigned herself into the hands of her persecutors, and died in peace and joy. Not less courageous was the behaviour of the good Sir Thomas More, who marched willingly to the scaffold, and died cheerfully there, rather than prove false to his conscience. When More had made his final decision to stand upon his principles, he felt as if he had won a victory, and said to his son-in-law Roper, "Son Roper, I thank our Lord, the field is won." The Duke of Norfolk told him of his danger, saying, "By the mass, Master More, it is perilous striving with princes. The anger of a prince brings death." "Is that all, my lord?" said More. "Then the difference between you and me is this, that I shall die to-day and you to-morrow." While it has been the lot of many great men in times of difficulty and danger to be cheered and supported by their wives, More had no such consolation. His helpmate did anything but console him during his imprisonment in the Tower. Footnote: Sir Thomas More's first wife, Jane Colt, was originally a young country girl, whom he himself instructed in letters and moulded to his own tastes and manners. She died young, leaving a son and 3 daughters, of whom the noble Margaret Roper most resembled More himself. His second wife was Alice Middleton, a widow, some 7 years older than More, not beautiful, for he characterized her as nec bella, nec puella, but a shrewd, worldly woman, not by any means disposed to sacrifice comfort and good cheer for considerations such as those which so powerfully influenced the mind of her husband. End of footnote. She could not conceive that there was any sufficient reason for his continuing to lie there, when by merely doing what the king required of him, he might at once enjoy his liberty, together with his fine house at Chelsea, his library, his orchard, his gallery, and the society of his wife and children. "I marvel," said she to him one day, "that you, who have been always hitherto taken for wise, should now so play the fool as to lie here in this close filthy prison, and be content to be shut up amongst mice and rats, when you might be abroad at your liberty if you would do as the bishops have done." But More saw his duty from a different point of view. It was not a mere matter of personal comfort with him, and the expostulations of his wife were of no avail. He gently put her aside, saying cheerfully, "Is not this house as nigh heaven as my own?" To which she contemptuously rejoined, "Tilly Valley, Tilly Valley." More's daughter Margaret Roper, on the contrary, encouraged her father to stand firm in his principles, and dutifully consoled and cheered him during his long confinement. Deprived of pen and ink, he wrote his letters to her with a piece of coal, saying in one of them, "If I were to declare in writing how much pleasure your daughterly loving letters gave me, a peck of coals would not suffice to make the pens." More was a martyr to veracity. He would not swear a false oath, and he perished because he was sincere. When his head had been struck off, it was placed on London Bridge, in accordance with the barbarous practice of the times. Margaret Roper had the courage to ask for the head to be taken down and given to her, and carrying her affection for her father beyond the grave, she desired that it might be buried with her when she died. And long after, when Margaret Roper's tomb was opened, the precious relic was observed lying on the dust of what had been her bosom. End of section 16. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 17. Part 5b. Martin Luther was not called upon to lay down his life for his faith, but from the day that he declared himself against the Pope, he daily ran the risk of losing it. At the beginning of his great struggle, he stood almost entirely alone. The odds against him were tremendous. "On one side," said he himself, "are learning, genius, numbers, grandeur, rank, power, sanctity, miracles. On the other, Wycliffe, Lorenzo Valla, Augustine, and Luther, a poor creature, a man of yesterday, standing well nigh alone with a few friends." Summoned by the emperor to appear at Worms to answer the charge made against him of heresy, he determined to answer in person. Those about him told him that he would lose his life if he went, and they urged him to fly. "No," he said, "I will repair thither, though I should find there thrice as many devils as there are tiles upon the housetops." Warned against the bitter enmity of a certain Duke George, he said, "I will go there, though for 9 whole days running it rained Duke Georges." Luther was as good as his word, and he set forth upon his perilous journey. When he came in sight of the old bell towers of Worms, he stood up in his chariot and sang, "Ein fest Burg ist unser so Gott," the Marseillaise of the Reformation, the words and music of which he is said to have improvised only 2 days before. Shortly before the meeting of the Diet, an old soldier, George Frundsberg, put his hand upon Luther's shoulder and said to him, good monk, take heed what thou doest. Thou art going into a harder fight than any of us have ever yet been in." But Luther's only answer to the veteran was that he had "determined to stand upon the Bible and his conscience." Luther's courageous defense before the Diet is on record, and forms one of the most glorious pages in history. When finally urged by the emperor to retract, he said firmly, "Sire, unless I am convinced of my error by the testimony of Scripture or by manifest evidence, I cannot and will not retract, for we must never act contrary to our conscience. Such is my profession of faith, and you must expect none other from me. Hier stehe ich. Ich kann nicht anders. Gott helf mir." 14. Here stand I. I cannot do otherwise. God help me. He had to do his duty, to obey the orders of a power higher than that of kings, and he did it at all hazards. Afterwards, when hard pressed by his enemies at Augsburg, Luther said that if he had 500 heads, he would lose them all rather than recant his article concerning faith. Like all courageous men, his strength only seemed to grow in proportion to the difficulties he had to encounter and overcome. "There is no man in Germany," said Hutten, "who more utterly despises death than does Luther." And to his moral courage, perhaps more than to that of any other single man, do we owe the liberation of modern thought and the vindication of the great rights of the human understanding. The honorable and brave man does not fear death compared with ignominy. It is said of the royalist Earl of Strafford that, as he walked to the scaffold on Tower Hill, his step and manner were those of a general marching at the head of an army to secure victory rather than of a condemned man to undergo sentence of death. So the Commonwealth's man, Sir John Eliot, went alike bravely to his death on the same spot, saying, 10,000 deaths rather than defile my conscience, the chastity and purity of which I value beyond all this world. Eliot's greatest tribulation was on account of his wife, whom he had to leave behind. When he saw her looking down upon him from the tower window, he stood up in the cart, waved his hat, and cried, "To heaven, my love, to heaven, and leave you in the storm!" As he went on his way, one in the crowd called out, "That is the most glorious seat you ever sat on!" To which he replied, "It is so indeed," and rejoiced exceedingly. Although success is the guerdon for which all men toil, they have nevertheless often to labor unperseveringly without any glimmer of success in sight. They have to live, meanwhile, upon their courage, sowing their seed, it may be, in the dark, in the hope that it will yet take root and spring up in achieved result. The best of causes have had to fight their way to triumph through a long succession of failures, and many of the assailants have died in the breach before the fortress has been won. The heroism they have displayed is to be measured, not so much by their immediate success as by the opposition they have encountered and the courage with which they have maintained the struggle. The patriot who fights in always losing battle, the martyr who goes to death amidst the triumphant shouts of his enemies, the discoverer, like Columbus, whose heart remains undaunted through the bitter years of his long wandering woe, are examples of the moral sublime which excite a profounder interest in the hearts of men than even the most complete and conspicuous success. By the side of such instances as these, how small by comparison seem the greatest deeds of valor, inciting men to rush upon death and die amidst the frenzied excitement of physical warfare. But the greater part of the courage that is needed in the world is not of a heroic kind. Courage may be displayed in everyday life as well as in historic fields of action. There needs, for example, the common courage to be honest, the courage to resist temptation, the courage to speak the truth, the courage to be what we really are and not to pretend to be what we are not, the courage to live honestly within our own means, and not dishonestly upon the means of others. A great deal of the unhappiness and much of the vice of the world is owing to weakness and indecision of purpose. In other words, to lack of courage. Men may know what is right, and yet fail to exercise the courage to do it. They may understand the duty they have to do, but will not summon up the requisite resolution to perform it. The weak and undisciplined man is at the mercy of every temptation. He cannot say "no," but falls before it, and if his companionship be bad, he will be all the easier led away by bad example into wrongdoing. Nothing can be more certain than that the character can only be sustained and strengthened by its own energetic action. The will, which is the central force of character, must be trained to habits of decision. Otherwise it will neither be able to resist evil nor to follow good. Decision gives the power of standing firmly, when to yield, however slightly, might be only the first step in a downhill course to ruin. Calling upon others for help in forming a decision is worse than useless. A man must so train his habits as to rely upon his own powers, and depend upon his own courage. In moments of emergency, Plutarch tells of a king of Macedon who, in the midst of an action, withdrew into the adjoining town under pretence of sacrificing to Hercules, whilst his opponent Emilius, at the same time that he implored the divine aid, sought for victory sword in hand, and won the battle. And so it ever is in the actions of daily life. Many are the valiant purposes formed and that end merely in words, deeds intended that are never done, designs projected that are never begun, and all for want of a little courageous decision. Better far the silent tongue, but the eloquent deed. For in life and in business, dispatch is better than discourse, and the shortest answer of all is doing. In matters of great concern, and which must be done, says Tillotson, there is no surer argument of a weak mind than irresolution. To be undetermined when the case is so plain and the necessity so urgent, to be always intending to live a new life, but never to find time to set about it. This is as if a man should put off eating and drinking and sleeping from one day to another until he is starved and destroyed. There needs also the exercise of no small degree of moral courage to resist the corrupting influences of what is called society. Although Mrs. Grundy may be a very vulgar and commonplace personage, her influence is nevertheless prodigious. Most men, but especially women, are the moral slaves of the class of caste to which they belong. There is a sort of unconscious conspiracy existing amongst them against each other's individuality. Each circle and section, each rank and class, has its respective customs and observances, to which conformity is required at the risk of being tabooed. Some are immured within a bastille of fashion, others of custom, others of opinion, and few are there who have the courage to think outside their sect, to act outside their party, and to step out into the free air of individual thought and action. We dress and eat and follow fashion, though it may be at the risk of debt, ruin, and misery, living not so much according to our means as according to the superstitious observances of our class. Though we may speak contemptuously of the Indians who flatten their heads, and of the Chinese who cramp their toes, we have only to look at the deformities of fashion amongst ourselves, to see that the reign of Mrs. Grundy is universal. But moral cowardice is exhibited quite as much in public as in private life. Snobism is not confined to the toadying of the rich, but is quite as often displayed in the toadying of the poor. Formerly, sycophancy showed itself in not daring to speak the truth to those in high places, but in these days it rather shows itself in not daring to speak the truth to those in low places. Now that the masses exercise political power, there is a growing tendency to fawn upon them, to flatter them, and to speak nothing but smooth words to them. They are credited with virtues which they themselves know they do not possess. The public enunciation of wholesome because disagreeable truths is avoided, and to win their favor, sympathy is often pretended for views, the carrying of which in practice is known to be hopeless. It is not the man of the noblest character, the highest culture, and best conditioned man, whose favor is now sought, so much as that of the lowest man, the least cultured and worst conditioned man, because his vote is usually that of the majority. Even men of rank, wealth, and education are seen prostrating themselves before the ignorant, whose votes are thus to be got. They are ready to be unprincipled and unjust rather than unpopular. It is so much easier for some men to stoop, to bow, and to flatter, than to be manly, resolute, and magnanimous, and to yield to prejudices than run counter to them. It requires strength and courage to swim against the stream, while any dead fish can float with it. This servile pandering to popularity has been rapidly on the increase of late years, and its tendency has been to lower and degrade the character of public men. Consciences have become more elastic. There is now one opinion for the chamber and another for the platform. Prejudices are pandered to in public, which in private are despised. Pretended conversions, which invariably jump with party interests, are more sudden, and even hypocrisy now appears to be scarcely thought discreditable. The same moral cowardice extends downwards as well as upwards. The action and reaction are equal. Hypocrisy and time-serving above are accompanied by hypocrisy and time-serving below. Where men of high standing have not the courage of their opinions, what is to be expected from men of low standing? They will only follow such examples as are set before them. They too will skulk and dodge and prevaricate, be ready to speak one way and act another, just like their betters. Give them but a sealed box or some hole and corner to hide their act in, and they will then enjoy their liberty. Popularity as won in these days is by no means a presumption in a man's favor, but is quite as often a presumption against him. No man, says the Russian proverb, can rise to honor who is cursed with a stiff backbone. But the backbone of the popularity hunter is of gristle, and he has no difficulty in stooping and bending himself in any direction to catch the breath of popular applause. Where popularity is won by fawning upon the people, by withholding the truth from them, by writing and speaking down to the lowest tastes, and still worse, by appeals to class hatred, such a popularity must be simply contemptible in the sight of all honest men. Jeremy Bentham, speaking of a well-known public character, said, "His creed of politics results less from love of the many than from hatred of the few. It is too much under the influence of selfish and dissocial affection." To how many men in our own day might not the same description apply? Men of sterling character have the courage to speak the truth, even when it is unpopular. It was said of Colonel Hutchinson by his wife that he never sought after popular applause, or prided himself on it. He more delighted to do well than to be praised, and never set vulgar commendations at such a rate as to act contrary to his own conscience or reason for the obtaining them. Nor would he forbear a good action, which he was bound to, though all the world disliked it, for he ever looked on things as they were in themselves, not through the dim spectacles of vulgar estimation. Popularity is the lowest and most common sense, said Sir John Pakington on a recent occasion, is not worth the having. Do your duty to the best of your power, win the approbation of your own conscience, and popularity in its best and highest sense is sure to follow. When Richard Lovell Edgeworth, towards the close of his life, became very popular in his neighborhood, he said one day to his daughter, "Maria, I am growing dreadfully popular. I shall be good for nothing soon. A man cannot be good for anything who is very popular." Probably he had in his mind at that time the gospel curse of the popular man. "Woe unto you, when all men shall speak well of you, for so did their fathers to the false prophets." End of section 17. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 5c. Courage continued. Intellectual intrepidity is one of the vital conditions of independence and self-reliance of character. A man must have the courage to be himself, and not the shadow or the echo of another. He must exercise his own powers, think his own thoughts, and speak his own sentiments. He must elaborate his own opinions, and form his own convictions. It has been said that he who dare not form an opinion must be a coward. He who will not must be an idler. He who cannot must be a fool. But it is precisely in this element of intrepidity that so many persons of promise fall short, and disappoint the expectations of their friends. They march up to the scene of action, but at every step their courage oozes out. They want the requisite decision, courage, and perseverance. They calculate the risks and weigh the chances, until the opportunity for effective effort has passed, it may be never to return. Men are bound to speak the truth in the love of it. "I had rather suffer," said John Pym, the Commonwealth man, "for speaking the truth, than that the truth should suffer for want of my speaking." When a man's convictions are honestly formed, after fair and full consideration, he is justified in striving by all fair means to bring them into action. There are certain states of society and conditions of affairs in which a man is bound to speak out, and be antagonistic, when conformity is not only a weakness but a sin. Great evils are in some cases only to be met by resistance. They cannot be wept down, but must be battled down. The honest man is naturally antagonistic to fraud, the truthful man to lying, the justice-loving man to oppression, the pure-minded man to vice and iniquity. They have to do battle with these conditions, and if possible overcome them. Such men have, in all ages, represented the moral force of the world. Inspired by benevolence and sustained by courage, they have been the mainstays of all social renovation and progress. But for their continuous antagonism to evil conditions, the world were for the most part given over to the dominion of selfishness and vice. All the great reformers and martyrs were antagonistic men, enemies to falsehood and evil doing. The apostles themselves were an organized band of social antagonists, who contended with pride, selfishness, superstition, and irreligion. And in our own time, the lives of such men as Clarkson and Granville Sharp, Father Mathew and Richard Cobden, inspired by singleness of purpose, have shown what high-minded social antagonism can effect. It is the strong and courageous men who lead and guide and rule the world. The weak and timid leave no trace behind them, whilst the life of a single upright and energetic man is like a track of light. His example is remembered and appealed to, and his thoughts, his spirit, and his courage continue to be the inspiration of succeeding generations. It is energy, the central element of which is will, that produces the miracles of enthusiasm in all ages. Everywhere it is the mainspring of what is called force of character, and the sustaining power of all great action in a righteous cause. The determined man stands upon his courage as upon a granite block, and, like David, he will go forth to meet Goliath, strong in heart, though an host be encamped against him. Men often conquer difficulties because they feel they can. Their confidence in themselves inspires the confidence of others. When Caesar was at sea, and a storm began to rage, the captain of the ship which carried him became unmanned by fear. "What art thou afraid of?" cried the great captain. "Thy vessel carries Caesar!" The courage of the brave man is contagious, and carries others along with it. His stronger nature awes weaker natures into silence, or inspires them with his own will and purpose. The persistent man will not be baffled or repulsed by opposition. Diogenes, desirous of becoming the disciple of Antisthenes, went and offered himself to the cynic. He was refused. Diogenes still persisting, the cynic raised his knotty staff, and threatened to strike him if he did not depart. "Strike," said Diogenes. "You will not find a stick hard enough to conquer my perseverance." Antitheses, overcome, had not another word to say, but forthwith accepted him as his pupil. Energy of temperament, with a moderate degree of wisdom, will carry a man further than any amount of intellect without it. Energy makes the man of practical ability. It gives him vie, force, momentum. It is the active, motive power of character, and if combined with sagacity and self-possession will enable a man to employ his powers to the best advantage in all the affairs of life. Hence it is that, inspired by energy of purpose, men of comparatively mediocre powers have often been enabled to accomplish such extraordinary results. For the men who have most powerfully influenced the world have not been so much men of genius as men of strong convictions and enduring capacity for work, impelled by irresistible energy and invincible determination. Such men, for example, as were Mahomet, Luther, Knox, Calvin, Loyola, and Wesley. Courage combined with energy and perseverance will overcome difficulties apparently insurmountable. It gives force and impulse to effort, and does not permit it to retreat. Tyndale said of Faraday that, in his warm moments, he formed a resolution, and in his cool ones, he made that resolution good. Perseverance, working in the right direction, grows with time, and when steadily practiced, even by the most humble, will rarely fail of its reward. Trusting in the help of others is of comparatively little use. When one of Michelangelo's principal patrons died, he said, "I began to understand that the promises of the world are for the most part vain phantoms, and that to confide in one's self, and becoming something of worth and value, is the best and safest course." Courage is by no means incompatible with tenderness. On the contrary, gentleness and tenderness have been found to characterize the men, not less than the women, who have done the most courageous deeds. Sir Charles Napier gave up sporting, because he could not bear to hurt dumb creatures. The same gentleness and tenderness characterized his brother, Sir William, the historian of the Peninsular War. Such also was the character of Sir James Outram, pronounced by Sir Charles Napier to be the Bayard of India, sans peur et sans reproche, one of the bravest and yet gentlest of men, respectful and reverent to women, tender to children, helpful of the weak, stern to the corrupt, but kindly as summer to the honest and deserving. Moreover, he was himself as honest as day, and as pure as virtue. Of him it might be said with truth what Fulk Greville said of Sidney: "He was a true model of worth, a man fit for conquest, reformation, plantation, or what action soever is the greatest and hardest among men, his chief ends, withal, being above all things the good of his fellows and the service of his sovereign and country." When Edward the Black Prince won the battle of Poitiers, in which he took prisoner the French king and his son, he entertained them in the evening at a banquet, which he insisted on waiting upon and serving them at table. The gallant prince's knightly courtesy and demeanor won the hearts of his captives as completely as his valor had won their persons. For notwithstanding his youth, Edward was a true knight, the first and bravest of his time, a noble pattern and example of chivalry. His two mottos, Hochmuth and Ichdienne, 14 high spirit and reverent service, not inaptly expressing his prominent and pervading qualities. It is the courageous man who can best afford to be generous, or rather it is his nature to be so. When Fairfax at the battle of Naseby seized the colors from an ensign whom he had struck down in the fight, he handed them to a common soldier to take care of. The soldier, unable to resist the temptation, boasted to his comrades that he had himself seized the colors, and the boast was repeated to Fairfax. "Let him retain the honor," said the commander. "I have enough beside." So when Douglas at the battle of Bannockburn saw Randolph, his rival, outnumbered and apparently overpowered by the enemy, he prepared to hasten to his assistance, but seeing that Randolph was already driving them back, he cried out, "Hold and halt! We are come too late to aid them. Let us not lessen the victory they have won by affecting to claim a share in it." Quite as chivalrous, though in a very different field of action, was the conduct of Laplace to the young philosopher Biot, when the latter had read to the French Academy his paper Sur les équations aux différences mêlées. The assembled savants, at its close, felicitated the reader of the paper on his originality. Mung was delighted at his success. Laplace also praised him for the clearness of his demonstrations, and invited Biot to accompany him home. Arrived there, Laplace took from a closet in his study a paper, yellow with age, and handed it to the young philosopher. To Biot's surprise, he found that it contained the solutions, all worked out, for which he had just gained so much applause. With rare magnanimity, Laplace withheld all knowledge of the circumstance from Biot until the latter had initiated his reputation before the Academy. Moreover, he enjoined him to silence, and the incident would have remained a secret had not Biot himself published it some 50 years afterwards. An incident is related of a French artisan, exhibiting the same characteristic of self-sacrifice in another form. In front of a lofty house in course of erection at Paris was the usual scaffold, loaded with men and materials. The scaffold, being too weak, suddenly broke down, and the men upon it were precipitated to the ground, all except two, a young man and a middle-aged one, who hung on to a narrow ledge, which trembled under their weight, and was evidently on the point of giving way. "Pierre!" cried the elder of the two men, "let go! I'm the father of a family." "C'est juste," said Pierre, and instantly letting go of his hold, he fell and was killed on the spot. The father of the family was saved. The brave man is magnanimous as well as gentle. He does not take even an enemy at a disadvantage, nor strike a man when he is down, and unable to defend himself. Even in the midst of deadly strife, such instances of generosity have not been uncommon. Thus, at the battle of Dettingen, during the heat of the action, a squadron of French cavalry charged an English regiment. But when the young French officer who led them, and was about to attack the English leader, observed that he had only one arm, with which he held his bridle, the Frenchman saluted him courteously with his sword and passed on. It is related of Charles V, after the siege and capture of Wittenberg by the imperialistic army, the monarch went to see the tomb of Luther. While reading the inscription on it, one of the servile courtiers who accompanied him proposed to open the grave, and give the ashes of the heretic to the winds. The monarch's cheek flushed with honest indignation. "I war not with the dead," said he. "Let this peace be respected." The portrait which the great heathen Aristotle drew of the magnanimous man, in other words the true gentleman, more than 2000 years ago, is as faithful now as it was then. "The magnanimous man," he said, "will behave with moderation under both good fortune and bad. He will know how to be exalted and how to be abased. He will neither be delighted with success nor grieved by failure. He will neither shun danger nor seek it, for there are few things which he cares for. He is reticent and somewhat slow of speech, but speaks his mind openly and boldly when occasion calls for it. He is apt to admire, for nothing is great to him. He overlooks injuries. He is not given to talk about himself or about others, for he does not care that he himself should be praised, or that other people should be blamed. He does not cry out about trifles, and craves help from none. On the other hand, mean men admire meanly. They have neither modesty, generosity, or magnanimity. They are ready to take advantage of the weakness or defenseless of others, especially where they have themselves succeeded. By unscrupulous methods, in climbing to positions of authority, snobs in high places are always much less tolerable than snobs of low degree, because they have more frequent opportunities of making their want of manliness felt. They assume greater airs, and are pretentious in all that they do. And the higher their elevation, the more conspicuous is the incongruity of their position. "The higher the monkey climbs," says the proverb, "the more he shows his tail." Much depends on the way in which a thing is done. An act which might be taken as a kindness if done in a generous spirit, when done in a grudging spirit, may be felt as stingy, if not harsh and even cruel. When Ben Jonson lay sick and in poverty, the king sent him a paltry message, accompanied by a gratuity. The sturdy plain-spoken poet's reply was, "I suppose he sends me this because I live in an alley. Tell him his soul lives in an alley." From what we have said, it will be obvious that to be of an enduring and courageous spirit is of great importance in the formation of character. It is a source not only of usefulness in life, but of happiness. On the other hand, to be of a timid and still more of a cowardly nature is one of the greatest misfortunes. A wise man was accustomed to say that one of the principal objects he aimed at in the education of his sons and daughters was to train them in the habit of fearing nothing so much as fear, and the habit of avoiding fear is, doubtless, capable of being trained like any other habit, such as the habit of attention, of diligence, of study, or of cheerfulness. Much of the fear that exists is the offspring of imagination, which creates the images of evils which may happen, but perhaps rarely do, and thus many persons who are capable of summoning up courage to grapple with and overcome real dangers are paralyzed or thrown into consternation by those which are imaginary. Hence, unless the imagination be held under strict discipline, we are prone to meet evils more than halfway, to suffer them by forestallment, and to assume the burdens which we ourselves create. End of section 18. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 5, Part D. Education in courage is not usually included amongst the branches of female training, and yet it is really of greater importance than either music, French, or the use of the globes. Contrary to the view of Sir Richard Steele, that women should be characterized by a tender fear and an inferiority which makes her lovely, we would have women educated in resolution and courage, as a means of rendering them more helpful, more self-reliant, and vastly more useful and happy. There is, indeed, nothing attractive in timidity, nothing lovable in fear. All weakness, whether of mind or body, is equivalent to deformity, and the reverse of interesting. Courage is graceful and dignified, whilst fear, in any form, is mean and repulsive. Yet the utmost tenderness and gentleness are consistent with courage. Ary Scheffer, the artist, once wrote to his daughter, "Dear daughter, strive to be of good courage, to be gentle-hearted. These are the true qualities for woman. Troubles everybody must expect. There is but one way of looking at fate, whatever that be, whether blessings or afflictions, to behave with dignity under both. We must not lose heart, or it will be the worse for ourselves and for those whom we love, to struggle and again to renew the conflict. This is life's inheritance. In sickness and sorrow, none are braver and less complaining sufferers than women. Their courage, where their hearts are concerned, is indeed proverbial. Oh, femme c'est à tort quand vous nommez timide à la voix de votre cœur, vous êtes intrépides. Experience has proved that women can be as enduring as men, under the heaviest trials and calamities, but too little pains are taken to teach them to endure pretty terrors and frivolous vexations with fortitude. Such little miseries, if petted and indulged, quickly run into sickly sensibility, and become the bane of their life, keeping themselves and those about them in a state of chronic discomfort. The best corrective of this condition of mind is wholesome moral and mental discipline. Mental strength is as necessary for the development of woman's character as of man's. It gives her capacity to deal with the affairs of life and presence of mind, which enable her to act with vigor and effect in moments of emergency. Character in a woman, as in a man, will always be found the best safeguard of virtue, the best nurse of religion, the best corrective of time. Personal beauty soon passes, but beauty of mind and character increases in attractiveness the older it grows. Ben Jonson gives a striking portraiture of a noble woman in these lines. I meant she should be courteous, facile, sweet, free from that solemn vice of greatness, pride. I meant each softed virtue there should meet, fit in that softer bosom to abide. Only a learned and a manly soul. I purposed her that should with even powers, the rock, the spindle, and the shears control, of destiny, and spin her own free hours. The courage of woman is not the less true because it is for the most part passive. It is not encouraged by the cheers of the world, for it is mostly exhibited in the recesses of private life. Yet there are cases of heroic patience and endurance on the part of women which occasionally come to the light of day. One of the most celebrated instances in history is that of Gertrude von der Wart. Her husband, falsely accused of being an accomplice in the murder of the Emperor Albert, was condemned to the most frightful of all punishments, to be broken alive on the wheel. With most profound conviction of her husband's innocence, the faithful woman stood by his side to the last, watching over him during 2 days and nights, braving the Empress's anger and the inclemency of the weather, in the hope of contributing to soothe his dying agonies. But women have not only distinguished themselves for their passive courage, impelled by affection, or the sense of duty, they have occasionally become heroic. When the band of conspirators who sought the life of James II of Scotland burst into his lodgings at Perth, the king called to the ladies, who were in the chamber outside his room, to keep the door as well as they could, and give him time to escape. The conspirators had previously destroyed the locks of the doors, so that the keys could not be turned, and when they reached the ladies' apartment, it was found that the bar also had been removed. But on hearing them approach, the brave Catherine Douglas, with the hereditary courage of her family, boldly thrust her arm across the door instead of the bar, and held it there until, her arm being broken, the conspirators burst into the room with drawn swords and daggers, overthrowing the ladies, who, though unarmed, still endeavoured to resist them. The defence of Lathom House by Charlotte de la Trumelle, the worthy descendant of William of Nassau and Admiral Coligny, was another striking instance of heroic bravery on the part of a noble woman. When summoned by the parliamentary forces to surrender, she declared that she had been entrusted by her husband with the defence of the house, and that she could not give it up without her dear lord's orders, but trusted in God for protection and deliverance. In her arrangements for the defence, she is described as having left nothing with her eye to be excused afterwards by fortune or negligence, and added to her former patience a most resolved fortitude. The brave lady held her house and home against the enemy for a whole year, during 3 months of which the place was strictly besieged and bombarded, until at length the siege was raised, after a most gallant defence, by the advance of the royalist army. Nor can we forget the courage of Lady Franklin, who persevered to the last, when the hopes of all others had died out, in prosecuting the search after the Franklin expedition. On the occasion of the Royal Geographical Society determining to award the Founder's Medal to Lady Franklin, Sir Roderick Murchison observed that in the course of a long friendship with her he had abundant opportunities of observing and testing the sterling qualities of a woman who had proved herself worthy of the admiration of mankind. Nothing daunted by failure after failure, through 12 long years of hope deferred, she had persevered, with a singleness of purpose and a sincere devotion which were truly unparalleled. And now that her one last expedition of the Fox, under the gallant McClintock, had realized the 2 great facts, that her husband had traversed wide seas unknown to former navigators, and died in discovering a northwest passage, then, surely, the adjudication of the medal would be hailed by the nation as one of the many recompenses to which the widow of the illustrious Franklin was so eminently entitled. But that devotion to duty which marks the heroic character has more often been exhibited by women in deeds of charity and mercy. The greater part of these are never known, for they are done in private, out of the public sight, and for the mere love of doing good. Where fame has come to them because of the success which has attended their labors in a more general sphere, it has come unsought and unexpected, and is often felt as a burden. Who has not heard of Mrs. Fry and Miss Carpenter as prison visitors and reformers, of Mrs. Chisholm and Miss Rye as promoters of immigration, and of Miss Nightingale and Miss Garrett as apostles of hospital nursing? That these women should have emerged from the sphere of private and domestic life to become leaders in philanthropy indicates no small degree of moral courage on their part. For to women, above all others, quiet and ease and retirement are most natural and welcome. Very few women step beyond the boundaries of home in search of a larger field of usefulness, but when they have desired one, they have had no difficulty in finding it. The ways in which men and women can help their neighbors are innumerable. It needs but the willing heart and ready hand. Most of the philanthropic workers we have named, however, have scarcely been influenced by choice. The duty lay in their way. It seemed to be the nearest to them, and they set about doing it without desire for fame or any other reward but approval of their own conscience. Among prison visitors, the name of Sarah Martin is much less known than that of Mrs. Fry, although she preceded her in the work. How she was led to undertake it furnishes at the same time an illustration of womanly true-heartedness and earnest womanly courage. Sarah Martin was the daughter of poor parents, and was left an orphan at an early age. She was brought up by her grandmother at Castor, near Yarmouth, and earned her living by going out to families as an assistant dressmaker at a shilling a day. In 1819 a woman was tried and sentenced to imprisonment in Yarmouth gaol for cruelly beating and ill-using her child, and her crime became the talk of the town. The young dressmaker was much impressed by the report of the trial, and the desire entered her mind of visiting the woman in gaol, and trying to reclaim her. She had often before, on passing the walls of the borough gaol, felt impelled to seek admission, with the object of visiting the inmates, reading the Scriptures to them, and endeavouring to lead them back to the society whose laws they had violated. At length she could not resist her impulse to visit the mother. She entered the gaol porch, lifted the knocker, and asked the gaoler for admission. For some reason or other she was refused, but she returned, repeated her request, and this time she was admitted. The culprit mother shortly stood before her. When Sarah Martin told the motive of her visit, the criminal burst into tears and thanked her. Those tears and thanks shaped the whole course of Sarah Martin's after-life, and the poor seamstress, while maintaining herself by her needle, continued to spend her leisure hours in visiting the prisoners, and endeavouring to alleviate their condition. She constituted herself their chaplain and schoolmistress, for at that time they had neither. She read to them from the Scriptures, and taught them to read and write. She gave up an entire day in the week for this purpose, besides Sundays, as well as other intervals of spare time. Feeling, she says, that the blessing of God was upon her, she taught the women to knit, to sew, and to cut out, the sale of the articles enabling her to buy other materials, and to continue the industrial education thus begun. She also taught the men to make straw hats, men's and boys' caps, grey cotton shirts, and even patchwork, anything to keep them out of idleness, and from preying on their own thoughts. Out of the earnings of the prisoners in this way, she formed a fund, which she applied to furnishing them with work on their discharge, thus enabling them again to begin the world honestly, and at the same time affording her, as she herself says, the advantage of observing their conduct. By attending too exclusively to this prison work, however, Sarah Martin's dressmaking business fell off, and the question arose with her, whether in order to recover her business she was to suspend her prison work. But her decision had already been made. I had counted the cost, she said, and my mind was made up. If whilst imparting truth to others I became exposed to temporal want, the privations, so momentary to an individual, would not admit of comparison with following the Lord, in thus administering to others. She now devoted 6 or 7 hours every day to the prisoners, converting what would otherwise have been a scene of dissolute idleness into a hive of orderly industry. Newly admitted prisoners were sometimes refractory, but her persistence, gentleness eventually won their respect and cooperation. Men old in years and crime, pert London pickpockets, depraved boys and dissolute sailors, profligate women, smugglers, poachers, and the promiscuous horde of criminals which usually fill the gaol of a seaport and county town, all submitted to the benign influence of this good woman, and under her eyes they might be seen, for the first time in their lives, striving to hold a pen or to master the characters in a penny primer. She entered into their confidences, watched, wept, prayed, and felt for all by turns. She strengthened their good resolutions, cheered the hopeless and despairing, and endeavoured to put all, and hold all, in the right mind of amendment. For more than 20 years this good and true-hearted woman pursued her noble course, with little encouragement and not much help, almost her only means of subsistence consisting in an annual income of 10 or 12 pounds left by her grandmother, eked out by her little earnings at dressmaking. During the last 2 years of her ministrations, the borough magistrates of Yarmouth, knowing that her self-imposed labours saved them the expense of a schoolmaster and a chaplain, 14, which they had become bound by law to appoint, made a proposal to her of an annual salary of 12 pounds a year, but they did it in so indelicate a manner as greatly to wound her sensitive feelings. She shrank from becoming the salaried official of the corporation, and bartering for money those services which had throughout been labours of love. But the gaol committee coarsely informed her that if they permitted her to visit the prison, she must submit to their terms, or be excluded. For 2 years, therefore, she received the salary of £12 a year, the acknowledgment of the Yarmouth Corporation for her services as gaol, chaplain, and schoolmistress. She was now, however, becoming old and infirm, and the unhealthy atmosphere of the gaol did much towards finally disabling her. While she lay on her deathbed, she resumed the exercise of a talent she had occasionally practised before in her moments of leisure, the composition of sacred poetry. As works of art they may not excite admiration, yet never were verses written truer in spirit or fuller of Christian love. But her own life was a nobler poem than any she ever wrote, full of true courage, perseverance, charity, and wisdom. It was indeed a commentary upon her own words, "The high desire that others may be blessed Saviours of heaven." End of section 19.
Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 6, Part A. Honor and profit do not always lie in the same sack. George Herbert. The government of oneself is the only true freedom for the individual. Frederick Perthes. It is in length of patience and endurance and forbearance that so much of what is good in mankind and womankind is shown. Arthur Phelps. Temperance, proof against all trials, industry severe and constant as the motion of the day, stern self-denial round him spread, with shade that might be deemed forbidding, did not there all generous feelings flourish and rejoice, forbearance, charity in deed and thought, and resolution competent to take out of the bosom of simplicity all that her holy customs recommend. Wordsworth. Self-control is only courage under another form. It may almost be regarded as the primary essence of character. It is in virtue of this quality that Shakespeare defines man as being looking before and after. It forms the chief distinction between man and the mere animal, and indeed, there can be no true manhood without it. Self-control is at the root of all the virtues. Let a man give the reins to his impulses and passions, and from that moment he yields up his moral freedom. He is carried along the current of life, and becomes the slave of his strongest desire for the time being. To be morally free, to be more than an animal, man must be able to resist instinctive impulse, and this can only be done by the exercise of self-control. Thus it is this power which constitutes the real distinction between a physical and a moral life, and that forms the primary basis of individual character. In the Bible, praise is given not to the strong man who taketh a city, but to the stronger man who ruleth his own spirit. This stronger man is he who, by discipline, exercises a constant control over his thoughts, his speech, and his acts. 9/10 of the vicious desires that degrade society, and which, when indulged, swell into the crimes that disgrace it, would shrink into insignificance before the advance of valiant self-discipline, self-respect, and self-control. By the watchful exercise of these virtues, purity of heart and mind become habitual, and the character is built up in chastity, virtue, and temperance. The best support of character will always be found in habit, which, according as the will is directed rightly or wrongly, as the case may be, will prove either a benignant ruler or a cruel despot. We may be its willing subject on the one hand, or its servile slave on the other. It may help us on the road to good, or it may hurry us on the road to ruin. Habit is formed by careful training, and it is astonishing how much can be accomplished by systematic discipline and drill. See how, for instance, out of the most unpromising materials, such as roughs picked up in the streets or raw, unkempt country lads taken from the plough, steady discipline and drill will bring out the unsuspected qualities of courage, endurance, and self-sacrifice, and how, in the field of battle, or even on the more trying occasions of perils by sea, such as the burning of the Sarah Sands or the wreck of the Birkenhead, such men, carefully disciplined, will exhibit the unmistakable characteristics of true bravery and heroism. Nor is moral discipline and drill less influential in the formation of character. Without it, there will be no proper system and order in the regulation of the life. Upon it depends the cultivation of the sense of self-respect, the education of the habit of obedience, the development of the idea of duty. The most self-reliant, self-governing man is always under discipline, and the more perfect the discipline, the higher will be his moral condition. He has to drill his desires and keep them in subjection to the higher powers of his nature. They must obey the word of command of the internal monitor, the conscience. Otherwise they will be but the mere slaves of their inclinations, the sport of feeling and impulse. In the supremacy of self-control, says Herbert Spencer, consists one of the perfections of the ideal man, not to be impulsive, not to be spurred hither and thither by each desire that in turn comes uppermost, but to be self-restrained, self-balanced, governed by the joint decision of the feelings and counsel assembled, before whom every action shall have been fully debated and calmly determined. That it is which education, moral education at least, strives to produce. The first seminary of moral discipline, and the best, as we have already shown, is the home. Next comes the school, and after that the world, the great school of practical life. Each is preparatory to the other, and what the man or woman becomes depends for the most part upon what has gone before. If they have enjoyed the advantage of neither the home nor the school, but have been allowed to grow up untrained, untaught, and undisciplined, then woe to themselves, woe to the society of which they form part. The best regulated home is always that in which the discipline is the most perfect, and yet where it is the least felt. Moral discipline acts with the force of a law of nature. Those subject to it yield themselves to it unconsciously, and though it shapes and forms the whole character, until the life becomes crystallized in habit, the influence thus exercised is for the most part unseen and almost unfelt. The importance of strict domestic discipline is curiously illustrated by a fact mentioned in Mrs. Schimmelpennig's memoirs, to the following effect, that a lady who with her husband had inspected most of the lunatic asylums of England and the Continent, found the most numerous class of patients was almost always composed of those who had been only children, and whose wills had therefore rarely been thwarted or disciplined in early life, whilst those who were members of large families, and who had been trained in self-discipline, were far less frequent victims to the malady. Although the moral character depends in a great degree on temperament and on physical health, as well as on domestic and early training and the example of companions, it is also in the power of each individual to regulate, to restrain, and to discipline it by watchful and persevering self-control. A competent teacher has said of the propensities and habits that they are as teachable as Latin and Greek, while they are much more essential to happiness. Dr. Johnson, though himself constitutionally prone to melancholy, and afflicted by it as few have been from his earliest years, said that a man's being in a good or bad humor very much depends upon his will. We may train ourselves in a habit of patience and contentment on the one hand, or of grumbling and discontent on the other. We may accustom ourselves to exaggerate small evils and to underestimate great blessings. We may even become the victim of petty miseries by giving way to them. Thus we may educate ourselves in a happy disposition as well as in a morbid one. Indeed, the habit of viewing things cheerfully and of thinking about life hopefully may be made to grow up in us like any other habit. It was not an exaggerated estimate of Dr. Johnson to say that the habit of looking at the best side of any event is worth far more than £1,000 a year. The religious man's life is pervaded by rigid self-discipline and self-restraint. He is to be sober and vigilant, to eschew evil and to do good, to walk in the Spirit, to be obedient unto death, to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand, to wrestle against spiritual wickedness, and against the rulers of the darkness of this world, to be rooted and built up in faith, and not to be weary of well-doing, for in due season he shall reap, if he faint not. The man of business also must needs be subject to strict rule and system. Business, like life, is managed by moral leverage, success in both depending in no small degree upon that regulation of temper and careful self-discipline, which give a wise man not only a command over himself, but over others. Forbearance and self-control smooth the road of life and open many ways which would otherwise remain closed. And so does self-respect, for as men respect themselves, so will they usually respect the personality of others. It is the same in politics as in business. Success in that sphere of life is achieved less by talent than by temper, less by genius than by character. If a man have not self-control, he will lack patience, be wanting in tact, and have neither the power of governing himself nor of managing others. When the quality most needed in a prime minister was the subject of conversation in the presence of Mr. Pitt, one of the speakers said it was eloquence, another said it was knowledge, and a third said it was toil. "No," said Pitt, "it is patience." And patience means self-control, a quality in which he himself was superb. His friend George Rose had said of him that he never once saw Pitt out of temper. Yet, although patience is usually regarded as a slow virtue, Pitt combined it with the most extraordinary readiness, vigor, and rapidity of thought, as well as action. It is by patience and self-control that the truly heroic character is perfected. These were among the most prominent characteristics of the great Hampden, whose noble qualities were generously acknowledged even by his political enemies. Thus Clarendon described him as a man of rare temper and modesty, naturally cheerful and vivacious, and above all of a flowing courtesy. He was kind and intrepid, yet gentle, of unblameable conversation, and his heart glowed with love to all men. He was not a man of many words, but, being of unimpeachable character, every word he uttered carried weight. No man had ever a greater power over himself. He was very temperate in diet, and a supreme governor over all his passions and affections, and he had thereby great power over other men's. Sir Philip Warwick, another of his political opponents, incidentally describes his great influence in a certain debate. "We had catched at each other's locks, and sheathed our swords in each other's bowels, had not the sagacity and great calmness of Mr. Hampden by a short speech prevented it, and led us to defer our angry debate until the next morning." A strong temper is not necessarily a bad temper, but the stronger the temper, the greater is the need of self-discipline and self-control. Dr. Johnson says men grow better as they grow older, and improve with experience, but this depends upon the width and depth and generousness of their nature. It is not men's faults that ruin them so much as the manner in which they conduct themselves after the faults have been committed. The wise will profit by the suffering they cause, and eschew them for the future, but there are those on whom experience exerts no ripening influence, and who only grow narrower and bitterer and more vicious with time. What is called strong temper in a young man often indicates a large amount of unripe energy which will expend itself in useful work if the road be fairly opened to it. It is said of Stephen Girard, a Frenchman who pursued a remarkably successful career in the United States, that when he heard of a clerk with a strong temper, he would readily take him into his employment and set him to work in a room by himself, Girard being of opinion that such persons were the best workers, and that their energy would expend itself in work if removed from the temptation to quarrel. Strong temper may only mean a strong and excitable will. Uncontrolled, it displays itself in fitful outbreaks of passion, but controlled and held in subjection, like steam pent up within the organized mechanism of a steam engine, the use of which is regulated and controlled by slide valves and governors and levers, it may become a source of energetic power and usefulness. Hence, some of the greatest characters in history have been men of strong temper, but of equally strong determination to hold their motive power under strict regulation and control. End of section 20.
Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 6, Part B. The famous Earl of Strafford was of an extremely choleric and passionate nature, and had great struggles with himself in his endeavours to control his temper. Referring to the advice of one of his friends, old Secretary Cook, who was honest enough to tell him of his weakness and to caution him against indulging it, he wrote, "You gave me a good lesson to be patient, and indeed my years and natural inclinations give me heat more than enough, which, however, I trust more experience shall cool, and a watch over myself in time altogether overcome. In the meantime, in this at least it will set forth itself more pardonable, because my earnestness shall ever be for the honour, justice, and profit of my master, and it is not always anger, but the misapplying of it, that is the vice so blameable, and of disadvantage to those that let themselves loose thereunto. Cromwell, also, is described as having been of a wayward and violent temper in his youth, cross, untractable, and masterless, with a vast quantity of youthful energy, which exploded in a variety of useful mischiefs. He even obtained the reputation of a roisterer in his native town, and seemed to be rapidly going to the bad, when religion, in one of its most rigid forms, laid hold upon his strong nature, and subjected it to the iron discipline of Calvinism. An entirely new direction was thus given to his energy of temperament, which forced an outlet for itself into public life, and eventually became the dominating influence in England for a period of nearly 20 years. The heroic princes of the House of Nassau were all distinguished for the same qualities of self-control, self-denial, and determination of purpose. William the Silent was so called, not because he was a taciturn man, for he was an eloquent and powerful speaker where eloquence was necessary, but because he was a man who could hold his tongue when it was wisdom not to speak, and because he carefully kept his own counsel when to have revealed it might have been dangerous to the liberties of his country. He was so gentle and conciliatory in his manner that his enemies even described him as timid and pusillanimous. Yet, when the time for action came, his courage was heroic, his determination unconquerable. "The rock in the ocean," says Mr. Motley, the historian of the Netherlands, tranquil amid raging billows, was the favourite emblem by which his friends expressed their sense of his firmness. Mr. Motley compares William the Silent to Washington, whom he in many respects resembled. The American, like the Dutch patriot, stands out in history as the very impersonation of dignity, bravery, purity, and personal excellence. His command over his feelings, even in moments of great difficulty and danger, was such as to convey the impression, to those who did not know him intimately, that he was a man of inborn calmness and almost impassiveness of disposition. Yet Washington was by nature ardent and impetuous. His mildness, gentleness, politeness, and consideration for others were the result of rigid self-control and unwearied self-discipline, which he diligently practised even from his boyhood. His biographer says of him that his temperament was ardent, his passions strong, and amidst the multiplied scenes of temptation and excitement through which he passed, it was his constant effort and ultimate triumph to check the one and subdue the other. And again, his passions were strong, and sometimes they broke out with vehemence, but he had the power of checking them in an instant. Perhaps self-control was the most remarkable trait of his character. It was in part the effect of discipline, yet he seems by nature to have possessed this power in a degree which has been denied to other men. The Duke of Wellington's natural temper, like that of Napoleon, was irritable in the extreme, and it was only by watchful self-control that he was able to restrain it. He studied calmness and coolness in the midst of danger, like any Indian chief. At Waterloo and elsewhere, he gave his orders in the most critical moments without the slightest excitement, and in a tone of voice almost more than usually subdued. Wordsworth the poet was in his childhood of a stiff, moody, and violent temper, and perverse and obstinate in defying chastisement. When experience in life had disciplined his temper, he learnt to exercise greater self-control, but at the same time the qualities which distinguished him as a child were afterwards useful in enabling him to defy the criticism of his enemies. Nothing was more marked than Wordsworth's self-respect and self-determination, as well as his self-consciousness of power at all periods of his history. Henry Martyn, the missionary, was another instance of a man in whom strength of temper was only so much pent-up unripe energy. As a boy he was impatient, petulant, and perverse, but by constant wrestling against his tendencies to wrong-headedness, he gradually gained the requisite strength so as to entirely overcome it, and to acquire what he so greatly coveted, the gift of patience. A man may be feeble in organization, but, blessed with a happy temperament, his soul may be great, active, noble, and sovereign. Professor Tyndall has given us a fine picture of the character of Faraday, and of his self-denying labors in the cause of science, exhibiting him as a man of strong, original, and even fiery nature, and yet of extreme tenderness and sensibility. Underneath his sweetness and gentleness, he says, was the heat of a volcano. He was a man of excitable and fiery nature, but through high self-discipline he had converted the fire into a central glow and motive power of life, instead of permitting it to waste itself in useless passion. There was one fine feature in Faraday's character which is worthy of notice, one closely akin to self-control. It was his self-denial. By devoting himself to analytical chemistry, he might have speedily realized a larger fortune, but he nobly resisted the temptation and preferred to follow the path of pure science. Taking the duration of his life into account, says Mr. Tyndall, this son of a blacksmith and apprentice of a bookbinder had to decide between a fortune of £150 on the one side and his undowered science on the other. He chose the latter, and died a poor man, but his was the glory of holding aloft among the nations the scientific name of England for a period of 40 years. Take a like instance of the self-denial of a Frenchman. The historian Anquetil was one of the small number of literary men in France who refused to bow to the Napoleonic yoke. He sank into great poverty, living on bread and milk, and limiting his expenditure to only 3 sous a day. "I have still 2 sous a day left," he said, "for the conqueror of Marengo and Austerlitz." "But if you fall sick," said a friend to him, "you will need the help of a pension. Why not do as others do? Pay court to the emperor. You have need of him to live." "I do not need him to die," was the historian's reply. But Anquetil did not die of poverty. He lived to the age of 94, saying to a friend on the eve of his death, "Come, see a man who dies still full of life." Sir James Outram exhibited the same characteristic of noble self-denial, though in an altogether different sphere of life. Like the great King Arthur, he was emphatically a man who forbore his own advantage. He was characterized throughout his whole career by his noble unselfishness. Though he might personally disapprove of the policy he was occasionally ordered to carry out, he never once faltered in the path of duty. Thus he did not approve of the policy of invading Scinde, yet his services throughout the campaign were acknowledged by General Sir C. Napier to have been of the most brilliant character. But when the war was over, and the rich spoils of Scinde lay at the conqueror's feet, Outram said, "I disapprove of the policy of this war. I will accept no share of the prize money." Not less marked was his general self-denial when dispatched with a strong force to aid Havelock in fighting his way to Luckenough. As superior officer, he was entitled to take upon himself the chief command, but recognizing what Havelock had already done, with rare disinterestedness, he left to his junior officer the glory of completing the campaign, offering to serve under him as a volunteer. "With such reputation," said Lord Clyde, "as Major General Outram has won for himself, he can afford to share glory and honour with others. But that does not lessen the value of the sacrifice he has made with such disinterested generosity." If a man would get through life honourably and peaceably, he must necessarily learn to practise self-denial in small things as well as great. Men have to bear as well as forbear. The temper has to be held in subjection to the judgment, and the little demons of ill humour, petulance, and sarcasm kept resolutely at a distance. If once they find an entrance to the mind, they are very apt to return, and to establish for themselves a permanent occupation there. It is necessary to one's personal happiness to exercise control over one's words as well as acts, for there are words that strike even harder than blows, and men may speak daggers, though they use none. Un coup de langue, says the French proverb, est pire qu'un coup de lance. The stinging repartee that rises to the lips, and which, if uttered, might cover an adversary with confusion, how difficult it sometimes is to resist saying it. Heaven keep us, says Miss Bremer in her Home, from the destroying power of words. There are words which sever hearts more than sharp swords do. There are words the point of which sting the heart through the course of a whole life. Thus character exhibits itself in self-control in speech as much as in anything else. The wise and forbearant man will restrain his desire to say a smart or severe thing at the expense of another's feelings, while the fool blurts out what he thinks, and will sacrifice his friend rather than his joke. The mouth of a wise man, says Solomon, is in his heart. The heart of a fool is in his mouth. There are, however, men who are no fools, that are headlong in their language as in their acts, because of their want of forbearance and self-restraining patience. The impulsive genius, gifted with quick thought and incisive speech, perhaps carried away by the cheers of the moment, lets fly a sarcastic sentence which may return upon him to his own infinite damage. Even statesmen might be named who have failed through their inability to resist the temptation of saying clever and spiteful things at their adversary's expense. The turn of a sentence, says Bentham, has decided the fate of many a friendship, and, for aught that we know, the fate of many a kingdom. So, when one is tempted to write a clever but harsh thing, though it may be difficult to restrain it, it is always better to leave it in the inkstand. A goose's quill, says the Spanish proverb, often hurts more than a lion's claw. Carlyle says, when speaking of Oliver Cromwell, he that cannot withal keep his mind to himself cannot practise any considerable thing whatsoever. It was said of William the Silent, by one of his greatest enemies, that an arrogant or indiscreet word was never known to fall from his lips. Like him, Washington was discretion itself in the use of speech, never taking advantage of an opponent, or seeking a short-lived triumph in a debate. And it is said that in the long run the world comes round to and supports the wise man who knows when and how to be silent. We have heard men of great experience say that they have often regretted having spoken, but never once regretted holding their tongue. Be silent, says Pythagoras, or say something better than silence. Speak fitly, says George Herbert, or be silent wisely. St. Francis de Sales, whom Leigh Hunt styled the gentleman's saint, has said, "It is better to remain silent than to speak the truth ill-humouredly, and so spoil an excellent dish by covering it with bad sauce." Another Frenchman, La Cordière, characteristically puts speech first and silence next. After speech, he says, silence is the greatest power in the world. Yet a word spoken in season, how powerful it may be! As the old Welsh proverb has it, a golden tongue is in the mouth of the blessed. It is related as a remarkable instance of self-control on the part of De Leon, a distinguished Spanish poet of the 16th century, who lay for years in the dungeons of the Inquisition without light or society, because of his having translated a part of the Scriptures into his native tongue, that on being liberated and restored to his professorship, an immense crowd attended his first lecture, expecting some account of his long imprisonment. But De Leon was too wise and too gentle to indulge in recrimination. He merely resumed the lecture which, 5 years before, had been so sadly interrupted, with the accustomed formula, "Heri dicebamus," and went directly into his subject. End of section 21. Character by Samuel Smiles, Chapter 6, Part C. There are, of course, times and occasions when the expression of indignation is not only justifiable, but necessary. We are bound to be indignant at falsehoods, selfishness, and cruelty. A man of true feeling fires up naturally at baseness or meanness of any sort, even in cases where he may be under no obligation to speak out. "I would have nothing to do," said Perthes, "with a man who cannot be moved to indignation. There are more good people than bad in the world, and the bad get the upper hand merely because they are bolder. We cannot help being pleased with a man who uses his powers with decision, and we often take his side for no other reason than because he does so use them. No doubt, I have often repented speaking, but not less often have I repented keeping silence." One who loves right cannot be indifferent to wrong or wrongdoing. If he feels warmly, he will speak warmly, out of the fullness of his heart. As a noble lady has written, "A noble heart doth teach a virtuous scorn, a scorn to owe a duty overlong, a scorn to be for benefits forborne, a scorn to lie, to scorn to do a wrong, to scorn to bear an injury in mind, to scorn a freeborn heart slave-like to bind." We have, however, to be on our guard against impatient scorn. The best people are apt to have their impatient side, and often the very temper which makes men earnest makes them also intolerant. Of all mental gifts, says Miss Julia Wedgwood, the rarest is intellectual patience, and the last lesson of culture is to believe in difficulties which are invisible to ourselves. The best corrective to intolerance in disposition is increase in wisdom and enlarged experience of life. Cultivated good sense will usually save men from the entanglements with which moral impatience is apt to involve them. Good sense consisting chiefly in that temper of mind which enables its possessor to deal with the practical affairs of life with justice, judgment, discretion, and charity. Hence men of culture and experience are invariably found the most forbearant and tolerant, as ignorant and narrow-minded persons are found the most unforgiving and intolerant. Men of large and generous natures, in proportion to their practical wisdom, are disposed to make allowance for the defects and disadvantages of others, allowance for the controlling power of circumstances in the formation of character, and the limited power of resistance of weak and fallible natures to temptation and error. "I see no fault committed," said Goethe, "which I also might not have committed." So a wise and good man exclaimed, when he saw a criminal draw on his hurdle to Tyburn, "There goes Jonathan Bradford, but for the grace of God." Life will always be, to a great extent, what we ourselves make it. The cheerful man makes a cheerful world, the gloomy man a gloomy one. We usually find but our own temperament reflected in the dispositions of those about us. If we are ourselves querulous, we will find them so. If we are unforgiving and uncharitable to them, they will be the same to us. A person returning from an evening party not long ago complained to a policeman on his beat that an ill-looking fellow was following him. It turned out to be only his own shadow. And such usually is human life to each of us. It is, for the most part, but the reflection of ourselves. If we would be at peace with others and ensure their respect, we must have regard for their personality. Every man has his peculiarities of manner and character, as he has peculiarities of form and feature, and we must have forbearance in dealing with them, as we expect them to have forbearance in dealing with us. We may not be conscious of our own peculiarities, yet they exist, nevertheless. There is a village in South America where gotos or goitres are so common that to be without one is regarded as a deformity. One day a party of Englishmen passed through the place, when quite a crowd collected to jeer them, shouting, "See these people, they have no gotos." Many persons give themselves a great deal of fidget concerning what other people think of them and their peculiarities. Some are too much disposed to take the ill-natured side, and judging by themselves, infer the worst. But it is very often the case that the uncharitableness of others, where it really exists, is but the reflection of our own want of charity and want of temper. It still oftener happens that the worry we subject ourselves to has its source in our own imagination. And even though those about us may think of us uncharitably, we shall not mend matters by exasperating ourselves against them. We may therefore only expose ourselves unnecessarily to their ill nature or caprice. The ill that comes out of our mouth, says Herbert, oft times falls into our bosom. The great and good philosopher Faraday communicated the following piece of admirable advice, full of practical wisdom, the result of a rich experience of life, in a letter to his friend Professor Tyndall. Let me, as an old man who ought by this time to have profited by experience, say that when I was younger I found I often misrepresented the intentions of people, and that they did not mean what at the time I supposed they meant, and further, that as a general rule it was better to be a little dull of apprehension where phrases seemed to imply pique, and quick of apprehension when, on the contrary, they seemed to imply kindly feeling. The real truth never fails ultimately to appear, and opposing parties, if wrong, are sooner convinced when replied to forbearingly than when overwhelmed. All I mean to say is, that it is better to be blind to the results of partisanship, and quick to see goodwill. One has more happiness in one's self in endeavoring to follow the things that make for peace. You can hardly imagine how often I have been heated in private when opposed, as I have thought unjustly and superciliously, and yet I have striven, and succeeded, I hope, in keeping down replies of the like kind, and I know I have never lost by it. While the painter Barry was at Rome, he involved himself, as was his wont, in furious quarrels with the artists and dilettanti about picture painting and picture dealing, upon which his friend and countryman Edmund Burke, always a generous friend of struggling merit, wrote to him kindly and sensibly. Believe me, dear Barry, that the arms with which the ill dispositions of the world are to be combated, and the qualities by which it is to be reconciled to us and we reconciled to it, are moderation, gentleness, a little indulgence to others, and a great deal of distrust to ourselves, which are not qualities of a mean spirit, as some may possibly think them, but virtues of a great and noble kind, and such as dignify our nature as much as they contribute to our repose and fortune, for nothing can be so unworthy of a well-composed soul as to pass away life in bickerings and litigations, in snarling and scuffling with every one about us. We must be at peace with our species, if not for their sakes, at least very much for our own. No one knew the value of self-control better than the poet Burns, and no one could teach it more eloquently to others, but when it came to practice, Burns was as weak as the weakest. He could not deny himself the pleasure of uttering a harsh and clever sarcasm at another's expense. One of his biographers observes of him that it was no extravagant arithmetic to say that for every 10 jokes he made himself 100 enemies. But this was not all. Poor Burns exercised no control over his appetites, but freely gave them rein. Thus thoughtless follies laid him low and stained his name. Nor had he the self-denial to resist giving publicity to compositions originally intended for the delight of the tap-room, but which continue secretly to sow pollution broadcast in the minds of youth. Indeed, notwithstanding the many exquisite poems of this writer, it is not saying too much to aver that his immoral writings have done far more harm than his purer writings have done good, and that it would be better that all his writings should be destroyed and forgotten, provided his indecent songs could be destroyed with them. This remark applies alike to Béranger, who has been styled the Burns of France. Béranger was of the same bright, incisive genius. He had the same love of pleasure, the same love of popularity, and while he flattered French vanity to the top of its bent, he also painted the vices most loved by his countrymen with the pen of a master. Beranger's songs and Thiers' history probably did more than anything else to re-establish the Napoleonic dynasty in France. But that was a small evil compared with the moral mischief which many of Beranger's songs are calculated to produce, for circulating freely as they do in French households, they exhibit pictures of nastiness and vice which are enough to pollute and destroy a nation. One of Burns's finest poems, written in his 28th year, is entitled A Bard's Epitaph. It is a description, by anticipation, of his own life. Wordsworth has said of it, "Here is a sincere and solemn avowal, a public declaration from his own will, a confession at once devout, poetical, and human, a history in the shape of a prophecy." It concludes with these lines: "Reader, attend! Whether thy soul soars fancy's flights beyond the pole, or darkling grubs this earthly hole in low pursuit, know, prudent, cautious self-control is wisdom's root." One of the vices before which Burns fell, and it may be said to be a master vice, because it is productive of so many other vices, was drinking. Not that he was a drunkard, but because he yielded to the temptations of drink, with its degrading associations, and thereby lowered and depraved his whole nature. But poor Burns did not stand alone, for, alas, of all vices, the unrestrained appetite for drink was in his time, as it continues to be now, the most prevalent, popular, degrading, and destructive. Were it possible to conceive the existence of a tyrant who should compel his people to give up to him 1/3 or more of their earnings, and require them at the same time to consume a commodity that should brutalize and degrade them, destroy the peace and comfort of their families, and sow in themselves the seeds of disease and premature death, what indignation meetings, what monster processions there would be! What eloquent speeches and apostrophes to the spirit of liberty! What appeals against a despotism so monstrous and so unnatural! And yet such a tyrant really exists amongst us, the tyrant of unrestrained appetite, whom no force of arms or voices or votes can resist, while men are willing to be his slaves. The power of this tyrant can only be overcome by moral means, by self-discipline, self-respect, and self-control. There is no other way of withstanding the despotism of appetite in any of its forms. No reform of institutions, no extended power of voting, no improved form of government, no amount of scholastic instruction can possibly elevate the character of a people who voluntarily abandon themselves to sensual indulgence. The pursuit of ignoble pleasure is the degradation of true happiness. It saps the morals, destroys the energies, and degrades the manliness and robustness of individuals as of nations. The courage of self-control exhibits itself in many ways, but in none more clearly than in honest living. Men without the virtue of self-denial are not only subject to their own selfish desires, but they are usually in bondage to others who are like-minded with themselves. What others do, they do. They must live according to the artificial standard of their class, spending like their neighbors, regardless of the consequences, at the same time that all are, perhaps, aspiring after a style of living higher than their means. Each carries the others along with him, and they have not the moral courage to stop. They cannot resist the temptation of living high, though it may be at the expense of others, and they gradually become reckless of debt until it enthralls them. In all this there is great moral cowardice, pusillanimity, and want of manly independence of character. End of section 22. Character by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 6, Part D. A right-minded man will shrink from seeming to be what he is not, or pretending to be richer than he really is, or assuming a style of living that his circumstances will not justify. He will have the courage to live honestly within his means, rather than dishonestly upon the means of other people, for he who incurs debts in striving to maintain a style of living beyond his income is in spirit as dishonest as the man who openly picks your pocket. To many this may seem an extreme view, but it will bear the strictest test. Living at the cost of others is not only dishonesty, but it is untruthfulness in deed, as lying is in word. The proverb of George Herbert that debtors are liars is justified by experience. Shaftesbury somewhere says that a restlessness to have something which we have not, and to be something which we are not, is the root of all immorality. No reliance is to be placed on the saying, a very dangerous one, of Mirabeau, that la petite morale était l'ennemi de la grande. On the contrary, strict adherence to even the smallest details of morality is the foundation of all manly and noble character. The honorable man is frugal of his means, and pays his way honestly. He does not seek to pass himself off as richer than he is, or, by running into debt, open an account with ruin. As that man is not poor whose means are small, but whose desire is uncontrolled, so that man is rich whose means are more than sufficient for his wants. When Socrates saw a great quantity of riches, jewels, and furniture of great value carried in pomp through Athens, he said, "Now do I see how many things I do not desire." "I can forgive everything but selfishness," said Perthes. "Even the narrowest circumstances admit the greatness with reference to mine and thine, and none but the very poorest need fill their daily life with thoughts of money, if they have but prudence to arrange their housekeeping within the limits of their income. A man may be indifferent to money because of higher considerations, as Faraday was, who sacrificed wealth to pursue science, but if he would have the enjoyments that money can purchase, he must honestly earn it, and not live upon the earnings of others, as those do who habitually incur debts which they have no means of paying. When Maginn, always drowned in debt, was asked what he paid for his wine, he replied that he did not know, but he believed they put something down in a book. This putting down in a book has proved the ruin of a great many weak-minded people who cannot resist the temptation of taking things upon credit which they have not the present means of paying for, and it would probably prove a great social benefit if the law which enables creditors to recover debts contracted under certain circumstances were altogether abolished. But in the competition for trade, every encouragement is given to the incurring of debt, the creditor relying upon the law to aid him in the last extremity. When Sidney Smith once went into a new neighborhood, it was given out in the local papers that he was a man of high connections, and he was besought on all sides for his custom. But he speedily undeceived his new neighbors. "We are not great people at all," he said. "We are only common, honest people, people that pay our debts." Hazlitt, who was a thoroughly honest though rather thriftless man, speaks of two classes of persons not unlike each other, those who cannot keep their own money in their hands, and those who cannot keep their hands out of other people's. The former are always in want of money, for they throw it away on any object that first presents itself, as if to get rid of it. The latter make away with what they have of their own, and are perpetual borrowers from all who will lend to them, and their genius for borrowing in the long run usually proves their ruin. Sheridan was one of such eminent unfortunates. He was impulsive and careless in his expenditure, borrowing money, and running into debt with everybody who would trust him. When he stood for Westminster, his unpopularity rose chiefly from his general indebtedness. "Numbers of poor people," says Lord Palmerston in one of his letters, crowded round the hustings, demanding payment for the bills he owed them. In the midst of all his difficulties, Sheridan was as light-hearted as ever, and cracked many a good joke at his creditors' expense. Lord Palmerston was actually present at the dinner given by him, at which the sheriffs in possession were dressed up and officiated as waiters. Yet, however loose Sheridan's morality may have been as regarded his private creditors, he was honest so far as the public money was concerned. Once at dinner, at which Lord Byron happened to be present, an observation happened to be made as to the sturdiness of the Whigs in resisting office and keeping to their principles, on which Sheridan turned sharply and said, "Sir, it is easy for my lord this or earl that, or the marquis of the other, with thousands upon thousands a year, some of it either presently derived or inherited in sinecure or acquisitions from the public money, to boast of their patriotism, and keep aloof from temptation, but they do not know from what temptation those have kept aloof who had equal pride, at least equal talents, and not unequal passions, and nevertheless knew not, in the course of their lives, what it was to have a shilling of their own." And Lord Byron adds that in saying this Sheridan wept. The tone of public morality in money matters was very low in those days. Political peculation was not thought discreditable, and heads of parties did not hesitate to secure the adhesion of their followers by a free use of the public money. They were generous, but at the expense of others, like that great local magnate who, out of his great bounty, built a bridge at the expense of the county. When Lord Cornwallis was appointed Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, he pressed upon Colonel Napier, the father of the Napiers, the comptrollership of army accounts. "I want," said his lordship, "an honest man, and this is the only thing I have been able to wrest from the harpies around me." It is said that Lord Chatham was the first to set the example of disdaining to govern by petty larceny, and his great son was alike honest in his administration. While millions of money were passing through Pitt's hands, he himself was never otherwise than poor, and he died poor. Of all his rancorous libellers, not one ever ventured to call into question his honesty. In former times the profits of office were sometimes enormous. When Audley, the famous annuity-monger of the 16th century, was asked the value of an office which he had purchased in the Court of Wards, he replied, "Some thousands to any one who wishes to get to heaven immediately, twice as much to him who does not mind being in purgatory, and nobody knows what to him who is not afraid of the devil." Sir Walter Scott was a man who was honest to the core of his nature, and his strenuous and determined efforts to pay his debts, or rather the debts of the firm with which he had become involved, has always appeared to us one of the grandest things in biography. When his publisher and printer broke down, ruin seemed to stare him in the face. There was no want of sympathy for him in his great misfortune, and friends came forward who offered to raise money enough to enable him to arrange with his creditors. "No," he said proudly, "this right hand shall work it all off." "If we lose everything else," he wrote to a friend, "we will at least keep our honour unblemished." While his health was already becoming undermined by overwork, he went on writing like a tiger, as he himself expressed it, until no longer able to wield the pen, and though he paid the penalty of his supreme efforts with his life, he nevertheless saved his honour and his self-respect. Everybody knows how Scott threw off Woodstock, the Life of Napoleon, which he thought would be his death, articles for the Quarterly, Chronicles of the Canongate, Prose Miscellanies, and Tales of a Grandfather, all written in the midst of pain, sorrow, and ruin. The proceeds of those various works went to his creditors. "I could not have slept sound," he wrote, "as I now can, under the comfortable impression of receiving the thanks of my creditors, and the conscious feeling of discharging my duty as a man of honour and honesty. I see before me a long, tedious, and dark path, but it leads to stainless reputation. If I die in the Harrows, as is very likely, I shall die with honour. If I achieve my task, I shall have the thanks of all concerned, and the approbation of my own conscience." And then followed more articles, memoirs, and even sermons, The Fair Maid of Perth, a completely revised edition of his novels, Anne of Geierstein, and more Tales of a Grandfather, until he was completely struck down by paralysis. But he had no sooner recovered sufficient strength to be able to hold the pen, Then we find him again at his desk writing the letters on demonology and witchcraft, a volume of Scottish history for Lardner's Cyclopedia, and a fourth series of Tales of a Grandfather in his French history. In vain his doctors told him to give up work. He would not be dissuaded. "As for bidding me not work," he said to Dr. Abercrombie, "Molly might just as well put the kettle on the fire and say, 'Now, kettle, don't boil.'" To which he added, "If I were to be idle, I should go mad." By means of the profits realized by these tremendous efforts, Scott saw his debts in course of rapid diminution, and he trusted that, after a few more years' work, he would again be a free man. But it was not to be. He went on turning out such works as his Count Robert of Paris with greatly impaired skill, until he was prostrated by another and severer attack of palsy. He now felt that the plough was nearing the end of the furrow. His physical strength was gone. He was not quite himself in all things, and yet his courage and perseverance never failed. "I have suffered terribly," he wrote in his diary, "though rather in body than in mind, and I often wish I could lie down and sleep without waking. But I will fight it out if I can." He again recovered sufficiently to be able to write Castle Dangerous, though the cunning of the workman's hand had departed. And then there was his last tour to Italy in search of rest and health, during which, while at Naples, in spite of all remonstrances, he gave several hours every morning to the composition of a new novel, which, however, has not seen the light. Scott returned to Abbotsford to die. "I have seen much," he said on his return, "but nothing like my own house. Give me one turn more." One of the last things he uttered in one of his lucid intervals was worthy of him. "I have been," he said, "perhaps the most voluminous author of my day, and it is a comfort to me to think that I have tried to unsettle no man's faith, to corrupt no man's principles, and that I have written nothing which on my deathbed I wish blotted out." His last injunction to his son-in-law was, "Lockhart, I may have but a minute to speak to you. My dear, be virtuous, be religious, be a good man. Nothing else will give you any comfort when you come to lie here." The devoted conduct of Lockhart himself was worthy of his great relative. The Life of Scott, which he afterwards wrote, occupied him several years, and was a remarkably successful work. Yet he himself derived no pecuniary advantage from it, handing over the profits of the whole undertaking to Sir Walter's creditors in payment of debts which he was in no way responsible, but influenced entirely by a spirit of honour, of regard for the memory of the illustrious dead. Section 23